I will never cultivate cloning abilities in the future. Same. This is truly way too scary. As time passed, more and more people headed toward the clone to seek their freedom. The original Liu Yuan was naturally aware of this. However, he could not do much about it. His injuries were rather grave. After losing 2 clones in succession and forcefully forming a third, the power he had left wasn't much. As for the people that had defected to his clone, there were simply too many of them. There were so many of them that killing them all was somewhat impossible. As such, he could only watch blankly as they defected. Those damnable gods that had clearly been nurtured by him also headed to the clone to seek for freedom. They were truly seeking death. The number of people around Liu Yuan dropped without stop. Ultimately, by the time he finally reached the new kingdom, nearly 90% of his gods had defected. Those defectors had all been liberated by the clone. Liu Yuan walked into this new kingdom. Everything appeared brand new in this country, yet it did not carry the aura of any living beings. In this huge country, only the clone himself remained. What is the point of this? Since you are also me, you should also know that it does not matter whether these gods live or die. The only one I care about is you. My only opponent is only you. After killing you, I can reinstate everything to how it was before, Liu Yuan said emotionlessly. So long as this traitor was killed, he would still remain the almighty king. You are too idiotic. You are also too arrogant. Don't bother thinking of escaping. Since I am already here, the surroundings have naturally been sealed off. Don't bother thinking of killing me either. A new clone has already been formed. This time, I will not allow him to step foot on any alien worlds. I will make him stay here and kill you. Perhaps you have grown in strength somewhat, resulting in the misconception that you can actually contend against me. However, ultimately, I am still your master. Shwa. With a flash, a shiny silhouette appeared beside Liu Yuan. This was precisely the clone Liu Yuan had recently formed. Moreover, the aura emanating from this clone wasn't any weaker than Liu Yuan's. Let's end this. I shall retrieve you. Let me see clearly what kind of ideas have formed in that brain of yours. Bang! Liu Yuan stepped out. He wanted to retrieve this defective clone. Alas, when he grabbed forth, a blank piece of nothingness welcomed his hand. That defector had transformed into countless particles and dissipated into the air. The defector that Liu Yuan had been talking to, the one seated atop the throne, had in fact been a corpse formed of purely energy particles. That was why, when Liu Yuan had grabbed forth, he hadn't been able to feel anything. So this clone had already been dead? Liu Yuan was stunned. What was going on now? He was truly at a loss now. Chapter 847, Sync. After completing his plan, Chen Feng had returned to the world of the Crystal Palace. Chen Feng smiled. Liu Yuan should be rather stupefied, right? For the past few days, he had been using the identity of Liu Yuan's clone to establish a brand new kingdom. Then, before the moment of the decisive battle, he had departed in secret. Liu Yuan was probably still stupefied even now. Chen Feng had never intended to fight Liu Yuan. In any case, he couldn't defeat Liu Yuan. So long as his plan was completed, it was fine for him to return. And now, Chen Feng looked at around. His gaze stopped on a cage. The cage containing Liu Yuan. At this moment, this clone, who had been never stopped throwing insults at Chen Feng, appeared dazed, merely staring ahead blankly in the cage. His eyes appeared empty and blank. How's the situation? Chen Feng asked. He's been like this since yesterday, Wang Chun said with a shrug. Chen Feng understood immediately. Oh, that's when he was abandoned by the real body. When Liu Yuan heard this, he abruptly turned toward Chen Feng. What did you do? He couldn't believe this. He and Liu Yuan were the same person, and yet Chen Feng had been able to put a division between them. Chen Feng had been able to so easily make the real body give up on him. Chen Feng gave it some thought before explaining. I pretended to be you and established a brand new kingdom. What? The clone's expression changed greatly. A new kingdom? No. How is that possible? The clone suddenly raged. It's impossible for you to pretend to be me. Even if you can assume my appearance and voice, the unique connection between me and him is something you can never feign. Why would I need that connection? Chen Feng was wearing a smile that was not at all smile-like. In any case, the connection between you two has been severed, right? No synchronization. The clone blanked shortly before finally understanding everything. He was extremely intelligent person as well. With a single hint from Chen Feng, he was able to reach a terrifying conclusion. If this was indeed the truth, he slumped down weakly. It was no wonder that his real body had suddenly abandoned him. If he were in the same position, if he'd been betrayed by his clone, what would he do? He wouldn't just stop at that. He would create a new clone, reinforce his control over the clone. He was certain that, for the new clone, so long as the connection was severed for a fixed amount of time, the new clone would self-destruct. Liu Yuan was not someone who would permit betrayal. Naturally, Liu Yuan didn't know that the Crystal Palace was a weak world. This world was so weak that they couldn't even kill a captured clone. Chen Feng had made use of Liu Yuan's lack of understanding of the Crystal Palace. He had been especially assured after hearing from this clone what Liu Yuan had experienced in the world of godly model creator. He was sure that Liu Yuan would not dare to come here. This was his biggest advantage against Liu Yuan. Yet you still failed to kill me for real, right? The clone merely looked at Chen Feng coldly. The situation now was somewhat different from the plan. One could say that he could understand what Chen Feng had done up to now. Chen Feng had needed to ensure that the main body would give up on the clone. Had Chen Feng's goal not been to make the real body abandon the clone, resulting in the clone's death so he could break through into the true God stage? Why, then, why had Chen Feng not transmitted the real body's thought to this world so as to complete the destruction? The clone was unable to make sense of this. After all, he had been prepared to transmit all his information to the real body the moment a connection was established with the real world. With that, even if he had to die, he would have had no regrets. Unfortunately, no such opportunity had come. Chen Feng had not bothered to try to establish a link between the two worlds. Nor had he allowed this clone to die completely. What are you planning to do? The clone howled. You are Liu Yuan. Chen Feng smiled. Although you are just a clone, one somewhat weaker than the real body, you are still Liu Yuan. With Liu Yuan's intelligence, how could you not have made any preparations to strike back at me? I believe that, during the moment of your destruction, you will be able to transmit everything that has happened here to him, right? Chen Feng had a faint smile on his face. The clone's eyes went wide. How had he figured this out? I do not know what your plan is, Chen Feng continued calmly. However, I will not take such a risk. The clone sneered. Therefore, you still can't kill me. This trip of Chen Feng's had been for the sake of killing him. Since he was still alive, hadn't Chen Feng done all that work for nothing? No. Chen Feng had a grin on his face. You are Liu Yuan. Are you truly willing to forever stay a mere clone? Are you willing to be imprisoned here forever? Hee. If it was in the past, this would not matter. But now that you have been abandoned and a new clone has replaced you, even if you reappear, you will be useless and will still be killed by him. Therefore, are you interested in working for me? Chen Feng asked emotionlessly. The clone nearly coughed up a mouthful of blood in his anger when he heard this. What in the world was this? Coaxing him to work for Chen Feng. He looked at Chen Feng with the same gaze he'd used when looking at that idiot from the neighboring village when he was young. How was this possible? He was a clone of Liu Yuan. Even though he wasn't a proper clone now, he still shared the same memories and intelligence as the real body. Submit to Chen Feng. No way. Are you sure? The grin was still on Chen Feng's face. You and Liu Yuan are now two different individuals. You two are no longer capable of syncing with each other. At most, you will only be able to transmit one-way information to him. Even that will depend on whether he is willing to accept your information in the first place. The clone sneered. So what? You still don't understand? Chen Feng said with a smile. I've already heard your story. I even investigated it somewhat. Moreover, I have also withdrawn all the data from the gene bank to complete a rather amazing undertaking. The clone sneered. Hee. What does that have to do with me? He knew that this scammer Chen Feng was trying to scam him once again. He understood Chen Feng way too well. Therefore, he would not be coaxed by Chen Feng. Right at this instant, Chen Feng waved his hand in a certain direction. Come. And from there, a lass walked over. She took graceful steps forward. That familiar appearance of hers was so very intoxicating. With a single glance, a deafening boom resounded in Liu Yuan's head, and his heart started pounding madly. This was that flower-like young lady. Liu Yuan stood up abruptly. You. How is this possible? No. This is fake. This is fake. The clone was certain. Is he the one you mentioned? The lover from my previous life? The young lass curled her lips. Her eyes, which seemed capable of speaking, brimmed with satisfaction. Why does he look so stupid? That smile and that face caused Liu Yuan to sink into a state of infatuation. Both seemed completely the same as the woman he remembered. Think carefully, Chen Feng suddenly muttered by his ear. You are completely independent of the original Liu Yuan now. You are two different individuals now. If time is indeed reversed, will the flower-like young lass be yours or his? In the past, you were essentially one. As such, you never cared. What about now? He enjoys the joys of victory while you can only watch on helplessly as your loved one lies in his embrace. This young lass is one you will think of even in your dreams. Bang! The clone's heart pounded as he heard these words. True, even if the plan succeeded, what would it have to do with him? He knew that these devil-like whisperings of Chen Feng's were meant to tempt him, yet he couldn't help but fall for this temptation. Chapter 848, His Very Own Love Story. What is your name? Liana. How did you arrive here? Liu Yuan couldn't help but ask. Naturally, it's because of the life granted to me by Lord Ming. She said that I have unfinished business from my past life and thus my soul was unable to enter the cycle of reincarnation. As such, she made an exception and allowed me to be reborn here, she stated seriously. She also said that you are very powerful now and want to bring me back. But I never expected you to look this stupid. She laughed stealthily. Oh. Liu Yuan merely stared at her blankly with a stupid expression on his face. He was aware that in this world, life was something that was granted. However, he had never expected Chen Feng to use such a method to deliver this young lady to him. Do you still have your previous life's memories? Liu Yuan asked. A bit. The young lady curled her lips. About the genetic union or something. I still have a portion of the memories in my head. Unexpectedly, you were also quite stupid in my past life. Oh. Liu Yuan understood clearly. Chen Feng had inferred the matters from back then simulated those memories. That was why this young lady only had some of those memories. At the very least, she should have quite a number of memories pertaining to her and Liu Yuan. However, she was ultimately not the woman from his youth. Suddenly, the young lady stood up. I am not her. Although I have those memories, as far as I am concerned, those seem more like memories planted in me. I have a clear recollection of them, yet I do not feel deeply about them. This is not what I want. I do not need anyone to grant me any memories. I am me. I am Lian. Even if I have to be together with you, I will only do it if I truly like you, rather than depending on some granted memories. Even if I have to like you, I would much prefer to like the present you rather than some memories of the past. The young lady was brimming with brightness and youthfulness. She seemed somewhat different from that flower-like young lady. As for her words, they hit straight at Liu Yuan's heart. Yes, if even this young lady could understand this, why couldn't he understand it as well? It was precisely as she said. Would she rather like the present him or some memories of the past? These words pierced straight into Liu Yuan's soul, enlightening him immensely. I am Liu Yuan. No, I am no longer the Liu Yuan of the past. Now, I am a new person. I was once a clone. Now, the connection has been severed and I am now a free living being. I no longer need to be someone who only exists for the sake of someone else. Suddenly, the young lady smiled brightly. Now, why don't you tell me something about yourself? Even if this is a marriage arranged by Lord Ming, I still need to know you, your hobbies and so on. The young lady said seriously as she waved her fingers around. This motion of hers touched the deepest part of Liu Yuan's heart for some indescribable reason. Her appearance resembled the flower-like young lady of the past so very greatly. Me? Liu Yuan blankly said, I am Liu Yuan. No. He looked toward Chen Feng and suddenly added, I am Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan. The Yuan in my name means vigor. I traversed the entire world to come here, all in search of you. Wow. The young lady cheered. Is that for real? Then you are surely very awesome. It seemed like this Chen Yuan had finally accepted his new identity. He was clear that the flower-like young lady in his memories belonged to Liu Yuan, not him. However, this young lady before him, who shared the same appearance and disposition as her, was someone that did not approve of past memories. Similar to him, she was also, in a way, a replica of that young lady. Despite that, she had her own memories. Together, they could create memories that were truly theirs. As for this young lady, she would only belong to him. As for the memories, Chen Yuan stared into the distance. Even though it was just memories, he was clear that the young lady from the memories could only belong to Liu Yuan. Deep within his heart, he wished that she could forever remain in the past. After all, she was someone he had once loved. This was the conclusion Chen Yuan reached. He'd made up his mind. The past was, after all, the past. He did not approve of Liu Yuan's plan of going back in time to drag her out again. After losing his connection with the real body, Chen Yuan seemed to finally start possessing his own thoughts and his own ambitions. He wanted that flower-like young lady as well. However, what he wanted was her to stay a precious memory, something that remained in the past. As for this moving young lady before him, he wanted her as well. She would be his future. This future would be exclusive to him and Liana. Suddenly, the young lady looked at him doubtfully. So how did you end up in a cage? Chen Yuan had thoroughly immersed himself in his new identity. He smiled and said, because I am too powerful. This is the Nether Realm, the place where the process of reincarnation takes place. Me coming here for you violated the laws. Therefore, I have to seal up my own strength. Wow! The young lady exclaimed in admiration. How romantic. He had traversed through a different world just for her. Why is your name Chen Yuan, then? The young lady pondered before continuing. I recall this not being your name in the past, because I want to sever my connection with the past, Chen Yuan said with a smile. Just like you said, the past is nothing but memories. I remember them, and you might only remember some of them, but what does this matter? The moment I set eyes on you, I decided that I like the present you. Therefore, I am now Chen Yuan. Our past story is a tragedy. Let that tragedy be gone with the wind. I am not the youth in that story. I am the powerful Chen Yuan. Together with you, I am willing to create a new future, Chen Yuan said confidently. As he looked straight at this young lady while uttering these words, he felt refreshed. So it turned out that uttering these words with his very own identity felt like this. It was truly quite a different feeling. The young lady stretched her hand out. Fine. I shall try dating you for a bit then. Chen Yuan took her hand, his heart pounding. Thank you. As per the laws of the Nether Realm, to take her, a contract of life and death must be signed so as to confirm that you will share life and death with her. Ming looked at Chen Yuan. Are you sure about this? Yes. Chen Yuan knew that this arrangement had to be the work of Chen Feng. However, so what? Very good. Ming nodded and personally helped them sign the contract. From today onward, Chen Yuan was officially bound together with this young lady, sharing life and death. And thus, the two started dating. One day, 1 month, and 1 year later, the two grew closer to each other. Many locations within the world of the Crystal Palace had come to contain sweet memories for the two of them. Traces of love were left everywhere. Chen Yuan had truly become a part of the world of the Crystal Palace. In the future, I will take you to see an even bigger world. Wow, for real? Of course. How big is that world? Much bigger than this world. So big that even in a lifetime, one can't fully traverse the whole world. Yeah, sure. I still have something to do, though. Wait for me. Okay. I will take you as my wife when I return. All right. Chapter 849. That damnable friend. Chen Feng did not get involved in the affairs of Chen Yuan and Liana. He merely watched on silently. He had been waiting for so long. It did not matter if he had to wait even longer. And thus, Chen Feng waited until Chen Yuan took the initiative to seek him out. So you're done preparing? Chen Feng asked with a faint smile. Chen Yuan nodded. Yes. He had known for a long time that, since Chen Feng had tried to subdue him, there had to be something he needed to do. As such, he had been spending all his time with the young lady recently. We will succeed, Chen Feng said with a calm smile. The contract of life and death alone was insufficient to guarantee that everything would be fine. They first had to ensure that the feelings between Chen Yuan and Liana had developed enough before setting Chen Yuan free. As such, a year had passed in such a fashion. Chen Feng believed that Chen Yuan was also aware of this. Chen Feng smiled calmly as he asked, you don't have an issue with me? Chen Yuan was very calm. Although you have restricted me with the life and death contract and some other methods, I don't have an issue with this. After all, I witnessed half of your life through the wristband. So long as I don't betray your cause, You will not harm me. This alone is sufficient for me. Chen Feng chuckled as he heard these words. It was quite unexpected that his prestige was useful even against a villain. What exactly are you planning to do? Chen Yuan was curious. If Chen Feng could break through into the true God stage, he wouldn't need Chen Yuan anymore, right? After all, he only needed to hide from Liu Yuan. Perhaps he was intending to have Chen Yuan protect him while he broke through. Becoming a true god is only the first step of my plan. Chen Feng's gaze became resolute. Without you, Liu Yuan will never find out what happened here. The only thing he will know is that somewhere, someone is becoming a true god. That's all. However, with Liu Yuan's character, he will most certainly set forth to investigate. Therefore, the Crystal Palace must return to the alien world as soon as possible so as to not allow Liu Yuan to discover this world. Otherwise, things will get dangerous, Chen Feng said. Chen Yuan agreed with this. Now that he had family here, he had to take note of the safety of this place as well. The plan was made clear to him. The first step was to connect this world with the outside world. Chen Feng would then begin to break through. The second step was to sever the connection between this world and the outside world before Liu Yuan could arrive. He would most certainly set forth after sensing that someone was breaking through. And the third step was to reach outer space. Outer space. Suddenly, Chen Yuan understood something. There in outer space, someone was waiting for Chen Feng. Wang Yao. Wang Yao was part of the crucial step of Liu Yuan's plan to rewind time. Chen Yuan shook his head. A huge trap has been set there by Liu Yuan. If Chen Feng could think of something, Liu Yuan had long considered it. As such, a trap had been set there. If Chen Feng dared to go to outer space, it would be no different than suicide. The type of trap that Liu Yuan had set there was something that might even kill Liu Yuan himself. He would not allow anyone to undo the trap, not even Wang Yao. In Liu Yuan's plan, only after he had gained full control over the world would he have the strength to undo this trap. Before that, even Liu Yuan himself would not be able to undo the trap. Therefore, this was a trap that would show no mercy even to the trapper. As for Chen Feng, he definitely wouldn't be able to make it. Even after breaking through into the true god stage, he still wouldn't be able to do it. That is why I need you, Chen Feng said with a bright gaze. Me? Suddenly, Chen Yuan realized something. So this was the actual reason Chen Feng had wanted him to switch sides. No matter what, that was a place that had been built by Liu Yuan himself. Even that trap had been personally produced by him. Therefore, he was clear on every single trap there. He knew every single energy in use there as well. Moreover, there were even some traps that he could deactivate. This would greatly reduce the difficulty of breaking into that place. This was what Chen Feng wanted. Finally, Chen Yuan understood Chen Feng's reasoning. Perhaps, the moment Chen Yuan stepped foot into this world, Chen Feng had already been thinking of recruiting him. Killing him was just an excuse Chen Feng had used to threaten him. Worthy of being Chen Feng indeed. He was somewhat filled with admiration. Now that they were no longer hostile to each other, his issues with Chen Feng had lessened. However, even with his help, that place was still laden with danger. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. I understand. He had been preparing for so long. Wasn't it precisely for this? Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. Wang Yao. Here I come. Instantly, he stood up and stepped into the void. His next step was to become a true god. At this time, in the kingdom of Liu Yuan, the internal disorder had long been dealt with. The so-called new kingdom was but a joke. It had appeared grand yet hadn't been able to withstand even a single blow. Despite this, Liu Yuan still felt uneasy. Why? Because he couldn't understand it. His clone was dead. Why? How? And what had happened on that alien world? He had way too many questions. He kept feeling like he had overlooked something. Moreover, he felt like it was something extremely important. Due to him neglecting this something, he had fallen behind at every step. He felt like he was in an extremely passive situation now. This gave him an extremely uncomfortable feeling. What have I missed? Liu Yuan thought about it for a long time. Alas, even after a year of pondering, he was still lost. He did not know why he had lost his powerful deduction and inference ability. He did not know why his omnipotent luck aura had failed to see anything. Why? He did not know. He clearly had no opponents anymore. However, What was up with that mysterious person? And what happened to his clone? Liu Yuan was getting twitchy. Yi had died. Chen Feng had died as well. And yet he was stuck on such trifling affairs. He raised his head. Beneath this sky, he was the strongest. However, something was still provoking him. Liu Yuan tried using luck aura. Luck aura. Tell me, where is the source of this? Shwa, nothingness. That's right. Luck aura couldn't see anything. So, the source is still from an alien world? Liu Yuan sighed. He had already tried investigating this numerous times, yet he had never gained anything. Therefore, the only answer was that his clone was the source of his discomfort. Why, though? Liu Yuan still couldn't understand. Naturally, the main source was definitely the damnable Wang Chun. So long as he killed Wang Chun, the alien world would disappear. Where is Wang Chun? Liu Yuan asked. Nothingness was his answer. Liu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. So Wang Chun is also on the alien world? Those damnable clowns. So the source of all this was Wang Chun? Liu Yuan calmed his twitchy heart and focused all his hatred on Wang Chun. After all, Wang Chun was the only logical answer to all this. At the very least, this was a more reliable answer than continuing to guess blindly. He couldn't believe that he had previously thought of something as ridiculous as Chen Feng's resurrection. He had even used his luck aura to confirm once again that Chen Feng was indeed dead. Therefore, he could only reach the conclusion that despite being dead, Chen Feng continued to disgust him. Naturally, he might have been led into this line of thought by Wang Chun's actions as well. Suddenly, Liu Yuan understood. True. That must be it. They are trying to make me think that Chen Feng is still alive to plant fear in me. They are not aware that I can confirm Chen Feng's death at any time. That is why they have done what they have done. They are trying to imitate the feeling Chen Feng usually gives off. With this, all his questions could be answered. That had to be it. All this was their work. With his intelligence, Liu Yuan easily saw through their scheme. As he thought back, these schemes indeed gave off the similar feeling to Chen Feng's schemes. Why? Well, because Wang Chun was trying to make him think that. No, hold on. Wang Chun was not capable of this. In Liu Yuan's memories, the only person capable of this was a certain person, the one most familiar with Chen Feng, Qin Hai. That damnable close friend of Chen Feng's. Chapter 850, Long time no see. Yes, Qin Hai must be the one scheming in the dark. From what Liu Yuan had observed of Chen Feng's life, he knew that the one closest to Chen Feng was Qin Hai. It reached a point where Qin Hai might even understand Chen Feng more than Wang Yao. If Qin Hai was the one pretending to be Chen Feng. Suddenly, Liu Yuan said, "Luck aura. Lock onto Qin Hai's coordinate." Shwa. Light swirled around. Soon, coordinates appeared. Surprisingly, this was the same place Chen Feng had died back then. Qin Hai was actually there. Liu Yuan's eyes gleamed with a cold radiance. It is him indeed. Liu Yuan sneered. So, are you trying to avenge Chen Feng? The twitchy feeling vanished. As the strongest existence, only the unknown could cause him to feel twitchy. Now that he had confirmed that Qin Hai was the schemer, things were suddenly not as scary anymore. Shwa. The first thing he did was rush over to the coordinates. Unfortunately, that place was now empty. Did he leave because he sensed my arrival? Liu Yuan wasn't surprised. At present, the half of the world not under his control was the best at hiding from him. Since Qin Hai was planning to avenge Chen Feng, it was natural for him to be well versed in this. Liu Yuan sneered. Nothing but a clown. He was sure that regardless of how Qin Hai schemed, Qin Hai would not dare to face Liu Yuan openly, since he was way too weak. I will just ignore him. He sent his newest clone to continue to search for Qin Hai's trail while he resumed his focus on his own affairs. After all, controlling the world was the most important matter for him. Godhoods were still appearing without stop. Liu Yuan didn't even bother to look at these godhoods closely anymore. After all, the misfortune godhood would not be among them. His attention was focused on something else. The Crystal Palace. Since this is where the clone vanished, it is pointless to continue sending people there. I might as well destroy the world directly, Liu Yuan muttered to himself. Although the alien world was scary, Wang Chun was not qualified to summon any truly terrifying existences into this world. This was something Liu Yuan was sure of. Even back when Wang Chun summoned Ming Yi, her strength had been pathetically weak. Therefore, even if Wang Chun truly did summon that world's true god out here, that true god's strength would be greatly limited by Wang Chun. Liu Yuan did not fear this. Bang! With his very own hands, he destroyed the only entrance leading to the world of the Crystal Palace, which he currently held in his hands. This was the entrance he had obtained after his own world of the Crystal Palace was destroyed. Now, he had personally destroyed this entrance. Once again, Liu Yuan's alien world became vacant. That's right, Liu Yuan's book ability was once again reset. For Liu Yuan, who possessed countless abilities, resetting a single ability was a simple feat. If this were anyone else, abandoning their main ability and starting from scratch would be an extremely idiotic choice no matter how one looked at it. Let me select a new alien world. Liu Yuan had a sharp gaze. That shall be the world I break through in. This time, I will learn from my past mistakes. I will. A deafening boom resounded, and Liu Yuan's body trembled. This sound, shwa. His gaze abruptly shifted in a certain direction. There, in a distant desolate land, a familiar beam of light was descending. Even from so far away, Liu Yuan could see that world-piercing beam clearly. This was the radiance of someone ascending. Moreover, this was an ascension into the true God stage, not some normal stage. Bang! Liu Yuan shot upward. High above the air, he was able to get a clearer look. Indeed, this was the radiance of a true God ascension. Within a certain cave, Qin Hai crawled out, looking extremely sorry. Crawling out together with him was Miss Xiao. Must we do this? Qin Hai asked with a bitter smile. Since Chen Feng's departure, Xiao was the most important person here. In her paintings, which depicted Chen Feng's deaths, she herself had appeared as well. Throughout the years, Liu Yuan had used his luck aura to confirm Chen Feng's death several hundred times. As for Qin Hai, Kong Bei, Xuf, Wu Hui, and some others, they were the closest to Chen Feng and had also been targeted by Liu Yuan. Therefore, anytime they received a warning from Miss Xiao, they had no choice but to flee. Fortunately, after so many years, the half of the world that was hostile to Liu Yuan had also researched some concealment and escaping methods with respectable effectiveness. When used against Liu Yuan, they had proven effective. This was why they had been able to flee from Liu Yuan. This won't do. Qin Hai spread his hands. Sooner or later, Liu Yuan will discover the truth. The only reason he hasn't realized the truth is because we are too weak to be worth his attention. In Liu Yuan's heart, Chen Feng's friends were but jokes. After all, Chen Feng was already dead. Xiao ignored Qin Hai. Instead, she lowered her head and continued painting in silence. Shortly after, a brand new painting appeared. In it was only one person. Boundless radiance was on the back of this person. Qin Hai blanked. Huh? What was this? Right at this instant, he saw a smile on Xiao's face. Next, at a certain distant location, a resplendent radiance suddenly bloomed. This radiance greatly resembled the one in Xiao's painting. That is, Qin Hai was pleasantly surprised. Chen Feng had finally ascended. Qin Hai was not the only one shocked. When that beam of light appeared, the entire world was shocked. A divine aura has descended. This is the sign of the appearance of a true god. Haha, finally, another true god is going to appear. But if I remember right, even the strongest among us is still a journeyman god. Who could this person be? I don't know. The various gods were discussing this. This true god beam had appeared too suddenly, so suddenly they were completely clueless. As for those that were nearer to that beam of light, they noticed that, apart from that beam, a completely alien aura had descended as well. This alien aura was comparable to that of a true god. Bang, bang. Terrifying booms resounded without stop. The boundless radiance shone brightly, as if two worlds were about to combine. Amid the boundless true God radiance, a lone silhouette floated as he welcomed the radiance. Half of his body was out here in this world while the other half of his body was submerged in the boundless radiance, giving off an extremely odd appearance. Everyone exclaimed in admiration. How strong! So this is the aura of a true god. This strength. He is definitely no weaker than ye. Regardless of how near they were, they could only see a silhouette amid the radiance. That radiance was too terrifying, so terrifying that nobody could approach. Suddenly, a certain god asked, after this lord becomes a true god, will he fight Liu Yuan? Instantly, all the excited gods sank into silence. True. Even if a true god appeared, would this true god fight Liu Yuan? After all, this was Liu Yuan, someone who had been a true god since long ago. Would this new true god have the courage to fight him? Perhaps. The various gods were anxious. Unknown to them, in the faraway kingdom of Liu Yuan, Liu Yuan found this more unbelievable than all of them. How is this possible? Liu Yuan howled. True God. Someone had actually broken through. Who? The forest goddess. In Liu Yuan's mind, she was the closest to the true God stage. However, when his gaze swept around toward that familiar forest, he found that the forest goddess was still lazing around. It was not her. The only reason Liu Yuan had established his kingdom near the forest goddess's forest was to make monitoring her easier. Who could it be then? Qin Hai? No, not him. When he had been chasing after Qin Hai earlier, he had been able to sense a familiar power of clairvoyance. Although he had failed to catch Qin Hai, he could easily confirm that Qin Hai was still as weak as ever. Qin Hai had merely been relying on that clairvoyance to hide from Liu Yuan. If so, then who could it be? Liu Yuan was completely clueless. Liu Yuan had a solemn gaze as he came to a decision. Looks like I have to pay that place a visit. He would not permit a brand new true god to appear. Although he was much stronger than a newfound true god, Liu Yuan would not permit someone else to grow to such an extent. Shwa. With a flash, Liu Yuan headed toward the location of that beam. Liu Yuan was able to cross an entire country in a flash. However, when he arrived, the boundless radiance had already silently vanished. The only thing he could see was a dim silhouette. Moreover, any traces of the true god ascension had vanished cleanly as well. Liu Yuan did not bother chasing after that retreating radiance. He merely watched on silently. Suddenly, he laughed. He laughed wildly. Too perfect. So perfect. I can't find any loopholes. Breaking through and ascending, yet gone right before I arrived. Everything was calculated to perfection. And because of this, I have finally figured out who you are. In all these years of observing this world, I know that there is only one person capable of all this. Long time no see. Chen Feng. Chapter 851, Outer Space. In the boundless darkness that was outer space, several faint silhouettes appeared. This was precisely Chen Feng's group. Chen Yuan had a faint smile as he asked, "Are you truly so cold-blooded?" News of what Liu Yuan had done recently had spread everywhere. Chen Feng glanced over. What is the point of being bothered by that? In this final battle, if he emerged victorious, the entire world would be changed. Everything could be reversed. Whether those people died or not, it did not matter. And if he was the loser, everyone would die anyway. If so, did it matter whether they died sooner or later? Chen Feng was one who cared deeply about those close to him. However, he was also extremely calm. Liu Yuan will notice this very soon, Chen Yuan said emotionlessly. He was the only one who knew how terrifying Liu Yuan could be when he was serious. The speed at which he processed his thoughts far surpassed ordinary people. A scheme like this was something he could easily see through. Since he was aware that Chen Feng was still alive, he would definitely be able to deduce Chen Feng's real goal soon enough. With a cold gaze, Chen Feng said, "Therefore, we are relying on the time gap before he arrives. Settle everything." There in outer space, nothing could be seen. However, they were clear that a huge concealed region had been constructed here. This was Liu Yuan's territory, also where Wang Yao was imprisoned. "Here it comes," Chen Yuan said. Hum. He waved his hand. A faint radiance flashed out. Next, some rays of light appeared, and everything became clearer and clearer. Ultimately, an immense space emerged before them. Bang! The ice-cold radiance shone brightly. Here in outer space was actually an immense palace. Ah! Chen Feng looked around. Liu Yuan, you sure love your palaces. This was, in fact, a space station that had been constructed in the shape of a palace. As the founder of the Storm Tech Company, Liu Yuan was very well versed in science and technology. Naturally, from its appearance, this was just a crude palace. It was huge and imposing. If they followed the road in front of them, they would be able to easily enter the palace. At the entrance was a restriction that seemed particularly powerful. Chen Feng looked at Chen Yuan. "Can you remove the restriction?" "No way." Chen Yuan shook his head as, in a low voice, he said, "This restriction is bait." Near the restriction, many temperature sensors and detectors have been installed. Chen Feng, had this been created through the combination of technology and godly power? What in the world? Liu Yuan was so powerful, yet he was still using such cheap tricks. After all, sensors are relatively unknown and are hard to detect. They also won't release any energy fluctuations. As such, It is actually the best choice here. In a low voice, Chen Yuan continued, in any case, he does not intend for these security measures to stop intruders. He only needs to be notified that an intruder has appeared. That alone is sufficient. Chen Feng nodded in understanding. Clearly, if he wanted to avoid detection, he had to first prevent his body temperature from leaking. The surroundings of this palace seem similar to that of a planet. Chen Feng had a pensive look when he noticed this. Within the palace, there were a lot of flowers and other vegetation. Evidently, the ecology within the palace was normal. They could even see rabbits wandering about. As such, this was definitely a place one could breathe normally. Indeed. Chen Yuan paused before adding, however, I do not recommend breathing in the air here. Oh? Chen Feng was once again amazed. There were sensors here as well? Yes. The quality and proportion of the air components here have a constant value. The moment you breathe in the air here, the value will change. And then, the palace will self-destruct. Moreover, Liu Yuan will probably arrive shortly after as well. Chen Feng. He glanced over at the distant restriction, his body sweating profusely. What in the world? Normally, when people discovered ruins or a dungeon, wouldn't they then enter by breaking the restrictions one by one? Liu Yuan was truly somewhat excessive with his sensors. For him, the restrictions were merely bait. These seemingly useless sensors were the actual trap. What else is there? Just tell me all at once, Chen Feng said with a sigh. Sensors. Chen Yuan pondered and continued, within the palace, sensors are everywhere. It is impossible for Liu Yuan to focus on the sensors at all times. As such, back then, he put in place some fixed rules. For example, the moment a mobile life form is detected, regardless of size, the alarm is triggered. Another example is the rabbits. If any of the rabbits die, the alarm will be triggered. In this sensory net established by Liu Yuan, these rabbits are the only beings capable of moving freely. Therefore, they have to stay alive. Chen Feng listened on in silence. This was obviously a place that no normal person could find. In other words, apart from Liu Yuan himself, nobody else should ever come here. Even so, he had such strict security measures installed. Why? To be safe. He is used to preparing for everything. Moreover, the security measures here are not just installed as a precaution against outsiders. They are here to keep Wang Yao in check as well, Chen Yuan explained. Chen Feng finally understood. Oh, in short, these rabbits are only here to prove that one can breathe normally in place. This will lure others over so that they can be killed. Chen Yuan shook his head. The rabbits are part of the sensory network as well. They are all fake rabbits, and their bodies laden with sensors. Chen Feng. What a trap. Liu Yuan was a god, right? He possessed supreme godly power. Could he not set up some powerful restrictions or something like that instead? Sensors? Monitoring? How cheap. Chen Feng wanted to curse at Liu Yuan. Alas, it was precisely these cheap methods of Liu Yuan's that were rendering Chen Feng helpless now. He had no way of dealing with them except for breaking in with force. He looked at Chen Yuan. Do you have any ideas? Nope. Chen Yuan spread his hands. Even in the past, when Liu Yuan came, we entered while the alarms blazed non-stop around us. Chen Feng. Let me give it some thought. His head ached. At present, so long as he took a single step in, Liu Yuan would notice him. Naturally, it was only a matter of time. However, Chen Feng was still intending to make use of the time difference. Since becoming a true god, he hadn't done anything. The first thing he had done was rush here. All this was to make use of the time he had before Liu Yuan realized what his real plan was. Alas, the sensors here were truly quite troublesome. Suddenly, Chen Feng asked, what if everything is frozen? If all the sensors were frozen, perhaps you won't be able to freeze them. Chen Yuan pointed ahead. Apart from the sensors, this place is also laden with godly power, which Liu Yuan personally granted this palace during its construction. Fine. Chen Feng had indeed forgotten about this. However, there did not seem to be any other alternatives. He focused his gaze. Suddenly, he thought of something. Chen Yuan, although you are completely separated from Liu Yuan now, at the very least, these sensors here won't be able to differentiate between the two of you, right? If so, can you intercept the transmission of information to Liu Yuan? After all, it isn't possible for two real Liu Yuans to exist. If this were before, the moment you received the transmission, Liu Yuan would have received it as well. You two were synced together, after all. Therefore, Liu Yuan shouldn't have set this up in a way that multiple transmissions would be sent, right? In other words, you can be the one to receive all the transmissions here. When Chen Yuan heard this, his eyes brightened. Chapter 852, Liu Yuan's realization. At this time, in the enormous kingdom of Liu Yuan had finally awakened. He was way too used to be high and mighty and unequaled. When the strongest of others had not even amounted to 1% of his strength, he had become totally fearless and hadn't cared about anyone else. Because of this, he had become egotistical and arrogant. The only thing he had cared about was controlling the world. Everything else had been irrelevant. Qin Hai, Wang Chun, he had not cared about them. If not for the destruction of his clone, Liu Yuan wouldn't even have cared about the alien worlds. After all, the alien worlds could never truly descend to this world. As such, he had not needed to care. Despite that, controlling the world wasn't an easy feat. He hadn't been able to shake the feeling that he was being extremely passive. However, he hadn't been able to find the source of this feeling no matter what and had only been able to give up on trying to figure it out. Now, when he once again had the same guess, he confirmed it with his luck aura immediately. Is Chen Feng still alive? After a long time, luck aura gave him the correct answer. Chen Feng was still alive. That's right, he had confirmed Chen Feng's status many times, yet this time, he received a completely different answer. Liu Yuan laughed. So it is indeed you. At this moment, his line of thought became unprecedentedly clear. The appearance of the mysterious person, the disappearance of his clone, Wang Chun's alien world, the connection with Ming Yi, the existence of Xiao Ying. At this instant, all of his information overlapped to give him the full picture. A cruel smile formed on Liu Yuan's face. So it turned out the crux of him obtaining control over this world was still with Chen Feng. He did not do anything rash when he realized this, nor did he rage about. After all, the anger he should vent had been vented a long time ago. When he found that Chen Feng was still alive, Liu Yuan entered his highest state of vigilance. The vigilance he used to have. Also returning to him was also the supreme intelligence he had relied on all those years ago. You have been hiding for me just so you can become a true god. Slowly, Liu Yuan joined all the clues together, and in a short few minutes, Chen Feng's goals were thoroughly analyzed by him. You destroyed my clone to stop him from sinking with me. Otherwise, the instant you attempted to ascend to the true god stage, I would know. So this is your real goal. You can't destroy my clone yourself. Therefore, you tricked me into forming a new clone so as to collapse him. I see. A smile crept onto Liu Yuan's face. He had fallen for this trick. However, it was still not too late, as he had still ultimately discovered Chen Feng's secret. At the same time, he had also discovered the true reason for his failure to obtain full control over the world even after so many years. In fact, he felt somewhat relieved now that he had realized this. The unknown was the only thing that could give him the jitters. Now, he was clear that so long as Chen Feng was killed, this would end. Crystal Palace? He is hiding there. Liu Yuan was sure. His instinctive reaction was to charge into that world. However, this thought only lasted momentarily, as he had suddenly recalled another familiar person, Yi. Back then, had Yi fallen to that alien world by himself, or had he been banished there? Since Yi had prepared to rebel back then, his strength had to have reached a sufficient level. Perhaps he had even reached a level capable of contending against the creation god. However, he had still suffered defeat. Why was that? Had Yi been stupid? Clearly not. With the years he had spent in preparation, the preparation had to have been completed by the time he decided to act. If so, why had he suffered defeat? Based on Liu Yuan's guess, Yi might have chased after some enemy to the Twin Horns world only to have the enemy destroy all the connections between the two worlds. And thus, Yi had suffered the fate of an eternal banishment. Slowly, Yi's strength had dropped. Without the power of faith, he'd had no choice but to sink into slumber. This had lasted until a new life form came into being on that world. Thus, Liu Yuan was sure that if he dared to enter the world of the Crystal Palace, the same fate would befall him. Chen Feng would first sever all connections. Next, he would ensure they both suffered mutual annihilation. Based on Liu Yuan's understanding of Chen Feng was indeed someone both willing and capable enough to do something like that. Liu Yuan sighed. What a righteous main character. At times, these righteous characters were truly annoying. Chen Feng would truly choose to perish together with Liu Yuan for the sake of humanity. However, Such righteous characters also had a fatal weakness. Liu Yuan stood up with a cold gaze. Capture everyone from the Genetic Union, Gene Production Association, and Research Agency, Liu Yuan commanded. Yes, his command was carried out speedily. As far as these people were concerned, humankind was but one of the various races in existence. And thus, members of those three organizations, numbering in the several hundred thousands, were captured and brought to the public square inches the kingdom of Liu Yuan. These were all people that once had some sort of connection with Chen Feng. Tell them that Chen Feng is still alive, Liu Yuan said cruelly. If they want to stay alive, pray to Chen Feng to return. Force him to fight a battle with me. After all, he is already a true god, right? Liu Yuan was very happy. If Chen Feng were not yet a true god, this method wouldn't work. However, he was already a true god. Therefore, he had to come. At the very least, for these normal life forms, the battle between Chen Feng and Liu Yuan would be one between two true gods. Righteousness kills, right? Liu Yuan said with a faint smile. Chen Feng, how long can you keep hiding, with these people that were once close to you dying for your sake? There were several 100,000 of them. Within were figures such as the president, the deputy president, and Chen Feng's friends from the Gene Production Association, as well as his seniors and various other humans he was so familiar with. Could he endure this? Liu Yuan knew Chen Feng all too well. If Chen Feng were not a true god, he would have no choice but to endure this so he could avenge them in the future. Now, though, since Chen Feng was already a true god, how long could he endure? The smile never left Liu Yuan's face. He was sure that Chen Feng would definitely come. Prepare for battle, he commanded his underlings. He was going to prepare everything to face this so-called true god. He was going to return to Chen Feng the grief he had suffered for more than 30 years. Chen Feng, I will let you know that even between true gods, there are still differences. Liu Yuan was filled with confidence. After all, he was only a step away from becoming a world controller. How could Chen Feng compare to him? Thereupon, in the kingdom of Liu Yuan, everything was prepared. He stood on standby, waiting for Chen Feng's arrival. Alas, after one whole day, Chen Feng had yet to appear. HMPH. Liu Yuan sneered. Kill some of them? Sure. Over 10,000 people were cut down like they were grass. The next day, Chen Feng was still nowhere to be seen. Continue killing, Liu Yuan commanded coldly. Alas, shocking him, after continuous deaths, Chen Feng was still missing. The seemingly righteous Chen Feng had suddenly become cold-blooded. Kill, kill, kill. Liu Yuan started killing everyone. Rivers of blood flowed on the public square, and yet Chen Feng was still nowhere to be seen. This gave Liu Yuan an ominous feeling. Could it be that he had made an error in judgment? Had he reached this conclusion due to yet another one of the many misconceptions his enemy had thrown his way? No, that wasn't possible. He had been wrong for over 30 years. This time, there was no way he was wrong. Chen Feng was definitely still alive. Liu Yuan was very confident in his gut. But then, why had Chen Feng not appeared? Liu Yuan's thoughts moved rapidly. In his state of high vigilance, his mind spun at a speed surpassing his previous self. With Chen Feng still alive as the foundation, he started deducing. Why had Chen Feng not come? Did he not care about those people? Unless their deaths were not real deaths. But they had obviously died for real. Under what circumstance would their deaths be fake? Suddenly, Liu Yuan realized something. Time. At this very instant, he gazed toward the sky. There, his final roots were planted. A thought flashed through his mind. Like thunder, his mind roared. Instantly, Liu Yuan's mind cleared. So it turned out Chen Feng was trying to get his hands on the power of time. He was looking for Wang Yao. Even though Liu Yuan had not received an intruder alert from his palace, he was able to confirm with his formidable deduction capabilities that Chen Feng's next goal was outer space. Chapter 853. You must be joking. It was time to put in place some preparations. Although he had yet to meet Chen Feng, once Liu Yuan began to pay attention to him, all his plans seemed to be unable to hide. After all, the two knew each other all too well. Therefore, Liu Yuan was able to see through nearly all of Chen Feng's plans. Since Chen Feng had not appeared here, he had definitely gone to outer space. Based on Liu Yuan's understanding of Chen Feng, he would hide his identity, then head to outer space to rescue Wang Yao. Unfortunately, An inescapable net had been set there long ago. This time, I will not allow you to flee from me. Liu Yuan had a firm gaze. There were way too many detection traps planted in outer space. Moreover, within his space station, there was a huge number of fatal traps. Of course, Liu Yuan did not believe that these traps could actually kill Chen Feng. Chen Feng was still Chen Feng. The traps would only be able to trap him there. Ultimately, Liu Yuan would still need to personally make a move to end Chen Feng. In any case, only by moving himself would he be able to ensure Chen Feng's death. Liu Yuan knew that if he didn't personally witness Chen Feng's death, he would spend his entire life wondering whether Chen Feng was truly dead. As such, he had to personally ensure Chen Feng's death. I haven't received any alerts from the space station yet. It seems Chen Feng isn't there yet. Liu Yuan muttered to himself. He had to time his arrival nicely. If he arrived too early, Chen Feng would flee before reaching. In any case, his senses there weren't something any ordinary person could detect. Therefore, when Chen Feng broke through the restrictions there, when he began to slowly enter the palace, that would be the perfect time for Liu Yuan to arrive. Nevertheless, until that moment, he had to prepare. Regardless of how much he looked down on Chen Feng, a true god was still a true god. Chen Feng was no longer the same person as before. To eliminate a true god, the proper measures needed to be taken. Otherwise, if Chen Feng escaped, he wouldn't be so easy to catch in the future. I need to prepare some methods. He scanned the numerous abilities he possessed before finally stopping on his recently emptied book ability. Perhaps he should form a new alien world from a different book. Neither Godly Model Creator nor the Crystal Palace would do. If so, what about a book regarding cultivation? He found a book called Heaven Slaughtering Diagram. In this world, there were 3,000 grandos as well as a process for gathering godly power. It shared some resemblance to his cultivation system. The author of this book is astonishingly intelligent and highly popular. Moreover, the cultivation system they have fits me nicely, and there are countless experts in this world. I might even be able to catch a glimpse of the process of world creation from this book. Liu Yuan was very satisfied with his choice. Thus, a new alien world was formed based on this book, and Liu Yuan entered happily. Alas, 3 days later, he left with a pale expression. There was no other reason than that the author of this book was way too capable of writing filler. In the later parts of the book, when godhood was near, the author wrote never-ending filler. Liu Yuan followed along with the filler until he couldn't stand it anymore. If he continued with this story, he probably wouldn't be able to reach the end and witness the main character's ascension even after Chen Feng had taken his space station apart. Liu Yuan raged. These damnable filler-writing authors. I will kill you guys sooner or later. At this rate, how long would I need to wait for the main character to ascend? He gave up on this book. He had finally learned that alien worlds were truly unreliable. Many times, the books were only written due to sudden flashes of inspiration from the authors. It was truly fortunate that Liu Yuan had selected a book that was actually finished. If the book had been dropped, it would have been even worse. Well, I still gained something from this trip. When he had been in that world, he had been able to gain some comprehension when observing the Great Tao. This had allowed his strength to grow again. It wouldn't be long before he was able to become a world controller. Perhaps he wouldn't even need the godhood of misfortune. Regardless, that damnable Chen Feng still had to die. Liu Yuan gazed at the sky. By now, you should be reaching the space station, right? Suddenly, his wristband began beeping like crazy. Did he? This was the sound of alerts originating from outer space. A smile crept onto Liu Yuan's face. You have finally arrived. Since he had received the alert, it was time for him to set off. At this time, in outer space, a huge mess had been created at the entrance of the originally imposing palace. The outer part of this palace had been nearly taken apart. Half the palace had crumbled apart. That's right. Chen Feng had long since entered the palace. With Chen Yuan here intercepting the alert transmissions, he'd had nothing to fear. As such, he had broken in through brute force. Over 2 days, nearly the entire palace had been taken apart. Despite this, he had still failed to enter the core area. Unfortunately, that was where Wang Yao was located. Before him, an immense palace was floating. Countless crushed blocks hovered around, orbiting the palace. Only the hall in the middle of everything still shone with a magnificent radiance. The very hall that was untouchable. This place is untouchable. Chen Yuan said as he narrowed his gaze. In fear of some accidents or Wang Yao's escape, this place has been set in a way such that nobody can open it. Not even Liu Yuan. Only when Wang Yao finished her cultivation would this place be automatically opened. I know, Chen Feng replied calmly. What is the point of coming here if you already know this? Chen Yuan could not understand Chen Feng's motivation. Wasn't he here to rescue Wang Yao? If they couldn't do that, then wasn't this trip pointless? Chen Feng merely laughed. Hee. Next, his body floated forward and slowly neared that huge palace. Bang! A deafening boom resounded. One could see Chen Feng utilizing all his might to lift the entire palace. Chen Yuan's eyes went wide. Was he sick? He was planning to carry the entire palace away? Glang, glang, accompanied by various clanging sounds and the blazing alarms. The huge palace actually began moving. Next, it slowly accelerated. You are really planning to carry it away? Chen Yuan was shaken. This fellow had gone crazy. Although Chen Feng was only carrying the core part of the space station, he was still carrying a huge, intact palace. Wasn't he aware of how big that thing was? Compared to that palace, Chen Feng was akin to an ant. Chen Feng smiled calmly. Of course, since I can't bring Wang Yao away, I will just take everything away. With this, there won't be any danger when she wakes up. Chen Feng's thought process was quite simple. However, when Chen Yuan pondered it, what Chen Feng was doing was in fact quite logical. Fine. Chen Yuan could only accept this. In any case, he was only here to help Chen Feng in the first place. In outer space, the void was ripped apart. Chen Feng contacted Wang Chun to have him establish a tunnel using this tear in the void. And before Chen Yuan's speechless gaze, he stuffed the huge palace into the alien world. Glang, glang. The friction between the huge palace and the crack leading to the alien world created a loud sound. Ka. Once again, countless cracks appeared in the alien world. If Ming and Shen Wang hadn't appeared to stabilize the alien world, it might have collapsed for real this time. Ultimately, the entire palace was successfully stuffed inside. Done. Chen Feng had a pleased expression. Chen Yuan. He had never expected this to be the result of their trip here. He had initially believed that Chen Feng was planning to leave traps around the space station and wait for Liu Yuan's arrival. Then the two would fight a decisive battle. Unexpectedly, what had happened instead was the palace being carried away. What in the world? Chen Yuan was still stupefied. All right, time to notify Liu Yuan, Chen Feng said. Ah? Chen Yuan blanked. Notify him? Yeah? Chen Feng glanced at Chen Yuan. The entire palace has been stolen. The moment we leave, he will find out. Therefore, it does not matter if we notify him first. Don't ever look down on his intelligence. We only succeeded because he is not aware of your existence. After a long while, Liu Yuan arrived with an imposing aura. Instantly, he was stunned. What he was looking at did not seem to be what he had pictured. There was no Chen Feng. There were no enemies either. In fact, even his palace was no more. Here, all that remained was some ruins. How? Liu Yuan stared blankly for a long time. Finally, he reached a verdict. That bastard had stolen his entire hideout while he was absent. What Chen Feng had been able to destroy had been destroyed. What Chen Feng hadn't been able to destroy had been stolen. However, with this, Liu Yuan's guess was confirmed. Chen Feng was indeed still alive. Damn it, only Chen Feng would do something like steal an entire hideout. Was he a madman or something? Chapter 854, Liu Yuan's decision. Will this work? Chen Yuan was still feeling anxious. After all, he had never seen something like this be done and thus had little confidence. His lack of confidence was especially pronounced when facing Liu Yuan, who he had once been one with. Don't worry. I have plenty of experience doing things like this, Chen Feng comforted him. Chen Yuan. What do you mean? I have a question, Chen Feng asked as he glanced sideways at Chen Yuan. Are there traps in this palace? Alarms or self-destruct systems? No. Chen Yuan replied calmly. Chen Feng continued his line of questioning. Are there any sensors, detectors, monitoring systems? Chen Yuan shook his head. No. Chen Feng glared at him. Then what are you afraid of? Like I said, this is how I normally do things. There is nothing to be surprised about. Since the palace is safe, carrying it away in its entirety will be fine. Chen Yuan smiled bitterly. I am only scared of infuriating him. Chen Feng looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. Aren't we already enemies? Since Liu Yuan was already an enemy, wasn't it even better to infuriate him? Chen Yuan still had the same bitter smile. No, it's not the same. Yes, Chen Feng probably wouldn't care. However, Chen Yuan was worried about himself. After all, he was the reason this had actually happened in the first place. Why had Liu Yuan suffered such a big loss? Simple. As far as Liu Yuan was concerned, this clone was already dead. He had no idea that this clone, which was as ambitious as him, had actually been subverted. That wasn't supposed to be possible. After all, the clone was also him. Liu Yuan was very clear that he was someone who wouldn't be subverted no matter what. Therefore, his excessive confidence had caused him to neglect the fact that a clone was still a clone. Even though they possessed the same intelligence, they could take entirely different positions. And when the clone was just a clone, he was much easier to persuade. This was the actual reason he had lost his palace. Chen Yuan had played an important role. Naturally, carrying the entire palace wasn't something Chen Yuan had expected. However, what he was most worried about was Liu Yuan figuring out that he was still alive. Liu Yuan was very intelligent. He would not remain blind forever. Why had he not received any alerts even when his palace was being taken apart? It wouldn't take long for Liu Yuan to think of this clone of his. He would reach the conclusion that this clone was still alive. At that time, Chen Yuan would probably become the target of the furious Liu Yuan. Now that the two of them were completely separated, even Chen Yuan himself did not know what the real body could actually do to him. Well, then just stay in the alien world for now, Chen Feng said after giving it some thought. After all, the alien world was still a restricted area for Liu Yuan. Fine. Chen Yuan did not bother arguing. However, his heart was still brimming with anxiousness. Liu Yuan and himself. Under normal circumstances, when Liu Yuan was in his normal state, he had no worries. He understood Liu Yuan all too well and would be able to scheme against him. What about when Liu Yuan was furious? Then, this Liu Yuan that would no longer care about gains and losses. This Liu Yuan would be unpredictable. In outer space, Liu Yuan was still silently staring at the mess before him. This was his palace, the place where everything had started. Before coming, he had made numerous plans in mind and been prepared for various possibilities. For instance, what if Chen Feng didn't enter the palace and instead hid nearby to ambush him? That was quite possible. As such, Liu Yuan had some measures in place to deal with that. Alas, this situation here was the only situation he had not prepared for. This had completely surpassed his expectations. The alarms. After a short silence, Liu Yuan finally understood. It was his clone. Chen Feng had actually subverted his clone. Just as Chen Yuan had said, a small clue was all Liu Yuan had required to reach this conclusion. Liu Yuan laughed. You actually succeeded in subverting him. That was his clone, a clone that shared his ambitions. What a fine Chen Feng indeed. Isn't subverting him the same as subverting me, in a sense? Liu Yuan exclaimed in admiration. He couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration toward Chen Feng. However, it was time for this to stop. Liu Yuan stared into the distance. He had suffered defeat after defeat along the way, the initiative always in Chen Feng's hands. Now, he had even lost his key to the power of time. However, Liu Yuan shook his head. All missing information has been obtained now, he muttered. At first, due to not knowing that Chen Feng was still alive, he had suffered loss after loss. Next, the matter pertaining to the Crystal Palace. And finally, his clone. Due to his lack of information, he had erred time after time. Now, that would cease. He had finally obtained all the information he had been lacking. Chen Feng had lost the only advantage he'd had. You are making use of the clone to make a move against me, right? Liu Yuan's gaze was cold. The clone was himself. As such, everything about the clone, including its thought process, was identical to Liu Yuan himself. Therefore, it was the correct choice to make use of his clone against him. If so, Liu Yuan would have to change his thought process from now onward. Change it himself? Anything he could think of, his clone would be able to think of as well. It would still be exploited by Chen Feng. That wouldn't work. If so, the only solution was to change his character according to the situation. This was his only choice. Suddenly, Liu Yuan laughed. Luck aura flashed. Templates for countless different characteristics appeared for his choosing. Next, among these templates, a rule was set so that a random template would be chosen with each encounter. He would act according to the templates from now on. His goal was a simple one: to not give Chen Feng any chance to exploit his line of thought. As for luck aura, the only reason it existed was to neutralize Chen Feng's interference. He had to ensure that his choice of action was truly random, to the point that even he himself did not know what he would do next. With that, Chen Feng would not be able to anticipate his next step either. Perhaps it was because the opponent this time was Chen Feng. Luo Yuan was presently much calmer than Chen Yuan had imagined. If so, how should he deal with Chen Feng stealing his palace? He had thought of countless methods for revenge. However, he absolutely could not do any of those, as Chen Feng would have prepared for those as well. Chen Feng was an extremely intelligent person. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for him to trick Luo Yuan for over 30 years. Therefore, anything he could think of was something Chen Feng and his clone could think of. The table of templates within him flashed. I will be relying on you, then. Shwa. Soon, a random template was chosen. With this selection, Luo Yuan's mental state changed accordingly. Based on this template, he should shwa. He calculated rapidly. Each template had its own unique method of dealing with things. This was something Luo Yuan himself couldn't change. According to his plan, no matter which template was chosen, he would act according to the characteristics of the template. But this Luo Yuan's expression became unsightly. The template was just a shell. At the core of it all was still Luo Yuan himself. Therefore, he could decide if he wanted to act according to the template or not. The method of this selected template, in all honesty, wasn't one he would use normally. After all, this was too idiotic. But if even he himself hadn't seen this coming, perhaps it would work against Chen Feng. Of course, it could be a totally stupid decision too. What should I do? Should he follow his own reasoning or should he follow this template? Luo Yuan hesitated for a long time. This impetuous character and hot-headed way of making decisions. Shwa. He finally decided, I will do it this way then. Finally, Luo Yuan decided to give it a try. Chapter 855, the final battle arrived suddenly. In the world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng was preparing for what was to come. Since the secret was already out, he had to face what was to come. We have already finished our preparations, said Ming. At the very least, they won't be able to enter this world through other channels. This alien world had been completely sealed off. When Ming and Shen Wang joined hands, their strength had increased greatly. Even Xiao Ying, who shared a contract of life and death with her, had benefited from this, greatly growing in strength as well. Working together, Ming and Shen Wang had thoroughly sealed this world off. At the very least, they could now ensure that a clone like Chen Yuan would not be able to enter. This was the sole advantage Chen Feng had left. Luo Yuan's goal is to be the world controller. Having stopped him from obtaining misfortune and time, his next step will most definitely be me. Chen Feng was certain of this. Therefore, we sealed this alien world up, stopping his clone from entering. Naturally, if it's his real body. They exchanged glances. If it was the real body, they truly wouldn't be able to do anything. After all, Luo Yuan's real body was too powerful. The seal placed on this world would not be able to stop his advance. Regardless, if he came with his real body, they would have no choice but to engage in a decisive battle with him here. If that happened, the result would either be their side's victory or mutual annihilation. If required, Chen Feng would not mind destroying the entire alien world and dying together with Luo Yuan. This was also why Luo Yuan had never dared to enter personally. There was a chance that he would die together with Chen Feng. If this alien world was destroyed while he was inside, it would be the end of him. Therefore, he will definitely not come personally. However, he will probably try other methods. Perhaps he will send some unique clones that are stronger, or clones that possess the same strength as him, or something else that is similarly unique. This was the conclusion Chen Feng had reached. This was also the most likely thing to happen. Chen Yuan nodded in agreement. That should be the case. All other possibilities they could think of had been rejected. Continue to look for comprehension of world creation from an alien world. Luo Yuan did not have such a world. Therefore, his goal would most certainly be Chen Feng. With Luo Yuan's nature, after discovering Chen Feng, he would likely try to do something he wouldn't normally do. Therefore, this would be yet another bitter struggle. Chen Yuan, List all your guesses of what he might do. Do not miss a single one, Chen Feng said. Understood. Chen Yuan had a solemn expression. Since this could enter his life, he had to take this seriously. And thus, Chen Feng, Chen Yuan, Ming Yi, and even Wang Chun started discussing Liu Yuan's possible choices. Also discussed was Chen Feng's rapid growth. It was quite possible that the next battle would also be the final one. At least, this was what they thought would happen. I think that's right. However, you have to increase your strength as rapidly as possible as well. What about? Everyone voiced their opinions. Every single possibility, every single idea, every single possible conclusion was discussed. With this alien world as the center, a game of chess was played. In this game, they tried to encircle Liu Yuan, to checkmate him in every possible way. Even the assistance of Qin Hai and the rest was taken into consideration in their planning. Because of that, everyone was gathered in this world. To do this, Wang Chun had to make a huge sacrifice. Several lively girls had to sign contracts of life and death with these fellows to enable them to enter this world. The mere thought of this caused incomparable pain in Wang Chun's heart. He felt like his head would be eternally green now. After all, this world was supposed to be his harem. Granted, Kong Bei's appearance here taught the girls that Wang Chun was actually quite dashing, but one should not forget that Qin Hai and Xif also entered this world. Wang Chun gnashed his teeth. What are you guys looking at? Xif laughed dryly. Hee hee. This place was simply heaven. TSK. Why couldn't he have this ability as well? I am not looking, Qin Hai said solemnly. He pointed at the surrounding girls. They are the one looking at me. Wang Chun. What could he say to this? Just as they were discussing their plans, suddenly, the air cracked. A deafening sound echoed from the sky above them. Ming blanked. This sound. Bang, bang, bang. The sound grew louder. Suddenly, Chen Feng's vigilance rose. Prepare for war. Ming and Shen Wang began reinforcing this world's defenses. Even if Liu Yuan once again tried to send his clone in through a world of the crystal palace he created, the clone wouldn't be able to get here. If so, what exactly was this sound? Everyone's vigilance rose. Perhaps this was, as they'd guessed, a strengthened version of Liu Yuan's clone. Cracks appeared in the sky. Energy converged in the hands of Chen Feng and everyone else as they entered a battle-ready state. Bang! Accompanied by a loud boom, the sky was ripped apart. There, a familiar figure appeared. Liu Yuan had truly arrived. However, when they saw him, they were all stunned, as they realized that rather than a clone, Liu Yuan was descending personally. That's right, he had actually come with his real body. It was no wonder that he could enter so easily. With his real body, was he here to die? Everyone was filled with doubt. After all, with Liu Yuan's real body coming personally, victory was no longer possible for him. There could only be two results. The first was Chen Feng's victory. The second was him defeating Chen Feng, but before death, Chen Feng would destroy this world, banishing Liu Yuan from reality forever. There were no other possible results. As such, they had never expected Liu Yuan to come personally. Had this fellow gone crazy? Even Chen Yuan was staring at Liu Yuan with a disbelieving gaze. Could it be that beyond just being Liu Yuan's clone, Chen Yuan had also possessed some of Liu Yuan's intelligence? Thus, after he left, Liu Yuan's intelligence had dropped. He truly couldn't make sense of this. However, at this time, there was no point in trying to understand anything. Chen Feng gave a signal. Seal. He had truly made no preparations for this action of Liu Yuan's. He hadn't seen this coming at all. However, there was no need for any preparations. With a single thought, Ming and Shen Wang placed this world on lockdown. Shwa. Lights swirled around as the entire alien world was locked down. In fact, a locked-down alien world could be opened through unique methods, such as what Liu Yuan had done with his clone before. But Liu Yuan entering personally was equivalent to locking himself within this world. Nobody would be able to open this lock. Now, this world was truly locked down. What exactly was going on in this fellow's brain? Chen Feng and the rest exchanged glances, bewildered. They did not believe that Liu Yuan would do something as stupid as deliver himself into their trap. Perhaps this was truly a special clone. Everyone instinctively looked at Chen Yuan. He shook his head bitterly. This is the real body. Even though he was no longer linked to Liu Yuan, he was still sure that this was the real body. Everyone sank into silence. In short, this might be the end of this long struggle. Slowly, Liu Yuan descended from the sky. The crack in the sky closed up, yet he did not seem to care. He merely gazed ahead, gazing at the figure that he had been thinking about for several decades. Indeed, Chen Feng was still alive. This was the first time he had seen Chen Feng in over 30 years. It has truly been a while, Chen Feng, Liu Yuan said with a faint smile. Chen Feng narrowed his eyes. What exactly was Liu Yuan's plan? Chapter 856. His intelligence has been taken away. Somewhere within the Crystal Palace, a small palace hovered. The unique aura here allowed this palace to hover in the air, a faint energy surrounding it. Help it maintain the null gravity state, Shen Wei said coldly. Understood. The rest continued defending this place seriously. Bang! Loud booms occasionally sounded in the distance. The earth itself shook as the immense might of the impacts caused the entire palace to lean sideways. However, through the efforts of Shen Wei and others, the palace was stabilized. Pay more attention. No matter what, we can't allow it to be hit, Shen Wei said. Shen Yi came over with a big smile on her face. Let me help as well. After all, here, only the two of them were truly aware of what this palace represented. In fact, the huge battle that was unfolding on the other side of this world was precisely for the sake of this palace. Young Lady Wang Yao, please wake up quickly, Shen Yi prayed. That terrifying demon king seemed to have descended upon this world. Chen Feng smiled. It hasn't been that long. We met not too long ago. Ah! Liu Yuan suddenly realized something. So that mysterious person had indeed been Chen Feng. How idiotic of him at the time. Chen Feng looked at Liu Yuan indifferently. Do you even realize what you're doing? Entering this alien world signified that the very best outcome Liu Yuan could hope for was mutual annihilation. With Liu Yuan's intelligence, how could he do something so stupid? Liu Yuan smiled. Of course, this was indeed quite the stupid thing to do. You kidnapped my clone and had even subverted him. Therefore, I, being furious, lost my reason and came charging here. Isn't that normal, Chen Feng? To hell with this lost my reason. Did Liu Yuan look like someone who had lost his intellect at all? No, he didn't. Liu Yuan was all smiles. What's the rush? Come, sit down and have a chat. Chen Feng merely regarded Liu Yuan coldly. Look, you younglings sure are impatient, Liu Yuan lamented. His gaze became cold. You've been tricking me for over 30 years. If even I am not in a rush to teach you a lesson, why are you in such a rush? Hee. There are things that can't be rushed. In fact, I am very curious. All these years of keeping me in the dark, do I appear silly to you? I fell for all your plans and traps. For what? For the misfortune godhood, which is as good as non-existent. Liu Yuan sighed as he shook his head. Misfortune. Chen Feng had a contemplative look. He glanced at the distant Wang Chun and signaled him. Instantly, Wang Chun understood. He immediately told Ming to use the laws of this world to separate luck and misfortune. That's right, forceful separation. With this, Liu Yuan would have no chance of getting into contact with both without first destroying this world. No matter what Liu Yuan's true goal was, Chen Feng would never mind adding an extra layer of preparation. You are truly too impatient, Liu Yuan said with a smile. Who told you that I'm here for the misfortune godhood? Why are you here then? Chen Feng asked calmly. Are you only here for the sake of killing me? What do you think? Liu Yuan was all smiles. After all, you subverted my clone. Every step I take will be anticipated by him. Therefore, my subsequent actions will all be within your expectations. To avoid this, I can only do something I wouldn't normally do. By doing something you will never see coming. For instance, what I am doing now. Liu Yuan was very happy, seemingly feeling pleased with how his action had surpassed Chen Feng's expectations. Chen Feng sighed. A dead end? After all, this path Liu Yuan had chosen was indeed a dead end. A dead end he could never return from even if he managed to emerge victorious from the battle. Naturally, Liu Yuan approved of his choice greatly. Only a dead end can surpass your expectations. Only by choosing a dead end will I be able to escape from your tricks. And only a dead end can. Liu Yuan's gaze suddenly intensified. Allow one to be reborn from death. What? Chen Feng sank into a solemn mood. Bang! Suddenly, Liu Yuan moved. Chen Feng had long been prepared for this. However, Liu Yuan's attack was not directed toward Chen Feng, Kong Bei, or anyone else. Rather, this attack was headed toward his surroundings, toward the world, restricting his strength. Bang, bang, a terrifying shockwave spread out. Liu Yuan was pouring out his power to destroy this world. Bang, bang, the crystal palace began shaking. Chen Yuan cursed. Have you gone crazy? Had Liu Yuan truly become stupid? Chen Yuan thought back to his previous self. With his intelligence, he should have progressed step by step and slowly pushed Chen Feng to his death. How could he do something so hot-headed? Moreover, to attack this alien world? What a madman. After all, the result of this world's destruction would be everyone's death. Was Liu Yuan truly here only to die together with them? As they thought of this, fear crept into their mind. Only Chen Feng became even calmer. Dying together was in fact not the worst thing that might happen, right? Are you sure you want to die together with me? Asked Chen Feng. The world rocked as the earth trembled. The entire world began cracking all over. Even Ming and Shen Wang couldn't heal this world at this point. Liu Yuan's real body was too powerful. Liu Yuan laughed. Of course not. Shua. He waved his hand, ripping space apart. Next, numerous people appeared from the tier. When Chen Feng looked over, he noticed that these were all subordinates of Liu Yuan, the gods Liu Yuan had accumulated throughout the years. There were several thousand of them here, each a formidable god in their own right. This world had been locked down. They shouldn't have been able to appear here. Since they had, Liu Yuan had to have kept them somewhere on his self when he came here. These people had to have been hidden somewhere on Liu Yuan. Perhaps they had shrunk, or perhaps they had latched onto him, or maybe they had used some other method. In any case, they had entered. However, what was the point of this? Even the strongest among these gods was merely a journeyman god, right? Chen Feng could probably kill a whole bunch of them with a casual wave of his hand. Why had Liu Yuan gathered them here? Are you curious? Liu Yuan was all smiles. I am very curious as well. After all, this method is so stupid that even I myself would never have thought of it. However, this is also precisely something you never prepared for, right? Liu Yuan calmly said. Chen Feng had gained control over his clone, and Liu Yuan had been at an absolute disadvantage. All his future actions would have been within their expectations. Therefore, he'd had to kill his way to a solution. Chen Feng's heart sank. This fellow. What exactly was this person intending to do? Almost time, Liu Yuan muttered. Bang! As the world was on the verge of destruction, Liu Yuan poured his strongest might into the world. If this attack actually landed, the entirety of this world would be instantly destroyed. At this moment, everyone's gaze became focused. Chapter 857, Destroying Everything. Bang! A terrifying power bloomed. Liu Yuan's mighty power spread out and traveled through the void to directly appear above the palace wherein Wang Yao dwelled. This alarmed everyone here. He was actually attacking the palace. Was he trying to kill Wang Yao? No, that was not possible. He won't be able to break through the palace's defense. Chen Yuan was sure. After all, the Liu Yuan had been the one to place the defenses around this palace, and the defenses were capable of guarding against even Liu Yuan himself. The reason he had done this was to allow Wang Yao to focus on nothing but comprehending the power of time, undisturbed by anyone. Bang! That mighty power collided with the top of the palace, creating a deafening sound. Glang! The entire world seemed to shake. The palace wasn't destroyed, it was just as Chen Yuan had said. This palace couldn't be destroyed. However, because of Liu Yuan's attack, the power surrounding the palace echoed out, forcefully scattering what power of time Wang Yao had comprehended thus far. Shwa! Instantly, the terrifying power of time roiled out. Like a tidal wave, the power of time engulfed the entire world, covering every single corner of the world and everyone in it, including Liu Yuan himself. Chen Yuan was horrified. You are actually? He finally understood what Liu Yuan intended to do. Time chaos. He was forcefully dissipating all of Wang Yao's power of time, forcing it to spread around this world, which would become a chaotic time that would affect all the people present. The alien world was too small, to the point that when this power spread, it was sufficient to engulf the entire world. None of the people in this world could hide. Everyone would suffer the effects of time. You are throwing Wang Yao's 30 years of work down the drain. Chen Yuan howled. Doing this was no different than suicide. That was because Liu Yuan was the only one who wished for Wang Yao to comprehend the power of time. Nobody else cared. By doing this, the progress of Wang Yao's cultivation would be reduced greatly. This madman. After appearing this time, everything he was doing was crazy. Liu Yuan sneered. I know. He had finally seen through what mattered. The power of time? It wasn't important. Killing Chen Feng was the only thing that mattered. When Chen Feng finally died, he could take his time doing whatever he wanted. Although this action of his seemed somewhat hot-headed, it was also his best chance to kill Chen Feng. Otherwise, if Chen Feng was allowed to keep hiding in this world and growing without a stop, Chen Feng would eventually surpass him. Therefore, he had to destroy Chen Feng. And now, the power of time. Sensing the power of time washing over him, Liu Yuan suddenly laughed. Have you guys seen time chaos before? Chen Yuan's expression sank. Could it be? Time chaos was an entirely different concept than spatial chaos. A lot of people had experienced spatial chaos. It was a region brimming with the power of space, a region capable of disintegration, a region filled with various spatial cracks. Anyone who entered accidentally would be ripped apart by the power of space. That was because in such a place, anything might collapse at any time. Space might shatter into spatial fragments, or the space one occupied might suddenly rip apart. They were extremely fatal places. Even people as strong as Liu Yuan and Chen Feng would not dare to carelessly enter such a location without luck or. The few times Chen Feng had been able to avoid Liu Yuan's detection were by relying on spatial chaos. As for time chaos, time chaos was a damnable place nobody wanted to experience. After all, the essence of spatial chaos was the same as the essence of time chaos. Chaos. In other words, time chaos was a location where time itself was chaotic. Here, the flow of time was unstable. It might be fast or slow. Naturally, there was also the possibility that time would flow normally. This was a place where the direction time took was abnormal. It might go forward or backward. Could one imagine what it would feel like when time moved everyone mindlessly? Nobody would want to know that feeling. The scariest of all was frozen time. If one was unlucky enough to be in an area where time was frozen, well, one would be frozen there forever. The power of time was endless and boundless, and all these effects were unstoppable. One might be able to defend against the collapse of space caused by spatial chaos. However, the power of time permeated everything. It was unstoppable. What did Liu Yuan intend to do? He intended to destroy everything, to restart this world. No, to be precise, he intended to reset all the life forms on this world. You have no idea what you are doing, Chen Yuan yelled. Unfortunately, as the power of time washed over him, his voice stopped and an expression of utter terror appeared on his face. In that one instant, time had flowed backward 10 years. He had unluckily been engulfed by the power of time. Perhaps, normally, time flowing backward 10 years might be a good thing. After all, it was 10 years worth of youth, right? Alas, Chen Yuan was an exception. 10 years ago, he had not existed. His body was surrounded by a boundless radiance. Eventually, he transformed into countless light particles and dissipated into nothingness. This clone, the other Liu Yuan, under the effects of time, had transformed into nothingness. This sinister scene shocked everyone. Everyone retreated madly. Alas, it was pointless. The power of time had already engulfed the entire world. Nobody could hope to hide from it. The power of time swept around. Some people aged immediately as the beautiful young ladies suddenly became old. There were even some who instantly died of old age. Time was the scariest of powers. Some became extremely young. Some grew younger by 3 years, some by 5 years, and some grew several decades younger instantly, transforming into nothingness. As the power of time rippled out, countless people vanished from existence. A terrifying change was taking place at a speed visible to the naked eyes. The power of time swept over and engulfed Chen Feng, Qin Hai, Kong Bei, Liu Yuan himself, the numerous gods behind Liu Yuan, and all the others. Ultimately, that power shook the entire world. The alien world, which had already been on the verge of collapse, began to recover and became even stronger than before. The entire world was reinforcing. 1 time, 10 times, 100 times. Nobody knew what this world was experiencing. That was how profound the power of time was. Even now, the rippling of the power of time had yet to stop. Even though the entire world had already been changed, the power of time was seemingly still changing something. A faint radiance began to spread. After a long time, finally, that terrifying power stopped. At this time, in the entire world, only a single location hadn't changed in the slightest. This was the deepest core of this world, the center of the power of time, that very palace. At this time, the palace was hovering in the sky. Within, in the very center of the palace, Wang Yao was seated cross-legged, looking very much like a true god. She was still immersed in her cultivation, completely ignoring everything that was happening outside. Hum. The power of time swirled around within the palace. Finally, it stopped overflowing outside and started gathering around Wang Yao. Here and now, Wang Yao appeared so very resplendent. As of this moment, this place was the core of this world. Chapter 858, Reset the World. In the world of the Crystal Palace, the tidal wave of time had stopped. The entire world was filled with bizarre swirling lights as the entire world seemed to be radiating the power of time. Luo Yuan was resetting the entire world. In a flash, before Chen Feng could do anything, the transformation began. Before his eyes was nothing but a boundless radiance. Every single inch of this world now had a luster like the surface of a mirror. Luo Yuan. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Luo Yuan deciding to do this had indeed surpassed everyone's expectations, even Chen Feng's. However, the rest of the world wasn't necessarily advantageous to Luo Yuan. It might be possible for this to be an advantage for Chen Feng instead. Naturally, Lakora should be able to put an end to this. After all, a location of chaotic time was akin to Lakora's home ground. Unfortunately, since both of them possessed Lakora, the two auras counteracted each other. As such, the development of this world happened freely, without any outside interference. Everyone that was assembled here has been split up, moved to random locations. Chen Feng pondered. Although everything was in chaos now, he was still trying to arrange his thoughts as soon as possible. Luo Yuan and the numerous gods he had brought had also been affected by the power of time. As for Chen Feng and those on his side, they had also been transformed by the power of time. Not a single person could escape time. These people might appear in any random part of this world now. My strength. Chen Feng tried calling upon his strength. Fortunately, although Lakora's effect had been nullified, it had still worked within his body. As such, he hadn't received much effect from the power of time. At the same time, this also meant that Luo Yuan had likely been able to maintain his strength. Chen Feng's eyes narrowed. Luo Yuan, was this your goal? First, push this world to destruction, then reset it. Now, this world was no longer under Chen Feng's control. With its transformation, this world had become even stronger and was now capable of enduring impacts from powerful gods. As for Luo Yuan, he was intending to kill each and every person on Chen Feng's side. At a certain location within this world, a bolt of lightning flashed past. Illuminated by the radiance of this lightning was the nearby Luo Yuan. It has begun. Luo Yuan had a calm expression. Under his control, both Lakoras had cancelled each other out. Nevertheless, neither he nor Chen Feng had been affected much by the power of time. With this, he would have an easy time reaping his harvest. As for the 1,000 plus gods he had brought with him, regardless of their strength, they were fully under his control. A certain huge person appeared. Lord. This was a minor god that had just broken through under Luo Yuan. He was so weak that it was pitiful. However, his unique ability set was a rather remarkable one. Now, affected by the power of time, he had successfully become a major god. Boundless godly power filled his body. Luo Yuan was very satisfied with this development. Excellent. Well then, time to start the hunt, Luo Yuan said sinistally. He and his 1,000 gods would be the hunters. The subordinate was somewhat anxious. Those of the Crystal Palace? Don't worry. Luo Yuan smiled. With the power of time's transformation, this world has been reset. At present, Ming and Shen Wang, everyone originally of this world is in the void. Due to the power of time, they might be reduced into nothingness at any time. Therefore, before this transformation complete, they will remain in the void to await their fate, unable to appear in this world. Just make sure to end the battle before that, Luo Yuan said emotionlessly. Yes. The gods obeyed. Before them, each inch of this world was shining. Even more astonishingly, silhouettes of familiar-looking people occasionally flit past. That silhouette seems to be that person called Kong Bei. A god guessed. Yeah, let's go. They exchanged glances before trailing after Kong Bei. The so-called destruction of the world was in fact targeted at Chen Feng's side. Before coming into this world, Those on Liu Yuan's side had naturally made some preparations so as to not be weakened by the time chaos. After all, this power of time had merely rippled out randomly instead of being manually controlled by Wang Yao. Therefore, they had been able to somewhat resist the effects of the time chaos. However, there was one caveat to this. If they encountered a time effect that was flowing forward, their resistance would be disabled. Only when time flowed backward would what they had prepared resisted the power of time, lessening the effects on them. Naturally, there was a limit to this. A good example was a rather unlucky god that encountered a terrifying time flow that directly reversed 1,000 years worth of time. Despite his prepared resistance, that god had still been directly reduced to nothingness. After all, he had been directly reversed to a time prior even to his conception in his mother's womb. In such a condition, how could he have been saved? However, that was an exception. The large majority of these gods still maintained their peak combat power. Their targets were Chen Feng and his friends. After killing them, Liu Yuan would gain control over the world, becoming a supreme existence. Look over there. There seems to be someone there. He doesn't look like one of us. In fact, he resembles that Xf. Let's go. Yet another bunch of gods set forth. In numerous parts of this world, the instant they caught a glimpse of Chen Feng or his friends, they began cautiously trailing whomever they had seen. Their goal was the elimination of these people. There's someone there as well. Could that be Chen Feng? If it is Chen Feng, remember to report it. We are definitely not his match. Let our lord deal with him. Understood? No, not Chen Feng. He looks like Qin Hai. Follow him. One by one, Chen Feng's friends were found. Look for a chance to make a move. Don't leave anyone alive, said an emotionless voice. Understood. In the corner of a certain time barrier, a certain person was crouching and staring ahead blankly. He was evidently still shocked by this transformation. From what he was wearing, it was evident that this person was precisely Kong Bai. Is it him? Yes, a god confirmed. This alien world wasn't particularly big. Even though everyone had been scattered everywhere, more than 10 gods had ended up being washed into this region alone. After confirming their coordinates with their wristbands, they had begun their hunt. This time, their target was Kong Bai, whom they had discovered. So what? How strong are you guys now? A god asked. I am a journeyman god. Same. I've grown somewhat and am now a journeyman god as well. I've become a major god, a certain god announced proudly. He was one of the lucky gods that had encountered a power of time that was flowing forward. Well, you will be the captain for this mission then. All right. Cautiously, they began to approach Kong Bai. Kong Bai had seemingly not noticed them. No, rather, he seemed to be ignoring everything. Since the moment he had appeared here, he had been in this blanked state. His back was against them as he blankly stared at something. They had no idea what was going on in his brain at the moment. The major gods sneered. It doesn't matter what he's thinking about. They knew of Kong Bai. He seemed to have been quite weak originally. Even if he had luckily encountered a power of time that was flowing forward, he still wouldn't be that strong. After all, if the power of time he had encountered had been too powerful, the shockwave itself would have been sufficient to kill him. After all, 50 years and 500 years were two entirely different concepts. The major god told the other gods to charge forth. Go. Bang. Countless powerful attacks erupted. Although they didn't think that Kong Bai could do anything against them, they still attacked with all their might, aiming to end this mission as soon as possible. Right at this instant, Kong Bai seemed to finally notice the godly power fluctuations behind him as he slowly turned his head around. The gods were immediately alarmed, as that face wasn't Kong Bai's. This face horrified all the gods present. Kong Bai, who had already been ugly, seemed to have experienced something unknown in the endless river of time. At present, his face was filled with wrinkles and creases. Moreover, on his skin were numerous dark spots that only the elderly had. Kong Bai's current appearance successfully shocked even the gods, who had seen numerous life forms. So this was an aged Kong Bai. Even more terrifying were his eyes. His originally lively and bright eyes seemed to have been affected as well. Numerous brown spots could be seen in his eyes, giving off quite a horrifying look. The major god was somewhat shocked. A hoarse voice waffled out of Kong Bai's mouth. Can I ask you a question? Who's the most handsome man? Chapter 859. Pursuit. The gods fired their godly power at Kong Bai. However, everything suddenly vanished. Only that question was left lingering in the air. Who's the most handsome man? Curse it. The gods were all horrified. After all, this group was comprised of one major god and 9 journeyman gods. Their combined strength was unimaginable. However, even with their strength, their combined attack had been erased by this single seemingly stupid question from Kong Bei. Why? This fellow. Fear filled their eyes. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? As he asked this question, a stiff smile took shape on Kong Bei's face. He was seemingly trying to make himself look kinder, yet when the creases on his face piled together due to the forced smile, he instead looked even scarier. One of the gods had an ominous feeling and wanted to retreat. Go. Kong Bei's expression became sinister. Wrong answer. Bang! A beam of light shot out of his eyes, instantly disintegrating that god. The other gods. What in the world was this? Titanium beams? Apart from some unique existences with powerful eyes, someone killing someone else with their eyes was extremely rare. How could this Kong Bei fellow answer me? Kong Bei's gaze rested on one of them. Who's the most handsome man? You. It's you, the trembling god answered. Shwa. The entire world lapsed into silence. Even Kong Bei stopped talking. He didn't attack either. Was that the correct answer? That god was overjoyed when he noticed this. Alas, before he could revel in his joy, a beam of light appeared and punched straight through him. Before his death, Kong Bei's emotionless voice waffled into his ears. A lie. The other gods were all dumbstruck. What was this? Ignoring him would result in death. Answering him would still result in death, as he would assume it was a lie. What the hell? How were they supposed to answer this question? Then, Kong Bei's gaze came to rest on yet another god. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? That god gulped. Me. Since saying the most handsome man was Kong Bei wouldn't work, he might as well try saying it was him. Bang! With a flash, he was reduced to ash. Kong Bei's cold and hoarse voice drifted past. Are you not ashamed of saying that, with that face of yours? Once again, the entire world lapsed into silence. The remaining gods began to sweat profusely. This Kong Bei was truly very scary. Kong Bei seemed to have been overexposed to time, to the point that his consciousness was now hazy. From the look of his face, he seemed to have experienced many years, to the point that his strength had become this terrifying. At this time, Kong Bei's gaze landed on another god. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? The questioned god felt a chill go up his spine. Was he going to die now? How should he answer this? Heavens, a question like this. This did not seem like a question with a proper answer, right? Who was that most handsome man? Suddenly, he thought of a possibility. He is. He was just about to yell the name out. Alas, before he could answer, he was reduced to ash by yet another flash. Kong Bei's cold voice resounded, hesitating to answer such a question. Ignorant. The remaining gods were all dumbfounded. Another death? Heavens. What exactly did this guy want? Perhaps, he merely intended to slowly torture and kill everyone here? No, that did not seem to be the case. His consciousness seemed to have truly gone hazy. Kong Bei's gaze landed on the weakest god in this group. Answer me. Who's the most handsome man? That god paused slightly, then recalled the earlier god's death. Immediately, he howled, Kong Bei. Kong Bei is the most handsome man. This short sentence was yelled so loudly that even a deaf person could hear it. The nearby gods all felt their ears going deaf from the loud shout. Kong Bei regarded this god with his blank eyes. Just as everyone thought that this god was about to die as well, Kong Bei's head nodded suddenly. An expression of approval appeared on his face. Indeed, Kong Bei is the most handsome man. Even if I have forgotten many things, I still remember that he is the most handsome man. This old Kong Bei seemed to be extremely satisfied. Thus, he nodded his head approvingly before turning around and leaving. The remaining gods were all sweating profusely. Their legs were limp from the fear. So they had survived? What they had just experienced was something that could not be explained with words. At this time, some of them looked at the departing Kong Bei. His elderly figure was somewhat stooped. From his body, a familiar power could be felt. Right, it was precisely the power of the damnable mirror. What happened to him? No idea. Why did that mirror fuse with him? Nobody knew what had happened to Kong Bei. However, it was at this moment that these gods had a feeling, like the hunt this time wouldn't progress as smoothly as they had expected. Something like this had happened to Kong Bei. What about the other targets? The gods wondered. Were they still the hunters? Why did they feel like the roles had been reversed? Contact our Lord. This Kongbei is not someone we can handle. Understood. At a different location, a group of gods was advancing cautiously. Suddenly, one of them stopped the others. Halt. Why? The other gods looked at him questioningly. This place. That god looked at the region before them, which was filled with swirling light. He paused momentarily before looking at the god beside him. I seem to recall that your flesh is capable of unlimited regeneration, right? That god nodded. Yeah? Why? Sure. Instantly, his arm was severed from his body. This was followed by a miserable scream from him. Next, the other god tossed the cut arm into the region of swirling lights. At a speed visible to the naked eye, the arm instantly withered, began desiccating, and ultimately transformed into nothingness. Look, the flow of time here is 100 times faster than normal. Entering might result in death, that god said with a calm expression. However, the god whose limb had been severed was currently extremely angry. I don't care. You are the scout. If you need something, say it and we will cooperate. Why did you cut my arm off? Oh. That god paused, then looking at them doubtfully. Will you guys trust me if I say it out loud? Of course. After all, you are a scout whose abilities specialize in detection. The remaining gods answered doubtfully. Oh. That god seemed to come to a sudden realization. Sorry, I have never worked with other gods before. I only did that to increase my persuasiveness. Next time, I will take note of my actions. The now one-armed god stared at him, stupefied. After taking a detour around that region, the scout suddenly told everyone to keep quiet. Distantly, the figure that they had been trailing had finally stopped moving. He seemed to be looking for something. He stood on the shore of a lake. His gaze stalled on the water below him. He was staring at the glittering water, seemingly hesitating about something. The gods behind him increased their vigilance. Suddenly, that figure stripped naked. He continued to intently stare at the water below him for a long time before suddenly proudly saying, "Indeed, it has grown larger." The gods behind him. Chapter 860, Perfect Body. This beautiful body. TSK. In an extremely narcissist way, that person felt his own body while endlessly lamenting. Look at this chest, look at these abdominal muscles, look at this waist, look at this. Was he crazy? The gods felt powerless when they saw this. So this fellow had walked this far just to find somewhere with water with which to worship his own body? Has his identity been confirmed? Yes. He is Xf, a person with an extremely powerful fleshy body. Can he be more powerful than a god? True. Since his identity has already been confirmed, it is time to deal with him. They couldn't stand watching that fellow's narcissist actions. After exchanging glances, powerful godly power erupted as their attacks headed toward Xf. Before Xf could even react, he was hit by the attacks. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous godly power-induced explosions appeared. The terrifying power had blasted apart even the nearby lake. Xf was completely submerged in the flood of attacks. Where he had stood, a huge crater, several dozen meters deep, had been created. Their attacks had transformed even the topography of this place. The various gods watched on coldly. Just as they were about to conclude that their mission was a success, a single hand suddenly reached out from the crater. As the gods saw this, their pupils shrank. There, a frail-looking person slowly crawled out of the crater. This fellow. They had an ominous feeling. That had not been enough to kill him, let alone dead. He wasn't hurt in the slightest. This fellow had resisted the bombardment of a bunch of gods with his flesh alone. Go! Howled the leader of this group of gods. Nobody was stupid enough to continue fighting in this situation. The earlier attack had already been extremely powerful, created by them joining hands. If even such intense godly power couldn't harm Xf, killing him was impossible. Therefore, they decided to retreat without the slightest hesitation. Alas, it was too late. With a red flash, a figure streaked past. Xf erupted with extremely horrifying speed and streaked everywhere. Each time he was seen, a god died. Blood splattering about. Bang! Finally, the last god fell. An indignant look was left in his eyes, which were still wide open. He could not understand this. Xf, how had that weakling become so powerful? After all, he was obviously a regular human, a person who was supposed to be incapable of breaking through. How? Plop. The final god landed on the ground, dead. Weaklings. Xf curled his lips. He began to sense the power he now had. In short, Before, he had only been immune to energy, whereas at present, he was immune to even godly power. This feeling, his body felt weird now. His rise had been an odd one. Turtles, dragons, and all those weird things he had experienced. Now, with the baptism of time, his body had gained this odd constitution, which he himself couldn't explain clearly. The power of time was extremely powerful. However, what they had experienced was merely a portion of what had leaked out of Wang Yao's place. Moreover, this little amount of leaked power had been spread all over this world. Therefore, when it had landed on living beings' bodies, the effects hadn't been as powerful as the pure power of time would be. Thanks to Xuf's immunity, the effect of the power of time on him had been halved as well. Therefore, what should have been enough to directly cause Xuf to die of old age had been shortened. He had only experienced 10,000 years. This had allowed his odd flesh to go through a millennium's worth of evolution. That's right, a millennium. This surpassed the lifespan of many life forms. Yet for Xuf, who had inherited the bloodlines of a dragon and of a turtle, he had merely somewhat honed his flesh. After all, such as dragons, which possessed formidable flesh, had always been existences that grew strong with the passage of time. Therefore, Xuf had reached completion in his cultivation just like that. Based on what the little turtle had told him previously, if the day came when his cultivation reached completion, his strength should be bang. Xuf punched at the ground beneath him. The firm and substantial soil, which had become even stronger after this world's transformation, couldn't even take a single punch from Xuf. A huge crater was instantly created. A true god. Xuf howled with laughter. Ha 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 ha. Liu Yuan, did you ever imagine that this would happen instead? I am now as strong as a true god. Liu Yuan, wash your rear and wait for me. Xuf was immensely satisfied as he continued praising his still naked body. Even when he was praising his little brother down there, his head was still held high and his chest was still puffed out. All his feelings were being wantonly let out. From now on, I will be the hunter. At a different location, a certain god had just appeared. An alarmed expression appeared on the 30+ gods around him. None of them dared to get near him. That was because this god had become extremely powerful after being hit by the power of time. He was now comparable to a true god. After all, there had to be some lucky ones among Liu Yuan's subordinates. You all, come with me, he said. The gods in this area had discovered a target as well. He would now personally go to deal with that target. The gods accepted his command. Yes, that fellow is called Qin Hai. It is said that he is Chen Feng's best friend. Based on that minor god's introduction, Qin Hai's time was reversed after he was hit by the power of time. He is now a little child with nearly zero strength. Excellent. The gods were very pleased when they heard this. With this, there would be no mistakes. After reaching the location, they could indeed see a child. This child appeared rather tender and unfamiliar. However, he did indeed resemble Qin Hai somewhat. This Qin Hai fellow, who was one of the stronger members of Chen Feng's group of friends, had actually been transformed into a child. It is indeed him. The gods were delighted. Kill him, Shwa. They pressed forward toward the child. Alas, right at this instant, the child turned around and glanced at them. Suddenly, the child shook his head and stepped forward. Just as the gods were about to chase after him, their leader stopped them. Wait. That place. That god pointed at where the child now stood. They could see that a faint radiance was flickering there. The flow of time seemed to be changing constantly. That is a region where the flow of time changes, an extremely dangerous place. The various gods were alarmed. Even though they were gods, they still wouldn't dare to carelessly enter such an area. Shwa. After giving them one last glance, the child stepped deeper into that area. At a speed visible to the naked eye, his body began growing again. One could vaguely see that a sword was held in the child's hand. He seemed to be doing something. Suddenly, one god understood. He is cultivating. This person called Qin Hai was actually making use of this region of flowing time to cultivate. The gods dared not believe this. Is he not afraid that this will be the cause of his death? That was an area that even they did not dare to enter. After all, that was a place where the flow of time would forever be unknown. Moreover, a situation might even arise where different parts of one's body experienced the flow of time in different directions. Therefore, none of the gods dared to enter that area. That person called Qin Hai seemed to be gambling. Focus on him. I refuse to believe that he can survive this. Their leader did not believe that Qin Hai could survive this. After all, The flow of time in this area seemed to be extremely long. Could Qin Hai truly reach the end? At this rate, he would most certainly die of old age before he reached the end. This was the opinion of all the gods here. Thus, they all focused their attention on Qin Hai, who was within the region of flowing time. They watched as he walked forth one step at a time. With each step he took, he grew older. Soon, he was already a youth, middle age, old age. With each step he took, he grew older by a year. Now, he had actually walked to his old age. His expression appeared much older now. His body was no longer tall and straight, instead stooping down at a speed visible to the naked eyes. Despite that, he still maintained the same posture and was still holding the sword. The sword had never moved either. Just like that, he walked through the region of flowing time, reaching the end of his lifespan. All the gods were shocked when they saw this. What exactly is this fellow trying to do? Chapter 861, Time Kill. After a millennium, Qin Hai's gaze radiated the vicissitudes of life. Only after personally stepping into this area did he realize how fast the flow of time was. Even his consciousness, which had undergone a transformation, couldn't leave this place. Duma was extremely familiar with the laws of time. Therefore, Duma had once altered Qin Hai's consciousness, allowing him to survive from ancient times until the present era, becoming the leader of the mysterious organization. Qin Hai had a certain amount of immunity to the power of time. That was why the reversed time flow hadn't erased him from existence. After his time was reversed many years into the past, his change had ultimately stopped at the child stage. At that moment, Qin Hai had come up with his very own unique plan. He wanted to cultivate using this region of flowing time. Only this would allow him to tread a path unique to him alone. He was someone who had once been crippled. This had always remained his biggest regret. Even though he had gone back in time and used a unique method to eventually become an expert, it hadn't been the perfect solution to his problem. Due to him being crippled, his potential had become extremely poor. Therefore, he had slowly been overtaken by Chen Feng. He, too, had once been one of the chosen, a proud son pampered by the heavens. Yet now, Chen Feng had far surpassed him, to the point that he wasn't even qualified to look up to Chen Feng anymore. This was a pain he had been hiding in the depths of his heart. He had a love for swords, yet due to the circumstances surrounding his body, he could not walk the path of the sword. Now, he was given a new start. Bringing him back to his youth, the reversed time flow had granted him the perfect opportunity. The little degree of time immunity he possessed had preserved his sense of self. The only change aspect of him that time had been able to alter was his physical body. A body brimming with potential was returned to him. Therefore, Qin Hai had taken the initiative to enter the terrifying region of flowing time. Equipped with a sword in his hand and a cultivation manual in his heart, he had begun to walk forward, one step at a time. From a child, he reached old age. Eventually, his body began to wither, yet his sword was still as resplendent as ever. He was holding the sword up. With his life, the sword was held up. Chen Feng, I will not allow you to leave me behind. I, Qin Hai, am not willing to keep being baggage. His crooked body was host to a pair of resolute eyes. Finally, he walked out of the region of flowing time. After a millennium, even his body, which was somewhat immune to the power of time, appeared to be on the verge of collapse. His body was extremely withered, yet his eyes were shining resplendently. Sword in hand, he strode forth one step at a time. At this time, the gods were still watching. This result had somewhat surpassed their expectations. After all, the flow of time in that region was obviously somewhat abnormal. Why had the flowing time not erased Qin Hai? With such fast flowing time, Qin Hai was still alive? That was inconceivable. I thought the humans only had a lifespan of several hundred years. That is correct. But, since he is still alive, are we going to let him go just like that? They looked at their leader. Let Qin Hai go? That was not possible. There were so many of them here, so how could they allow a mere mortal to leave just like this? This was especially true since they had encountered a mere child, and even now, their target was but an old man. If Qin Hai can survive that region, the same should apply to us. Kill him, the leader said, a cold gleam in his eyes. Understood. Shwa. With a flash, a certain god took the lead and stepped into the region of flowing time. However, the instant he entered, his face fell. The speed time was flowing at here was Shwa. The same expression appeared on the other gods' faces. Time was flowing so fast here that it was terrifying. The various gods were horrified. What's going on? If it was truly this speed, how did Qin Hai survive? The time flow is definitely different across this region, a god concluded. If even a mortal like Qin Hai can survive this place, what is there to fear for us? Look at the swirling radiance in this region. Each radiance is different. Therefore, the flow of time should be different as well. Don't hesitate here. As we continue forward, the speed time is flowing. It will surely decrease. At this time, a certain god stepped forward. Instantly, an expression of joy appeared on his face. Time is indeed flowing more slowly here. Sure enough, the various gods exchanged glances. In this region, time was indeed flowing at varying speeds. Since that was the case, they no longer needed to be anxious. They exchanged glances and made up their minds. Charge forth and capture Qin Hai. That's right, Shwa. The gods charged forth, each of them transforming into a streak. They moved as fast as lightning. They were all gods. After all, how fast could they move? Unimaginably fast. Alas, as they moved like lightning, the instant they reached the deepest part of the region, horror appeared on their faces. The flow of time here. After charging forth, the flow of time only decreased slightly before intensifying many times over. The flow of time here was 10 times greater than in the starting area. Their strength grew multiple times over. Alas, the same expression of horror was still on their faces. This is bad. This godly power. Damn it. The flow is too fast. Retreat. Are you trying to die? If we retreat now, the flow of time will be further amplified. Our only option is to continue charging forth. Since Qin Hai could survive this, it means that forward, time will flow backward. Yes, that must be the case. They were filled with anticipation. As such, they could only continue on, since they had no other option anyway. Retreating would only result in their death. They had to continue forward, just like Qin Hai. After all, even Qin Hai, the mortal, had survived this. So what about them? The gods. Shwa. Numerous figures streaked toward Qin Hai. However, what happened was completely different from what they'd expected. The flow of time was still intensifying. It became stronger and stronger, and the speed they were moving at became faster and faster. This rate of growth was so great that they despaired. Swish. Their speed was still increasing. With the increase in their strength, this increased speed was out of their control. They could only stare blankly as they neared Qin Hai as their physical bodies continued to age without stop. Finally, their bodies began to wither. Ultimately, they transformed into nothingness. Each of the rapid streaks of light transformed into nothingness just as they were about to leave this region of flowing time. They all died of old age. Before his death, a certain god indignantly howled, "Not possible. I am a god. I have a lifespan of 7,500 years. He truly couldn't believe that he was to die here. I have a lifespan of 9,000 years, a different god said with his eyes shut. Indeed, he managed to advance 10 meters more than the other god. These 10 meters were equivalent to 1,500 years. Shwa. The various streaks transformed into nothingness right as they were about to reach Qin Hai. Each of them was a god. They transformed into countless light particles before dissipating, truly dying, each blooming like fireworks in their moment of death. Qin Hai's mouth curled up into a smile. How beautiful. The fireworks of gods. TSK. What a sight to behold. He smiled. His figure appeared even more crooked now. With some difficulty, he stepped forth. The sword in his hand was still shining brightly. Slowly, he walked away. Chapter 862, Hunting Ground. The Crystal Palace. In this bizarre world of time, there were two core areas that hadn't experienced any changes. Qin Hai was not the only one who was making use of time to cultivate. There were two people who were even better at exploiting time than Qin Hai. These two were Luo Yuan and Chen Feng. With the passing of time in this world, these two were the only ones here capable of utilizing time to perfection. Why was that? That was due to the power of luck they both possessed. Although their respective powers of luck counteracted each other, they could still use those powers on themselves. Therefore, they were able to avoid stepping into the time zones capable of killing them. As for Chen Feng, even though he had lost luck aura when spirits separated from him, His new godly power had fused with the power of luck and misfortune. Therefore, he was still able to compete against Liu Yuan's luck aura. These two were the only ones who were cultivating madly. Liu Yuan's goal was extremely simple. One of his reasons for destroying and resetting this world was so he could make use of the laws of time to cultivate, to become even stronger. Naturally, his other reason was to sever Chen Feng's escape route. That's right. The moment this world had been transformed, it had become a path of no return. The world of the Crystal Palace could no longer be destroyed using regular methods. Therefore, Liu Yuan no longer needed to worry that he would be eternally banished from his original world through the destruction of this world. He had had enough of the days of Chen Feng plotting against him in the dark, of the days where Chen Feng kept hiding from him. This time, he had forced Chen Feng to the foreground. Now, the two of them were on a fair battlefield. Chen Feng no longer had the advantage of having the world of the Crystal Palace as his backup plan. This was a battle that would end with either complete victory or complete defeat. This was Liu Yuan's death sentence for Chen Feng. This was their decisive final battle. What about Chen Feng? He was also cultivating. The destruction of this world had indeed surpassed his expectations. However, since it was already done, he might as well make use of it to cultivate, to grow stronger. As for the others, he had no time to be bothered with them. This was the only chance he had at destroying Liu Yuan. If he succeeded, everything would return to normal. If he was defeated, everything would end. The final victory shall be mine. Liu Yuan had a resolute gaze. Although this seemed like a stupid action on his part, after studying the method Lakora had come up with, he had further perfected it. The 1,000 gods he had brought were precisely his trump card. The gods he had brought would also become extremely powerful. Even without being directly hit by the power of time, those gods would surely take this opportunity to cultivate. After all, they all had lifespans in the thousands of years. Naturally, they would be better suited than normal humans in this world of time. Those gods would end up extremely powerful and would serve as his trump card. What about Chen Feng? In this situation, with the original inhabitants of this world sealed in the void, with the small number of people Chen Feng had on his side, they wouldn't be able to do much. They were nothing but cannon fodder. This was Liu Yuan's belief. At a certain location, after the initial chaos, the gods reacted quickly to the changes of this world. They all discovered one advantage they held over others: their lifespans. As gods, they possessed longer lifespans. They could absolutely make use of the power of time to grow to their utmost limit. And thus, the gods began to enter a region of flowing time one after another. Some of them were able to reach the major god stage, and some even reached the peak of the major god stage. Each of the initially weak gods was now extremely powerful. Just as Liu Yuan had guessed, they all thirsted for strength as well. Turns out even I am capable of becoming a major god. Unfortunately, this is my limit. Entering the true god stage depends on one's comprehension and numerous factors. The passage of time alone will not help in this. Same here. Some of them that had reached the peak major god stage began to leave the region of flowing time. Naturally, there were also some whose progress stopped after reaching the journeyman god stage. Even after exhausting 1,000 years of their lifespan, they were still the weaklings they had been before. Time passed. When the gods left the region of flowing time, it was as brand new versions of themselves. Where are the damnable humans? Come, let us do battle. The gods were brimming with confidence. And thus, at a certain place with a body of water, they found Xif. Look, a human. Finally, we found this damnable prey. They charged forth in excitement. Bang! Xif hurled a simple fist out. Instantly, a major god was pierced through by that punch. As the other gods excitedly charging forth saw this, they immediately stopped. With horror on their faces, they stole a glance at Xif before they trembling all over. Immediately, they turned around and began to flee. Damn it! What damnable strength is that? Why is this Xif fellow so scary? They were filled with fear. Alas, none of them knew the answer. When Xif came charging at them, only a small number of them were able to flee alive. In a different location, a group of gods had encountered Kong Bai. The group of major gods provoked Kong Bai arrogantly. Hey, ugly. Oh? Kong Bai's head turned around, revealing his aged face to them. Within his eyes was boundless red. After a short while, the aged figure that was Kong Bai left, leaving behind an area drenched in blood. On the ground were numerous corpses with countless holes in them. How is this possible? The few gods who had been able to escape were filled with fear. Kong Bei, that elderly Kong Bei had been so powerful as well. And thus, the various gods gathered together. The joy from their breakthroughs was now gone. Xif had become a true god. Kong Bei had seemingly reached the true god stage as well. This was the only explanation for their ability to crush two entire groups of major gods. Right at this time, yet another group returned. Different from them, this group was still intact. You guys. We encountered Qin Hai, the elderly Qin Hai. That group of gods was ashamed. He held a sword in his hand. He never even attacked. Merely his act of picking up the sword was sufficient to give us a feeling of death. He is too terrifying. Therefore, we left and returned here. They were all ashamed of themselves, as they hadn't had the courage to even fight. In short, they had been scared off. Oh, it's not that we were scared of him. However, we are of the opinion that Qin Hai is quite strong now. We decided that it is better to return with more reinforcements, they said awkwardly. After that, they looked at the other gods and asked, "Hey, why are there so few of you guys here?" The other gods all sank into silence. In short, running away was actually the correct choice. The other gods sighed when they saw this still intact group. You did the right thing. It looks like even Qin Hai has reached the level of a true god. These people are no longer existences we can deal with. They had unsightly expressions. Those feeble humans were actually better than them at exploiting this world. They could not accept this. What should we do, then? They asked with a blank look. Try to hide from the humans to the best of our ability. If anyone is unlucky enough to meet one, just run with everything you have, the leader said with a bitter smile. The other gods trembled. This was the only thing they could do. It turned out that they had transformed from hunters to prey. The almighty gods were now the prey of some humans. How sad. A certain god was unwilling to accept this. I won't run. This was too shameful. Suddenly, a voice drifted over. Are you sure? Of course. That god answered confidently. I am a major god. Suddenly, he noticed that all the gods around him had horrified expressions on their faces. Only now did he realize that the voice that had asked him that question earlier did not seem right. He raised his head abruptly. With horror, he found that Xif was there. How is it possible for you to be here? Fear was plastered all over his face. Xif had a wide smile on his face. Why else did I allow you all to escape? Naturally, it was for the sake of dealing with you all in one swoop after you all gathered. Damn it. The faces of the gods fell. Flee. With a roar, the gods scattered everywhere. Swish, swish, swish. Streaks of light flashed about, followed by miserable screams from the various gods. As of this moment, the gods were but prey. Chapter 863, Random Swordplay. The gods were all shocked. The few gods that had escaped had learned of Xif and the others' strength. Now, the gods could only hide from them. After all, they were now facing three people at the level of true gods. With this, the 8 major gods began to flee everywhere, looking quite sorry. Gradually, they managed to understand the characteristics of those three. They found out that the fellow called Xif enjoyed going to places with bodies of water so as to gaze at his own body. Therefore, so long as they avoided areas with water, they wouldn't encounter him. Thus, the gods running around aimlessly were no longer willing to approach areas with water. Everyone headed deeper into the continent. They also found out that the fellow called Kong Bei wandered around randomly. The moment he saw someone, he would ask those he met who the most handsome man was. At that time, the person in question would have to give the correct answer. Kong Bei is the most handsome man. That guy seemed to have forgotten his own name, yet he still held stubbornly to this belief he used to have. Therefore, so long as they provided the correct answer, they would normally be able to survive any encounters with Kong Bei's. Naturally, this did not apply to gods that were too handsome. There was a case where a certain handsome god was sneered at and killed immediately after that god told Kong Bei that he, Kong Bei, was the most handsome. Afterward, when any handsome gods were unlucky enough to meet Kong Bei, the first thing they did was disfigure themselves. Moreover, they had to do it for real, as they wouldn't be able to trick Kong Bei otherwise. This was the only way to preserve their lives. I am the ugliest. Kong Bei is the most handsome. These were the words those gods normally used. Hearing this, the elderly Kong Bei would leave, satisfied. As for the handsome god that had just disfigured himself, his heart ached so badly that it was suffocating. Having to do this just to survive was the ultimate shame for him. However, what could he do about it? After Kong Bei's departure, a god came over to help the disfigured god. "Are you fine?" That god sighed. "Yes. However, I don't think my face will ever recover." "There was no need for that anyway," the other god said. "After all, your looks were quite average at best." The disfigured god sighed. "How could I be sure, though?" Previously, a god with rather average looks was killed by Kong Bai. That was the moment I realized that even us with average looks are much better looking than Kong Bai. "Therefore, disfiguring ourselves is the only solution," he said painfully. As the other god heard this, he was instantly horrified. So it had reached this point. The god heaved a sigh of relief. Luckily, he did not notice me. He prepared to leave with the disfigured god. The moment he turned around, he saw a lone figure standing there. "Hey, who is the most handsome man in this world?" Shwa. That god began to drip wet with sweat. He had actually encountered this fellow for real. It was over. Compared to Xuf and Kong Bai, Qin Hai should be the safest one to encounter. He seemed to still be busy cultivating. So long as one didn't disturb him, he wouldn't kill them. After all, it was quite clear for everyone to see that boundless might had gathered in that sword of his. That was a result of a lifetime of cultivation. Therefore, nobody dared to give his sword a try. After all, when holding that sword in hand, Qin Hai's aura alone was sufficient to kill. That was too terrifying, too alarming. They knew that Qin Hai's strength must definitely be above the other two. He was the scariest person here, yet as far as they were concerned, Qin Hai was the also safest person to encounter. "Be careful. So long as we hide, it will be fine." Understood. The gods were all cautious. "So only those three are left among all of Chen Feng's people?" "I think so. But based on the information we had, there are more than 3 on Chen Feng's side, right?" "I'm not sure either. Perhaps some of them were unlucky and were directly killed by time." "Probably." They nodded. In their memories, the youngest of Chen Feng's group was a person called Wu Hu. If he had been unlucky enough to encounter a reversed time flow for several decades, and if he didn't have any kind of immunity toward time, he might very well have died from that. I guess there's really only the 3 of them left. Be careful. At the very least, we have to last until Lord Liu Yuan emerges from his cultivation. Yeah, so long as Lord Liu Yuan emerges, we will be able to survive this. Their hearts were already filled with fear by this point. Right at this instant, a figure appeared in the distance. Their faces fell. "Someone is coming." "Damn it. Run." "We can't run. The faster you move, the faster that bastard Xuf's pursuit will be. I heard that he inherited bloodlines from a turtle and a dragon." "Damn it, this is the first time I have seen a turtle run so fast." A certain god suddenly said seriously, "Turtles can truly run fast." Everyone was rendered speechless. However, at this time, nobody bothered to spare any effort to respond to him. After gulping, everyone stared vigilantly at the distant figure and prayed in their hearts that this person was Qin Hai. They would only survive if this was Qin Hai. After all, they would have to disfigure themselves if they encountered Kong Bai. If they encountered Xuf, death would be certain. Qin Hai was the only one they could survive. "Please be Qin Hai." The gods prayed. When they finally got a good look at that figure, they heaved sighs of relief. Though they could see the elderly figure of Qin Hai. He still looked as solemn as ever, and a sword was still held in his hand. Step by step, he walked in a certain direction. Excellent. The gods were all secretly delighted. They had managed to avoid disaster. "Fast, move out of the way. Do not obstruct Qin Hai's way," a god said. Nobody was willing to be the cannon fodder that was killed by Qin Hai. Suddenly, a god asked, "Is Qin Hai really that strong? Is it possible that he only looks scary?" After all, they had been tricked way too many times by the humans. Therefore, they began to suspect whether this Qin Hai only looked scared. After all, if he was truly that strong, why hadn't he begun killing them? "Shut up," a different god said. "If you have a death wish, don't drag the others down with you. Have you forgotten about Kong Bai and Xuf? Qin Hai is even more intelligent than them and has better innate talent. Moreover, he has always been stronger than them. Now that all 3 of them have neared the limits of their cultivation, do you truly think that he is a weak person?" That god said coldly. Instantly, the other gods lapsed into silence. True, this was Qin Hai. Carefully, everyone moved out of the way and awaited Qin Hai's departure. Alas, right at this moment, an indistinct voice suddenly waffled out from Qin Hai. Qin Hai's mouth wasn't even open, yet his voice somehow managed to travel out. Almost there. The divine sword has been forged. Now, I will have to baptize the sword in blood. Bang. These simple words sounded like thunder in the ears of the nearby gods. Damn it. They couldn't be this unlucky. Right? Killing, baptize the sword in blood? These words were acutely heard by them. They exchanged glances. If Qin Hai decided to start killing to give his sword a baptism in blood right here and now, flee. They didn't hesitate. The gods immediately turned around and began to flee. Right this moment, they could seemingly see Qin Hai waving the sword he held in his hand. The gods' hearts chilled. It's over. A single slash swept past. The majority of the gods there were directly cleaved in two. That terrifying power actually instantly killed a group of major gods. Heavens. That was only a single slash. Damn it. The few lucky survivors frantically continued to flee. They failed to even notice that a faint smile had formed on Qin Hai's face. With this, all the gods now knew of the horror known as Qin Hai. He was the strongest of the three. Soon, other gods began to encounter Qin Hai as well. They were so shocked they ran everywhere in disarray. However, Qin Hai seemed too lazy to even be bothered with them. He was still immersed in that sword of his. However, there were some unlucky gods that encountered Qin Hai when he required a baptism of blood for his sword. And thus, the gods came to a realization. Qin Hai's decision to kill or not to kill was completely random. Chapter 864, Decisive Battle, 1. Qin Hai seemed to be studying a certain sword art. The moment he figured something out, he would have to kill and baptize his sword in blood. When he was in his studying phase, the gods who encountered him would be the lucky ones. At the thought of this, the hearts of the various gods ached. It seemed like now, Qin Hai was the scariest one of the three. Random acts of killing? What the hell? They couldn't wrap their heads around this. The only thing they knew for sure was that their lives in this world had suddenly become difficult. They only knew that now, the number of encounters with Kong Bei, Xuf, and Qin Hai had suddenly increased. It was quite a dramatic increase. It was said that Xuf, the water lover, had even appeared in the inner lands, where there were few bodies of water. This rumor remained unconfirmed, as those who had seen him had all died. Only a certain god survived, a god who had been very far away from Xuf at that time. As for Kong Bei, it was said that he had become even weirder at times. Even if the gods disfigured themselves before claiming that Kong Bei was the most handsome one, he would still kill them. Nobody knew why this was. Nobody knew what he was thinking. However, the gods were helpless. They weren't his match at all. Suddenly, these three humans had become subjects of mystery. Their actions were truly too weird. Didn't Xuf only kill where there was water? Didn't Kong Bei only kill based on looks? Wasn't Qin Hai focused on cultivation? As of this moment, the three had become unfathomable. The only thing the various gods knew was that this world was now a terrifying place. At present, they were nothing like the almighty gods they had once been. They were more like brats longing for their mother's milk, whining left and right and waiting for Luo Yuan's reappearance. After all, this world was presently too scary for them. For some reason, there were times when two different groups of people returned from two completely different directions and claimed to have both encountered Qin Hai. This further intensified the fear everyone was feeling. The gods that were supposed to be hunters were now trembling in fear. Like this, time passed slowly. At a certain location that was the core of the time flow, Luo Yuan, who had been cultivating for an unknown period of time, suddenly opened his eyes. At this instant, a terrifying power seethed within his body. His strength had returned to its peak. The grave injuries he had sustained all those years ago and had failed to heal had finally been healed. Moreover, his strength had increased, reaching a new height. This strength could surpass anybody, apart from the creation god, including Yi. He stood up. I am back. A terrifying might pulsed out of his body. He was the only one who knew exactly how strong he was when he was at his peak. Everything had progressed as he'd planned. He had first destroyed this world before casting this world's time into chaos. Then he had used the power of time to cultivate, to heal, and to reach the peak of his strength. However, he was aware that Chen Feng had done the same thing. If his guess was correct, Chen Feng should currently be. Countless abilities began to operate within him. Soon, Chen Feng's present strength was deduced, mid-tier true god. Indeed, Chen Feng had similarly moved up a stage. However, he was still too weak. A disdainful smile formed on Liu Yuan's face. Time to end this. This fast that had lasted several decades should end now. Shua. He no longer hesitated. He stood up and prepared to charge toward Chen Feng. Bang! The border he'd set around him for his cultivation dissolved. The moment he did that, he was alarmed. Around him were several dozen trembling gods. At present, they looked like beggars, each donning an incredibly sorry look. Liu Yuan blanked. What was going on with these gods? In his plan, shouldn't they be killing those from Chen Feng's side? Oh, they should have finished that mission long ago. But their appearance. The gods were overjoyed when they saw Liu Yuan. Lord, you have finally returned. They resembled beggars that had finally had their first full meal after years of hunger. Liu Yuan calmed himself. Yes, where are the others? Dead, the gods lamented. All dead. Those damnable friends of Chen Feng's are too scary. Heavens, those three are as scary as the devil. Even with several dozen major gods joining hands, we still couldn't defeat them. The group of gods complained endlessly. Their words were disorderly. But Liu Yuan was able to capture the main point. Qin Hai's group had all become true gods. Not only had they survived, but they had even emerged as true gods. Among Chen Feng's friends, only that Wu Hui had died. He had accidentally died when encountering a time wave. As for the other three, they had all survived, become true gods, and slaughtered these gods. Liu Yuan sank into silence. True gods. Three true gods. Since when were true gods so common? Even though he was already a peak true god, far surpassing them in strength, this stage was an extremely terrifying stage. Why had the three of them obtained strength matching that of a true god? Liu Yuan couldn't wrap his head around this. However, he knew why his subordinates had failed to become true gods. They were all gods he had rapidly produced out of a mold. They were no different than manufactured gods. It was already very good for them to have been able to become major gods. To become true gods, that was nigh impossible. Liu Yuan looked around at the world of time. Is it because of the new environment in this world? This was the best environment for him to heal and grow, to truly reach the peak of the true god stage. However, this environment had also given his enemies the chance to grow, creating three enemies at the true god stage. Of course, Liu Yuan was still of the opinion that those three were useless weaklings. He stood up. Lord. The gods looked at him, trembling all the time. Hee. Liu Yuan merely laughed lightly. Next, he spun a certain button on his wristband. Suddenly, all the gods began coughing up blood. They stared at Liu Yuan, unbelieving look on their faces. Finally, they all fell to the ground, their wristbands blood red. Liu Yuan had killed everyone. When you people can't even finish your mission, there is no longer any point to your continued existence, Liu Yuan said emotionlessly. After all, he had way too many of these manufactured gods. Out of 1,000 of them, only several dozen were left. What was the point of keeping these pieces of trash? They wouldn't be able to participate in the coming battle anyway. They would only drag him down. Moreover, they might even be manipulated by Chen Feng. Therefore, Liu Yuan had decided to clean them up. Now, his target was clear. There were only 4 enemies remaining. Chen Feng, Qin Hai, Kong Bei, and Xuf. Killing them would end everything. Now, these 4 were the only ones in the way of him becoming a world controller. His eyes shone. Time to end this. He was sure that these 4 had gotten in touch with each other. Although their movements seemed completely random and they seemed to appear at completely different locations, this was, after all, a small world. With their strength, it wouldn't be hard for them to communicate through thought transmissions. Therefore, these 4 were most certainly preparing for the final battle as well. This battle would be against a mid-tier true god, Chen Feng, and 3 beginner-tier true gods. How pitifully weak. Liu Yuan smiled. Let's end this. He stepped into the void, charging directly toward Chen Feng. Since, compared to him, all 4 of them were weaklings, he had decided to first end the weakling with the largest effect on him. This was certainly the correct choice. Bang! Suddenly, Space trembled as a terrifying power swept past. Liu Yuan's charge toward Chen Feng was forcefully intercepted. Right in the middle of the shockwave, a frail figure stepped out. He looked at Liu Yuan before flashing a grin. "Excuse me, who is the most handsome man?" Chapter 865. Why don't you guys ever answer correctly? Liu Yuan frowned. "It's you." With the gaze one would use when looking at an idiot, he looked at Kong Bei. He truly did not understand from where this fellow had gathered the courage to confront him. He knew who this fellow was. This was Kong Bei, a very ugly person who had a hobby of asking others who the most handsome person was. Liu Yuan even knew which abilities Kong Bei had, and he had also copied those abilities. He had copied that demonic mirror ability from Kong Bei. Naturally, this was also one of the abilities that needed to be nurtured to grow. As such, since Kong Bei had stopped using the wristband, Liu Yuan's version of the demonic mirror had stopped growing. However, so what? Liu Yuan knew all too well the essence of this ability. He needed to first ask the mirror who the most handsome was, then use the mirror to unleash a terrifying attack. The only reason he had even noticed this ability in the first place was due to the unstoppable attack the mirror was capable of unleashing. It had a defense-ignoring effect, one that normally only existed in games. Unfortunately, this mirror only worked against those uglier than the user. As such, the mirror was as good as crippled in the hands of Kong Bei. It seemed like this mirror of Kong Bei's had upgraded somewhat this time. From his dead subordinates, Liu Yuan had been able to gain a clear understanding of Kong Bei's present strength. He was now true god. Perhaps his luck had been good and he had been carried to the realm of a true god by the power of time, granting him a brand new ability. To be precise, though, this wasn't a new ability, since it was essentially identical to that mirror's attack. "You have devoured the demonic mirror." Liu Yuan was able to see through this with a single look. "The mirror is too weak for you, since you are too ugly. Therefore, you decided to use this method to improve the mirror's attack. Before you were hit by the tidal wave of time, you sensed danger. As such, you fused with the mirror. The tidal wave of time was supposed to directly turn you into ash. Thanks to the support of that mirror's never-ending energy, you survived. After spending a millennium in a time flow, your body eventually fully fused with the mirror. Since then, you and the mirror have been one. You have also entered the true god stage because of this. What his subordinate gods had failed to understand, no matter what, was thoroughly seen through by Liu Yuan with a single look. Therefore, your method of attack has changed as well. In the past, you could only attack those uglier than you. Now, you can attack as you wish. The question of who is handsome or not is just an excuse you use to attack. Liu Yuan sneered. You were bored and decided to do this purely for entertainment. After fusing with the demonic mirror, Kong Bei had gained control of all of the mirror's abilities. What was the point of asking the question? This question was nothing but a form of entertainment for him. If you had hidden in some corner and played with mud, I would have ignored you. After all, you are nothing but a clown to me. However, you actually dare to stand in my way? Liu Yuan's voice went cold. Then I shall destroy you in passing. Bang! The terrifying aura of a true god rippled out. Just as he had said, as a peak true god, this brand new true god here was nothing but a clown. Wrong answer, Kong Bei replied seriously. Evidently, he was still stuck on the question of who was the most handsome. Liu Yuan shook his head. How pointless. Kong Bei, since I have already seen through your ruse, why are you continuing with this pointless act? How? Boring. Bang! Liu Yuan attacked. Instantly, a powerful attack poured out. Even though Kong Bei was a weakling, Liu Yuan did not intend to hold back. Therefore, the moment he attacked, he used his full power. A powerful force shot straight at Kong Bei. Blood slaughter. This was one of Liu Yuan's true god abilities. It was an extremely terrifying attack. Alas, just as the attack reached Kong Bei, a crystalline radiance emanated out from Kong Bei's body with a hum. Liu Yuan's attack was reflected and shot back at Liu Yuan. Damn it. His face fell. He was too clear on the strength of this attack. He unleashed a terrifying might. A new powerful attack was formed to neutralize the reflected attack. However, in this short instant when he was focused on dealing with the reflected attack, he saw Kong Bei's elderly eyes aiming straight at him. Bang! A shocking beam of light shot out from Kong Bei's eyes, straight at Liu Yuan. This was the punishment that Kong Bei subjected upon anyone who answered his question incorrectly. Defend. Liu Yuan hastily erected a defense. With his present strength, even a high-tier true god wouldn't be able to harm. Blood splattered everywhere before Liu Yuan could even finish his thought. The expression on his face went taut. With a blank look, he rubbed his cheek. Blood? He had actually been injured. He was somewhat dumbstruck. He was now a peak true god, yet he had actually been injured by a little beginner true god. He found this hard to believe. Was this due to his moment of weakness after defending against the reflected attack earlier? No, that was unlikely. After all, he had still successfully erected his defense. Suddenly, Liu Yuan recalled something. Defense ignoring attack. That was the mirror's attack. It ignored defenses. After fusing with Kong Bei, this ability had gone toward Kong Bei's eyes. Now, this damnable titanium beam that Kong Bei shot out was in fact the mirror's attack, one that ignored all defenses. Liu Yuan cursed in anger. Damn it. Was this guy truly of the opinion that he could punish Liu Yuan? Once again, that aged voice drifted over. Excuse me, who's the most handsome man? Liu Yuan sneered. Hee. This damnable fellow dared to provoke him? If Liu Yuan actually answered, Kong Bei would probably say something like correct. But I still have to attack you. Haha, what an idiot. Something that idiotic was indeed something Kong Bei was capable of. Since Kong Bei had fused with the mirror, he surely had full control over this ability. Why did he insist on asking this pointless question? This was truly infuriating. Liu Yuan was truly angered by this provocation. He wiped the blood from his face. To the present him, a small injury like this was nothing. He turned around and immediately sent another attack toward Kong Bei. The mirror could reflect energy attacks. But what about physical attacks? The elderly Kong Bei sighed. Wrong answer. Why don't any of you ever know the answer? Bang! With a single punch, the elderly Kong Bei punched into the ground. He started coughing up blood from the attack, yet in his eyes, that brilliant radiance was forming as usual. Bang! The beam shot out, nearly penetrating Liu Yuan's fist. The attack this time was even stronger than before. Evidently, when used on the same person, the damage this attack could deal would increase continuously. Despite this, Liu Yuan did not care. Bang! Bang! He continued raining punches down upon Kong Bei. Chapter 866. Kong Bei is the most handsome. Bang! Bang! Liu Yuan attacked madly. His penetrated fist was healing rapidly. His powerful fists rained down, as he intended to punch Kong Bei to death. The difference in strength between them was too great. Even though these were merely physical attacks, the amount of energy within Liu Yuan was not something Kong Bei could compare to. After all, this was the difference between one at the peak and a beginner. This was a difference even quantity could not hope to match. And thus, Kong Bei received grave injuries. Alas, it was right in the midst of all the punches that Liu Yuan heard that damnable question again. Excuse me, who's the most handsome man? Kong Bei asked with a hoarse voice unique to the elderly. He was still asking this question even though his face was already filled with blood. Your mom. Liu Yuan was truly infuriated. Even at times like this, Kong Bei was still role-playing. Wrong answer, the elderly Kong Bei replied. Two golden beams flashed out of his eyes, instantly penetrating Liu Yuan's body. To both the left and right of his heart were two huge holes, nearly choking Liu Yuan. This damnable ability. He thought that this effect might be related to the demonic mirror. In his memories, if the same person kept giving the wrong answer, the damage the mirror could inflict would increase. If the person continued to give the wrong answer, the mirror's attacks would become extremely scary due to the amplification effect. Naturally, this was only applicable to the demonic mirror of the past. Now that the attacks could be unleashed personally by Kong Bei, so long as Kong Bei decided to attack the same person without stop, the damage inflicted would only continue to increase. Therefore, Liu Yuan could not afford to allow Kong Bei to continue attacking. After all, at this point, this attack was already sufficient to injure Liu Yuan. After making up his mind, Liu Yuan's attacks intensified. The might of a peak true god was fired right into Kong Bei's body with each punch. As of this moment, Kong Bei did not even look like a human anymore. His body had nearly been destroyed by Liu Yuan. And it was precisely under such a circumstance, when even Liu Yuan thought that it was time to stop, that damnable question was asked once again. Excuse me, who's the most handsome man? Asked that elderly voice. Liu Yuan was utterly dumbstruck. Still asking, was Kong Bei stupid or what? He looked at Kong Bei. Right now, Kong Bei's consciousness was hazy, and his physical body was already crippled. So why was he still asking this stupid question? Liu Yuan was infuriated. Who tells you to keep asking this question? He sent a punch to Kong Bei's head before digging Kong Bei's eyes out. Come, ask me again, Liu Yuan said with a fierce gaze. Chen Feng had played him for several decades. And now, even Kong Bei dared to play around with him? How ridiculous. Bang! His final punch scattered Kong Bei's final breath. It was finally over. Liu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. Alas, right at this instant, he heard that horrifying voice waffle out from Kong Bei's body again. Wrong answer. Liu Yuan's eyes went wide. How was this possible? Kong Bei was already completely dead. Not even his corpse was intact anymore. How could he still ask a question? Hold on, if that was the case, how about his attack? Radiance began gathering. Perhaps due to the beating delivered by Liu Yuan, his time, Liu Yuan was able to clearly see the whole process of the energy gathering for this attack. Kong Bei's eyeballs, which had been crushed by Liu Yuan, transformed into countless light fragments, which were presently hovering in midair. Every single fragment was gathering a resplendent radiance around it. All around Liu Yuan, the fragments were shining brightly. Liu Yuan was alarmed. Even after being crushed, his eyeballs could still gather that radiance. Moreover, from the scope of the radiance that was gathering this time, Liu Yuan's face fell. No, this is not a power Kong Bei should be capable of. Kong Bei, demonic mirror, question. Suddenly, Liu Yuan understood. Kong Bei? No. There was no Kong Bei. This so-called elder here was in fact the incarnation of the demonic mirror. Liu Yuan's initial guesses had been correct, as Kong Bei had indeed devoured the demonic mirror. However, the final aspects of his guesses were wrong. After the fusion, Kong Bei and the mirror hadn't become one. Rather, the mirror had taken the lead in this fusion. This elderly Kong Bei was essentially the demonic mirror. That damnable Kong Bei had actually given up his own consciousness and handed everything over to the damnable mirror. Was it purely because the mirror was stronger? As Liu Yuan's thoughts reached this point, his heart chilled. He knew that this was a result of his neglect. He had assumed that common sense would apply here. After all, in normal circumstances, nobody would sacrifice themselves for the sake of their ability. To be precise, this sacrifice was for the sake of a piece of equipment. This was not something anyone would do. Definitely not Liu Yuan. Yet Kong Bei had done precisely that. Without hesitation, he had sacrificed himself, only leaving behind some memories for the demonic mirror, the memories saying that Kong Bei was the most handsome, before passing away. In short, the question he kept asking was in fact necessary. So it turned out that if one answered that Kong Bei was the most handsome, one would truly survive. After all, this was the demonic mirror's obligation. Those who answered correctly would be spared. But then, some gods had clearly been forced to disfigure themselves before being allowed to survive. Why was that? Some of the gods that hadn't opted to disfigure themselves had been killed. How had they died then? Hadn't their answers been correct? Those gods were the main reason Liu Yuan had been sure that Kong Bei had fused with the mirror. But now that he looked at it, that was probably just an unfounded rumor. Liu Yuan clenched his fists tightly. I have been misled by those damnable fellows. The gods he had brought along were truly useless. Not only had they failed in their hunt, but they had even brought him false intelligence. This had resulted in his lapse in judgment. Those gods had indeed deserved death. Of course, Liu Yuan's main focus was not on those dead gods. Rather, he was focused on the flowing radiance around him. After transforming into particles, the power gathered by the eyes was becoming increasingly scary. Each of the fragments was capable of gathering power no weaker than what the entire eyeball had gathered previously. Now there were over 1,000 of these fragments here. Liu Yuan also finally got a clear look at these fragments. He found that these weren't eyeball fragments. Rather, they were the fragments of the mirror. That elderly Kong Bei was indeed the incarnation of the mirror. The fragments began to shine brightly. Liu Yuan's body chilled as he sensed the killing intent taking form around him. Kong Bei is the most handsome. Liu Yuan yelled out hastily. Alas, he received no response. His answer was late. Too late. The moment the demonic mirror proclaimed that the wrong answer had been given, the attack had to be delivered. This shattered demonic mirror's final attack was also the scariest one yet. Chapter 867, How powerful is this random swordplay? Leave. Liu Yuan decided, since he couldn't stop this attack, his instinctive reaction was to flee from it. Swish! His figure flashed away and transformed into a streak that vanished into the distance. Alas, right at this moment, those fragments finally finished gathering energy. More than 1,000 fragments, each forming an attack that was 3 times stronger than what a single eyeball had unleashed, all erupted together. Since Liu Yuan had already fled, all the beams were fired off in the same direction. They all met in midair, forming a thick beam of light and becoming an extremely terrifying current. Bang! Where that current passed, space itself was shattered apart. The beam, which was as thick as a bucket, directly hit Liu Yuan's body. A miserable scream echoed. No! Bang! His body was instantly penetrated. Puh! A scorching whiteness rippled out. Nearly the entirety of the scorching whiteness was blasted directly into Liu Yuan's body, cramming Liu Yuan's peak true godhood to the brim before it started leaking out of numerous holes in his body. No, this won't do. Liu Yuan was horrified. Clone, without hesitation. He utilized his strongest ability, clone. Another Liu Yuan was immediately formed. This clone shared the same intelligence, consciousness, and thought processes as him. This was the only way for him to have the clone take on the attack on his behalf. Shwa! The clone appeared. Alas, after only absorbing a small part of the damage, the clone was destroyed. Clone! Liu Yuan howled, and formed another clone. He was planning to keep summoning clones to act as cannon fodder, to soak up the damage meant for him. And thus, one Liu Yuan after another appeared. One Liu Yuan after another was destroyed. Ultimately, this terrifying defense-ignoring attack was fully soaked up by Liu Yuan using this method. He had finally succeeded in blocking this attack. Liu Yuan was deathly pale, looking every bit like someone who was completely devoid of energy. Damn it. Normally, the destruction of a single clone was already extremely costly for him. After all, the clones he created were no different than the real him. This time, more than 10 of them had been destroyed in a row. This had nearly killed him from exhaustion alone. He had indeed emerged victorious from this encounter with Kong Bei. Alas, it was a Pyrrhic victory. I shouldn't have crushed you into pieces, Liu Yuan muttered with a sigh. How could he have known that every single piece of the shattered demonic mirror would be capable of forming an attack as powerful as what an entire eyeball was capable of? With over 1,000 of them, that was equivalent to receiving over 1,000 attacks at once. Holy hell! If he had known this, he would most certainly have told Konbei that he was indeed the most handsome. Wouldn't things have been over with that? Truly. Liu Yuan smiled bitterly. He had underestimated the demonic mirror. Similarly, he had also underestimated Kong Bei. I will not give you guys any more chances. He stood up. After taking in a deep breath, his body's injuries healed up. Healing from this cost him greatly. It was at this exact moment, after his recovery, that he felt a sense of crisis. Abruptly, his head turned around. There, a figure had appeared, an old man with a long sword. Qin Hai had arrived. It's you. Liu Yuan was now fully alert. He had initially believed that Xif would be the one to appear first. After all, Qin Hai was the one who posed the biggest threat to him here. This was especially true since Qin Hai had traveled to the ancient times. Qin Hai was someone that Liu Yuan was incapable of seeing through. Thanks to his wristband, Liu Yuan was able to see through almost everyone. Even if he couldn't, he had still witnessed the life experiences of all these people. As such, with the information he had, he could deduce whatever he needed to know. It couldn't be easier. The only exception to this was Qin Hai. His disposition? Hey, after staying in ancient times for so many years, he was already a changed person. His abilities? Hey, the abilities Liu Yuan had actually copied with his wristband had long been crippled. After all, back then, Qin Hai had left the tournament as a cripple. Therefore, this was a person that Liu Yuan did not understand at all. This sword. Liu Yuan's gaze landed on the sword Qin Hai was holding. It was said that a lot of people had died to this sword. A single wave was all it required to instantly kill all opponents. It was an extremely terrifying sword, a legendary sword called Random Swordplay. Liu Yuan narrowed his eyes. I have wanted to have a taste of this sword for a very long time. He hardened his entire body, pushing the prowess of his physical body. Terrifying energy converged in his hands. Without saying anything unnecessary, he attacked directly. He was sure that Qin Hai would most certainly unleash his random swordplay. As such, Liu Yuan was thoroughly prepared to face this sword. As of this moment, he pushed himself to his limit, erecting all the defenses he was capable of erecting. This defense was at the level of a peak true god. Liu Yuan was certain that apart from a defense-ignoring attack like that of the demonic mirror, nobody could break through this defense. After all, he was much stronger than Qin Hai. After his encounter with Kong Bei, Liu Yuan was much more vigilant. In addition to the strongest defense he was capable of erecting, he also unleashed his strongest attack. An attack even more powerful than what he had used on Kong Bei. Was random swordplay powerful? Bring it on. Perhaps the defenses he had erected wouldn't even come into play. The attack alone would be enough to destroy Qin Hai. The collision of their attacks would probably be sufficient to determine the result of this encounter. He would most likely be the victor. In this attack, Liu Yuan was fully prepared to deal with anything that might come. At this thought, he looked over at Qin Hai as his attack was still heading over. Surprisingly, Qin Hai had not bothered to counterattack. That's right, he hadn't even bothered to hit back, seemingly allowing Liu Yuan's attack to hit him freely. What was this fellow doing? Liu Yuan's vigilance rose. Facing a fellow like this, who did not abide by common sense, his sense of vigilance flared up. Right at this moment, Qin Hai finally moved. Slowly, he lifted his sword up. Bang! A dreadful aura roiled out. This is it? Liu Yuan understood clearly. So this was that so-called random swordplay. Indeed, it was exactly as those gods had described it. Just the motion of holding the sword was already capable of unleashing a shocking power at the level of mid-tier true god. Indeed, sword users were all good at fighting those stronger than them. However, this was the end of this. After all, it was impossible for someone who wasn't a peak true god to defeat a peak true god. It was also at this moment that the sword Qin Hai was holding began to shine brightly. Just like that, Qin Hai slowly waved his sword, aiming straight at Liu Yuan. This wave caused Liu Yuan's expression to change. He frowned tightly. This sword of Qin Hai's actually avoided his attack and slashed toward Liu Yuan from a different trajectory. Qin Hai had never intended to collide against Liu Yuan's attack. Easily, Liu Yuan's attack pierced through Qin Hai. Qin Hai's already aged body appeared even weaker now. The attack of a peak true god was not something his current body could take. This was no different than suicide. After seeing this, Liu Yuan's vigilance intensified. Qin Hai had received his attack just like that so he could return a single slash to him. That ordinary-looking random swordplay. Everything was to return a single sword to him. One that did not even seem particularly fast. Defend, defend, defend. Liu Yuan did everything he could to reinforce his defenses. He would not look down on Qin Hai. After his encounter with Kong Bei, he no longer dared to look down on anyone. The sword sent by Qin Hai with his life would most definitely not be a simple one. Liu Yuan was clear on this. Therefore, he defended with all his power, including what he had initially reserved for dealing with Chen Feng. Chapter 868, Liar. Everyone is a liar. Numerous barriers were erected before Liu Yuan. It was pointless to run, since that attack had already locked onto him. He could only face it forcefully, face the attack unleashed by a mere beginner true god. Liu Yuan had a resolute gaze. Qin Hai, let me take a good look at how strong this attack you have unleashed with your life with. Then, for the first time, Qin Hai's sword touched Liu Yuan's barrier. Instantly, the barrier, which was capable of defending against a peak true god, melted. That's right, rather than shattering, the barrier melted. Everything this sword touched melted, like snow that encountered heat. Like a fireball slamming into a pile of snow, Qin Hai's sword slammed into Liu Yuan's barriers. All of them melted at a rapid speed. Liu Yuan was alarmed. Damn it. What's going on? This was that so-called random swordplay. No way. Such a sword shouldn't exist. An attack of this caliber. Damn it. Liu Yuan started retreating speedily while erecting barrier after barrier. Alas, none of the barriers could stop the advance of this sword, nor were any of his attacks capable of counteracting this sword. All that happened was a never-ending process of melting. What random swordplay? This was totally melting swordplay. A single slash of this sword seemed capable of melting an entire world. Damn it. Damn it. Liu Yuan's scalp felt numb. This sword had most definitely reached the level of a peak true god. How was this even possible? Hadn't Qin Hai only reached the true god stage recently? It was impossible for him to be able to unleash such an attack. The gaps between gods in the true god stage weren't something that could be surpassed so easily. Something was wrong with this sword. Liu Yuan's brain began to spin rapidly. When an attack far surpassing logic like this appeared, there were only a few possibilities, such as illusions, projections, and so on. These possibilities were nothing but false appearances. Something so illogically powerful was not supposed to exist. There had to be something governing this single sword. If so, why was this sword so powerful? Right at this instant, when Liu Yuan's gaze landed on Qin Hai, he found with horror that Qin Hai had transformed into ashes and was scattering with the wind. Dead? Liu Yuan was stunned. He was sure that this was definitely not an effect of his attack. Although his attack earlier had been a powerful one, it was definitely not capable of bringing forth such an effect. If so, could Qin Hai's death perhaps be related to the sword he had hurled out? Had Qin Hai hurled that sword out using his very life? That seemed unlikely. If so, what about this sword? Liu Yuan looked at the sword, which had now lost its luster. At this moment, he activated his entire arsenal of deduction abilities together with luck aura. He finally discovered the truth, the reason this sword was so powerful. Liu Yuan had a horrified expression. It's actually due to. In that instant earlier, he had seen a terrifying truth. Qin Hai had actually nurtured that sword with his life. Returning to his childhood, he had restarted his cultivation. He had successfully cultivated for a millennium. In his old age, the year he was going to die of old age, the sword he held had been nurtured to its pinnacle. Then, when facing Liu Yuan, he unleashed this sword with his life, this sword comparable to the attack of a peak true god. He had used his entire life, a millennium of nurturing this sword, just to wave it once. With his own life, with a millennium, this sword was unleashed. A sword capable of melting everything. Madman. This is a complete madman. Liu Yuan was completely infuriated. Making him even angrier was the fact that, once again, he had suffered from those gods' misinformation. In his entire life, Qin Hai had only been capable of sending this sword out once, only one time. Therefore, what on the earth had those gods been on about when they'd claimed that Qin Hai had been killing everyone with his random swordplay? Random my ass. Liu Yuan was furious. This was the second time he had suffered because of his own people. Naturally, with his intelligence, he also thought of the possibility that Chen Feng was creating the misconceptions. He might have not spent his time cultivating properly and instead wasted it manufacturing these rumors. Continue on with that. Then, using the most precious period to create rumors instead of cultivation would only weaken Chen Feng himself. However, this idiotic action was also capable of weakening Liu Yuan. It was also an action that Liu Yuan was most disgusted with. Can't you fight me fair and square? Liu Yuan took in a deep breath. At present, he had no time to spare for all those thoughts. He had to use everything he had to stop this sword. That sword continued melting the numerous barriers. A myriad of thoughts flashed through Liu Yuan's brain. Alas, he could not think of a single method capable of blocking this sword. This sword was too terrifying and powerful. Finally, the sword reached Liu Yuan. At this moment, Liu Yuan recalled the smile he had seen on Qin Hai's face before his death. Damn it. Liu Yuan clenched his teeth and decided to once again use the method he least wanted to use, clone. That's right, once again, he had to create numerous clones that were exactly the same as him. With his teeth clenched, he watched on as clone after clone was melted. That's right, that damnable sword was capable of melting even his clones. Fortunately, it seemed like melting his clones exhausted the sword greatly as well. After melting 10-odd clones in a row, that terrifying sword was finally not as terrifying anymore. Together with the final clone, the sword dissipated into nothingness. Finally, it was over. Liu Yuan heaved a sigh of relief. His heart thoroughly chilled. Just Kong Bei and Qin Hai had already exhausted a huge amount of his strength. Even though he had successfully killed them both, the strength he was left with. Liu Yuan clenched his teeth as he thought about this. He decided to first rest and recover before facing Chen Feng. Unfortunately, just as this thought surfaced, a completely naked guy appeared in his vision. With a wide smile, that guy looked at him. Hey, old chap. Did you think you would get the chance to recover? Liu Yuan sank into silence. Xif. He took in a deep breath. That's right, this was Xif. The only person running around naked in this world was Xif. He was also the person Liu Yuan found the most annoying due to his energy immunity. Now that he was a true god, he should be immune to godly power as well, right? Therefore, the only way to deal with him was to fight using his physical body alone. However, when Liu Yuan thought about how he had to have a brawl with this completely naked guy, he felt an extreme sense of unwillingness swelling in his heart. An illustrious peak true god like him, one fated to become a world controller, had reached this point where he had to have a brawl with a naked guy. And in this situation, when he had just fought 2 exhausting battles in a row, he felt like his mind had collapsed too many times on this day alone, far surpassing what he had ever experienced in the past. Before he could even meet Chen Feng, he was already being annoyed to death by these fellows. How infuriating. Come at me. Xif howled before charging at Liu Yuan. Bang! Liu Yuan unleashed one of his abilities, Blood Slaughter. A terrifying bloody radiance engulfed Xif. Alas, what caused Liu Yuan to despair was the fact that his guess was indeed correct. Xif was completely immune to this ability, capable of instantly killing true gods. This fellow was indeed immune to godly power now. Was it due to his bloodlines from a dragon and a turtle? Liu Yuan inhaled deeply. Since Xif wanted a brawl, then a brawl it would be. Liu Yuan was someone who had fused with countless abilities. Among these abilities were also numerous passive and fleshly body abilities, numbering in the 100,000s. Therefore, Liu Yuan was not a regular true god. Even his physical flesh had reached the realm of a true god. Chapter 869. That old bastard. Bring it on. A blood-red radiance ignited around Liu Yuan's body. The two began to brawl. No energy was used, nor any godly power. Only pure physical power was used. This was the most primitive of fights. With a bang, a random hill collapsed. Occasionally, there were terrifying gasps and shouts resounding through the air as the voices and collisions began to sound even more intense. It was evident that this battle was nearing its climax. Bang, bang, dot. One mountain after another collapsed, destroying the few remaining mountains in this world. After a long time, the world regained its peace. After an even longer time, a figure slowly crawled out of a certain crater. This was Liu Yuan, and at present, he was wearing a rather sorry look. Damn it. Ugh. He started vomiting. He was aware that, to the likes of Xif, fighting was extremely exciting and intense. However, no matter how exciting and intense it got, Xif couldn't have hardened. Right? After all, he had been fighting stark naked. Shouldn't it have been a hand-to-hand brawl? Why had Xif equipped his weapon? Could one imagine what it felt like to be slapped by the iron rod in the midst of a battle? Moreover, there were even a couple of times where the iron rod had slapped Liu Yuan's face. Even worse was the fact that this slap was actually extremely painful. This slap to the face by someone at the level of Xif had nearly smashed Liu Yuan's face into smithereens. This battle had truly been too arduous and bitter. He had also finally figured out why Xif had appeared only now. If Xif had appeared earlier, Liu Yuan would definitely have been able to easily kill him. Yet now, with Liu Yuan weakened from his previous fights, this battle had been way too hard. Liu Yuan had indeed won. Alas, it was a victory he had obtained by relying on his supreme clones. In fact, his fleshly body was at a similar level as Xif's, the true god level. Therefore, to obtain victory, he had condensed a clone to fight Xif 2 against 1. Naturally, the end result had been the destruction of more than 10 clones in a row. Liu Yuan's heart ached at the thought. How many clones had he wasted thus far? He couldn't even count anymore. What had happened to the absolute superiority he was supposed to have? He could no longer remember. After going through 3 battles back to back, he only felt extremely exhausted. He was in a rather bad situation. However, he knew that this had not ended. Indeed, shortly after he crawled out of the crater, before he could even rest, on top of a certain ruined mountain, he saw a familiar figure. This was a figure he hated greatly. After all, he was sure that everything was the work of this fellow. The tricky fighting methods and the vile combat styles were something only this fellow could think of. A familiar greeting sounded. It has been a while. Are you the one who was running around killing people disguised as Qin Hai? Liu Yuan asked with a sigh. That was me. Slowly, that figure walked out of the ruined mountain. He was indeed Chen Feng, the one, disguised as Kong Bei. who killed those who didn't disfigure themselves was you as well? Liu Yuan asked with another sigh. That was me, Chen Feng answered with a wide smile. Indeed. Liu Yuan shut his eyes. All this was the work of Chen Feng. Due to Kong Bai's act of killing those who did not disfigure themselves, he had neglected the truth about the demonic mirror. Due to Qin Hai killing people randomly, he had neglected the truth about the one and only swing of the sword Qin Hai was capable of. Step by step, Chen Feng had laid out the traps for him to walk through. This was truly quite excessive of him. Liu Yuan sighed. Is there a need for this? You wasted so much energy setting me up, wasting the time you could have used to cultivate instead. This is the same as weakening both of us together. What is the point of this? Qin Hai, Kong Bai, and Xif had indeed dragged Liu Yuan down to buy time for Chen Feng to cultivate. After all, in this unique world of time, every second could be the equivalent of several years. Therefore, this method was capable of weakening Liu Yuan and increasing Chen Feng's strength at the same time. At the same time, this also signified that Chen Feng had had quite a limited amount of time to cultivate. With this, Chen Feng's growth hadn't been as great as it could have been despite having weakened Liu Yuan. The only thing it accomplished was annoying Liu Yuan. It doesn't matter, Chen Feng said with a smile. In any case, I have already reached the high-tier true god stage. Liu Yuan's face fell. What? High-tier true god? How was this possible? Based on his deductions, Chen Feng should only have reached mid-tier true god at most. And with Chen Feng running around scheming, he should be even weaker, perhaps at the level of a beginner-tier true god. But now, after running around disguised as Qin Hai and Kong Bai to kill people, he had still managed to become a high-tier true god. How was that even possible? Liu Yuan found this hard to believe. However, there was no point in lying to him. After all, this was the final battle. All lies were pointless at this point. Time. Chen Feng smiled happily. Have you forgotten about a certain someone called Duma? He was capable of controlling time, even if his control was rather weak. Unfortunately for you, he was also here when this world descended into chaos, said Chen Feng. Duma? That damnable undying old turtle? Liu Yuan's heart jolted. That fellow had indeed arrived here as well. Correct, Chen Feng said calmly. Initially, he was only able to exert a weak control over time. However, did you forget about his particular race's unique talent? Unique talent of his race. Suddenly, Liu Yuan recalled something. That so-called unique talent was precisely that ability where they could trap their opponents in time and outlive them. This was the unique talent of the Scarab race. Suddenly, Liu Yuan's heart started to palpitate. Could it be? That's right. With a smile, Chen Feng continued. That ability was used on me. And thus, with the amplification effect, combined with the chaotic time of this world, I was able to cultivate to my heart's content, reaching the high-tier true god stage. Liu Yuan shook his head. No, something is not right. If that were the case, how did you leave the imprisonment? How could you have outlived Duma? He remembered that within the prison of time, even suicide was not an option. Of course I was unable to outlive him. Chen Feng shrugged. Therefore, he planted something within his body that would slowly kill him. Before entering the prison, we had already prepared everything. And thus, as time passed, he died, setting me free. Liu Yuan was speechless. Another miscalculation on his part. He had miscalculated everything. He had made a mistake when facing Kong Bai and the other two, and another when facing Chen Feng. That Duma had pushed Chen Feng to the high-tier true god stage. It is quite a pity. Initially, I planned to reach peak true god directly. Chen Feng appeared quite regretful. However, that would have required too much time, and I have no confidence in that. I might truly have died of old age before I accomplished that. Therefore, I had to give up on it. However, being a high-tier true god is already sufficient to fight you. Am I right? With a smile, Chen Feng continued, a battle with the current you is definitely doable. Liu Yuan's heart trembled. Indeed. Right now, he had been weakened so much that he was pretty much equivalent to a high-tier true god. What a fine Chen Feng! To advance gradually and entrench himself with every step he took, for his scheming to have been able to reach this far. Liu Yuan's act of attacking this world had been completely unexpected. Chen Feng had obviously been unprepared for that. Yet Chen Feng had still been able to act accordingly, to begin laying out his schemes to reach the present situation. Chapter 870, Who will be laughing at the end? Liu Yuan sighed. I have underestimated you. Chen Feng was much more formidable than he had imagined. Now, only the two of them were left in this alien world. Chen Feng had also successfully dragged Liu Yuan down to the same level as him for this final battle. In a way, this could already be considered a loss of sorts for Liu Yuan. After all, he had once been so very powerful. Toward this, Chen Feng merely smiled. It hadn't been easy for him to reach this point. Our source of strength is rather similar, Chen Feng said calmly. You possess a myriad of abilities. The same goes for me. You have luck on your side. The same is true for me. Moreover, even our methods of cultivation are the same. Therefore, the moment your strength drops to a level lower than mine, you will be absolutely suppressed. Due to our similar sources of strength, the oppression comes easier, Chen Feng said coldly. Theoretically, that is correct. Suddenly, Liu Yuan smiled and changed the topic. However, did you know that I am not the only one here who underestimated his opponent? You also underestimated me. What? Chen Feng raised an eyebrow. He did not believe that Liu Yuan would say these words without a reason. Do you know how many abilities in total I possess? Do you know how many godly powers I possess? You don't. At times, even I myself am unaware. However, what I remember are the few abilities that are comparatively powerful and unique. Among them, there is a certain terrifying ability that is still fresh in my memory. That ability is one I have upgraded greatly. It is an extremely hard ability to grow. Look at this. Kongbei, Xuf, you. Everyone here has an ability unique to themselves. As for me, apart from the copy ability, are you not curious about what other ability I have nurtured? Liu Yuan asked with a faint smile. Finally, Chen Feng's expression began to change. True. What exactly was the ability that Liu Yuan had been growing? Even an ability like Demonic Mirror had failed to attract Liu Yuan's attention so much that he had decided not to grow it. The same went for the other abilities, such as transmigration and even Wang Chun's book ability. If so, what ability was it that he had been nurturing all these years? What had he been doing? Focusing on the copy ability? It was natural that he would focus on that ability. However, that ability only required upgrades, rather than proper cultivation. As such, what exactly was the ability that Liu Yuan had been cultivating all this while? He was someone who possessed all abilities in existence. He was also someone who controlled nearly all the godly powers in existence. Therefore, he could most certainly select whichever one was the strongest and had the most potential to grow. What ability was that, then? As Chen Feng's thoughts reached this point, his face fell. Did you know? I am someone who is afraid of death, Liu Yuan said with a smile. As such, the ability I have used my entire life to cultivate is related to death. Naturally, this ability has a very pleasant name. The smile on Liu Yuan's face became a sneer. The name of this ability is Nirvana Rebirth. Chen Feng's face fell. He had heard of this ability. As such, he was aware of how terrifying this ability was. I will not give you the chance to use it. Chen Feng charged forth and attacked Liu Yuan directly. Liu Yuan howled with laughter. Ha ha ha. He punched at his own heart. Instantly, the terrifying power of a peak true god permeated his body, destroying all his veins, killing himself instantly. Alas, this was merely the start. A clump of flame appeared out of nowhere and began burning Liu Yuan's corpse. The corpse was enveloped in the flame as the intensity of the flame increased, bearing great resemblance to the flame of a phoenix. Chen Feng's pupils shrunk. Suddenly, the flame rippled out. From amid the flame, a figure walked out. Liu Yuan had been perfectly recreated. This was no longer the Liu Yuan that was in a sorry state after numerous battles. This was no longer the weakened Liu Yuan that was exhausted. This was Liu Yuan at his peak. However, he had a curious look on his face as he looked at Chen Feng. Why didn't you stop me? How was I supposed to stop you? Chen Feng asked, a look of doubt on his face. Because the Chen Feng I remember would definitely try to put out the fire. Perhaps he would try using water, or perhaps another liquid or some other methods. Liu Yuan was filled with doubt. I had a lot of preparations in place to deal with such things. And yet you didn't do anything at all. Chen Feng. It turned out that Liu Yuan saw him as that kind of person. Nevertheless, it no longer matters. Liu Yuan smiled. I am back. Ha ha. Kin Hai, Kong Bei, mere jokes. Liu Yuan said with a cheerful laugh. This hidden ability of his had successfully transformed everything they had done into jokes. He had indeed underestimated Chen Feng and the others. However, the same was true of them as well. He was the final victor. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Well, at the very least, your rebirth has now been exhausted, right?" Finally, Liu Yuan's face froze. If this ability was truly so powerful, you would have used it long ago. Chen Feng analyzed the situation. But you did not. Even after so many dangerous situations you got yourself into, you never used it. Is that only for the sake of keeping this ability a secret? It is quite likely that it has a cooldown period, right? From the fact that you didn't opt to secretly use it when nobody was looking, it is likely that this cooldown is quite significant as well, right? For an ability at this level, the cooldown shouldn't be shorter than 1 year. After all, there is a balance to everything. As Chen Feng talked, Liu Yuan's face became unsightly. Evidently, what Chen Feng was saying was the truth. However, Liu Yuan's face recovered shortly after. What does that matter? Liu Yuan smiled. After I kill you, nobody will know of this. Apart from you, nobody else is my opponent. Today is the day everything comes to an end. He was Liu Yuan, a peak true god, one who controlled countless abilities. As for Chen Feng, he was a mere high-tier true god. The gap between them was clear for all to see. Chen Feng's tricks and schemes had all been neutralized. Liu Yuan had even committed suicide to obtain rebirth rather than allow Chen Feng to kill him. All this was to avoid the endless schemes of Chen Feng. After all, if Chen Feng had in his possession some method capable of making him sleep instead, wouldn't he be finished? Therefore, he had decisively committed suicide. And thus, this resulted in him once again being stronger than Chen Feng. Come. Liu Yuan moved. He wanted to see for himself what tricks Chen Feng still had up his sleeve. Bang! The battle erupted. Liu Yuan was fearless in his attacks. Different than Qin Hai, Kong Bei, and Xuf, he was clear about Chen Feng's strength. Liu Yuan knew extremely well every step Chen Feng had taken. Therefore, he had a deep understanding of what Chen Feng was capable of and all of Chen Feng's abilities. The extent his strength would reach as a high-tier true god was also clear to Liu Yuan. As a peak true god, he was capable of suppressing Chen Feng in all aspects. This signified that Chen Feng would forever be subjected to his suppression. If your plan had succeeded, I might have truly been defeated. Unfortunately, the one to fail will be you now, Liu Yuan said with confidence. Chapter 871, Liu Yuan, I win. Liu Yuan had all the abilities Chen Feng had, including luck aura. None of Chen Feng's abilities could be utilized effectively against Liu Yuan. Therefore, Liu Yuan had kept his luck aura in defensive mode, as he was clear that Chen Feng's luck aura was somewhat stronger than his. Fortunately, Chen Feng wasn't using his luck aura to fight. The two were tangled in a frantic battle, yet Chen Feng was being suppressed the whole time. He was being suppressed in terms of godly power, abilities, and so on. Even with Chen Feng's formidable strength, he was still unable to display his might before Liu Yuan. Damn it. Chen Feng had an unsightly expression. A single mistake had caused his entire plan to collapse. Having missed the Nirvana rebirth ability in his plans, he had now fallen into a bitter situation. Would he truly be defeated this time? Liu Yuan laughed happily as he saw Chen Feng's unsightly expression. Are you scared now? Naturally, his actions would not be affected whatsoever by Chen Feng's expression. He still maintained the highest level of vigilance, paying full attention to every single action of Chen Feng's. He knew that a person like Chen Feng would most certainly have other trump cards up his sleeve. Therefore, he had to be on guard. So long as he survived the wave of trump cards, so long as he survived this battle, Liu Yuan would be able to truly control the world. Come! Howled Liu Yuan. Bang, bang, bang. He attacked relentlessly, suppressed relentlessly, and pressured Chen Feng relentlessly. He wanted to force Chen Feng's trump cards out, force Chen Feng to use his final move. After that, everything would end. As for Chen Feng, he wasn't able to do anything but hold on with great difficulty. 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 10 days. The length of their battle far surpassed an ordinary battle. Since the two had nearly the same set of abilities, Liu Yuan was relying purely on his higher realm to suppress Chen Feng. Alas, this higher tier was what caused Chen Feng to have no hope of victory. However, due to the both of them having nearly the same abilities, it was extremely hard for Liu Yuan to kill Chen Feng. They knew each other too well. As such, They both knew how to evade every possible coming attack from the other party. Liu Yuan was someone who possessed all godly powers. The same was also true for Chen Feng, who had obtained them when he'd assumed the identity of the mysterious person back then. This resulted in Liu Yuan being forced to consider what attacks to use before he did anything. He also had to consider what abilities Chen Feng would use against whichever attack he was going to use. Each time, he selected an ability that could only be stopped by a few abilities or methods. At the same time, he had to hope that Chen Feng would not use the most suitable method or ability to deal with whatever attack he decided to use. Unfortunately for Liu Yuan, every single time, Chen Feng chose to use the ability or method Liu Yuan most hoped Chen Feng wouldn't use. This battle was almost equivalent to a game of poker. The moment Liu Yuan moved, Chen Feng knew what he was going to do. Then, Chen Feng would use the most appropriate defensive measure. Therefore, the battle between them was in fact one laden with annoyances. The damage of each of Liu Yuan's attack was mitigated to the limit by Chen Feng. Although Liu Yuan was able to suppress Chen Feng on every level, the damage he could deal to Chen Feng was minimal. The damage he was dealing was even lower than what he had been able to deal to Xf earlier. Therefore, although Chen Feng's defeat was certain, it wouldn't be an easy defeat. Liu Yuan sneered. It doesn't matter. I can afford to wait. He had already waited so many years. What was a few more days? Bring it on. Bang, bang. He once again started attacking. Time passed. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 100 days. Slowly, Chen Feng's body became less able to endure. After all, he was but a high-tier true god. Even though he could mitigate Liu Yuan's attacks to the limit, the accumulating damage he was receiving had reached a terrifying level after so many days. Finally, his face became exceptionally unsightly, and his aura became extremely feeble. Bang, bang. Liu Yuan continued his cruel attacks. 1 day, 2 days, 10 days, 100 days. Chen Feng coughed up blood for the very first day since the start of their battle. Liu Yuan was overjoyed. He knew that Chen Feng wouldn't be able to hold on much longer. Still not willing to use it? Still trying to save your trump card? Ha ha. Qin Hai and the rest are already dead. Yet you are still hiding your trump card. If you continue hiding it, I'm afraid you won't have the chance to use it. Do you intend to be exhausted to death by me just like this? Ha ha. Liu Yuan howled with laughter. His terrifying strength poured out in an absolutely unrestrained manner. Chen Feng's face was ashen as he looked at Liu Yuan and suddenly sighed. So it has finally reached this point. MHM? Liu Yuan's mind jolted. Here it was. He knew that Chen Feng's trump card was going to arrive. He had been waiting so many days just for this moment. So long as he survived this trump card, everything would end. What could be Chen Feng's trump card? Liu Yuan's mind worked overtime, taking in various possibilities before narrowing it down to a single ability. He was clear that this was certainly Chen Feng's trump card. This was Chen Feng's only possible trump card. This was the most terrifying ability Chen Feng had back then. God Punisher. God Punisher was an ability capable of unleashing every ability the user had ever used all at once. For abilities that had been used more than once, the strongest version of that ability would be selected. This was Chen Feng's strongest trump card. When he had still been weak back then, it hadn't been that scary an ability. But now, this was probably the reason Chen Feng had endured in this battle for several hundred days. During this period, apart from defending himself, Chen Feng had also been spamming numerous abilities without stop. Ultimately, he would most likely use God Punisher to unleash them all. Granted, individually, these abilities were weak and incapable of dealing major damage to Liu Yuan. However, when tens of thousands of abilities at the level of high-tier true god were unleashed all at once, it might be able to kill even a peak true god like him. At this moment, Chen Feng finally raised his hand, forming that familiar gesture with his hand. Indeed. Liu Yuan inhaled deeply. Come then. The legendary God Punisher. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Every ability Chen Feng had and every defensive ability that Liu Yuan possessed surfaced in Liu Yuan's mind. Was this ability of Chen Feng's powerful? Yes. Alas, it had been revealed too far in advance. Therefore, a long time ago, when Liu Yuan had learned that his enemy would be Chen Feng, he had prepared appropriately to deal with God Punisher. An ability most suitable for this task had been prepared. This was an extremely powerful defensive ability. Come! Howled Liu Yuan. At this time, Chen Feng, his expression solemn, pointed his finger at Liu Yuan. Go, bang. God Punisher, unleashed. Everything was as Liu Yuan had guessed. Chen Feng had unleashed God Punisher, which was exactly as powerful as he'd predicted. Bang. He was engulfed by God Punisher. He stood up, using his flesh to take the God Punisher on. Bang, bang, bang. Blood splashed everywhere. However, Liu Yuan was instead howling with laughter. He could clearly feel the might of God Punisher, and he could also clearly feel God Punisher's amplification after each attack. He knew that this ability would be at its strongest in the final second. Liu Yuan's body was stuck in a cycle of constant destruction and regeneration. He was taking on Chen Feng's God Punisher forcefully, taking on that nearly never-ending bombardment, that terrifying power that was nearly impossible to resist. Even so, God Punisher was still increasing in strength. The speed of the attacks was increasing as well. Faster and faster. God Punisher, which had originally been a slow attack, had long become an extremely terrifying ability after the numerous modifications it had gone through. Now, even though the amount of abilities it contained had increased, it only required a short 3 seconds to fully unleash everything in its arsenal. During the first 2 seconds, Liu Yuan took on the attacks with his own flesh. He was now drenched with blood. With his teeth clenched, he survived. Now, the final second had arrived. Bang! The torrential attacks unleashed by God Punisher suddenly became terrifying and horrifying. Despite this, Liu Yuan laughed. He laughed an extremely happy laugh. Gently, he unleashed the nice surprise he had prepared for Chen Feng, absolute defense. For a period of 1 second after activating this ability, the user would be completely invincible. In its final second, God Punisher was rendered ineffective. Although Chen Feng had noticed that something wasn't right with his keen senses and had adjusted his God Punisher in order to somewhat lengthen the release period, it was too late. By the time the absolute defense was activated, God Punisher's attacks had already started pouring out. Therefore, God Punisher's attacks finally pierced through Liu Yuan. Yet amid the splattering blood, Liu Yuan howled with laughter. He knew that victory was now in his hands. Chapter 872, The Horrifying Truth. I knew you would lengthen the firing phase of your God Punisher. However, you can only lengthen it slightly, not a lot. Moreover, this will also result in a drop in power. Therefore, it does not matter even if the attack manages to land. Liu Yuan spat out a mouthful of blood and laughed heartily. Ha ha. God Punisher? Ha ha ha. Powerful indeed. Shwa. His body started healing at a rapid pace. Despite the huge energy intake required for this and the heavy injury he had sustained, he still burned energy without hesitation to fully heal his body. At the same time, his most powerful attack was shot at Chen Feng. Based on his understanding, Chen Feng was now at his weakest. The beam of light he shot out pierced through Chen Feng, immediately skewering him right where he stood. Chen Feng's heart was pierced through. He was left so weak that perhaps even a blade of grass would be sufficient to kill him. It's over, Liu Yuan said in a somewhat exhausted manner with the ease of someone that had been released of a burden. It had finally ended. Liu Yuan was still coughing up blood, as he had similarly sustained grave injuries. However, this did not matter, as he could sense the rapid recovery his body was going through. You are very intelligent. You are very powerful as well. Unfortunately, you are too young, and you're weaker than me. Liu Yuan gazed into Chen Feng's unwilling eyes. If you were born slightly earlier than me, you would most certainly be stronger than me. What a pity. Nevertheless, do not worry. I promised Wang Yao that I would save you. He. The Chen Feng of the past can continue to be together with Wang Yao. This is quite a good outcome, right? Liu Yuan sat down beside Chen Feng. This scene of the two of them side by side appeared rather harmonious. Naturally, this was only true if that bright thorn piercing out of Chen Feng's chest was ignored. You won, Chen Feng said weakly. Of course. Liu Yuan put his hand on Chen Feng's body. Don't worry. There will be no reversal from this. This thorn is capable of sealing all rebirth and recovery abilities. This is why I didn't allow you to kill me before I used my Nirvana rebirth earlier. After all, if you played a trick, it could have been possible to render the rebirth invalid. Liu Yuan smiled cruelly. Therefore, go in peace. Liu Yuan pushed the thorn deeper into Chen Feng's body. Once again, Chen Feng was pierced through by the thorn. Almost instantly, Chen Feng's aura became insubstantial, seemingly on the brink of destruction. You. Chen Feng looked at Liu Yuan, filled with indignation. Have you not considered that I might still be able to be reborn? Liu Yuan sneered. Reborn? Not possible. Fine. Chen Feng's gaze was going blank. Did you know that I still have a trump card capable of rebirth? It is useless. Liu Yuan curled his lips. I told you, all methods of rebirth have been sealed. Chen Feng. Are you sure about that? Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. True, it is indeed unrealistic to expect you to keep falling for my tricks. Why were the words this fellow was saying so weird? It was reasonable to assume that Chen Feng was on the verge of death and that he was presently uttering his final words. However, why was Liu Yuan still getting such an uncomfortable feeling? Rebirth should not be possible. That thorn was capable of sealing even his nirvana rebirth. As such, it would definitely not allow Chen Feng any avenue of rebirth. And yet why did he feel a chill deep in his heart, listening to Chen Feng? He had no answer to that. It's a pity you are so firm in your belief that I will die. Otherwise, I would most definitely be reborn anew. Chen Feng appeared incredibly regretful. Liu Yuan was somewhat dumbfounded. What did his belief have to do with Chen Feng's rebirth? He. Chen Feng laughed. Despite his dissipating aura, he laughed. Liu Yuan, have you not noticed that everything you planned progressed too smoothly to the point where even the final fatal attack you dealt to Chen Feng was exactly as had imagined and believed would happen? Chen Feng's aura was getting more and more feeble. What a wonderful plan, Shua. And thus, Chen Feng slumped down powerlessly. Dead. Chen Feng was dead. And yet the words he had uttered before his death caused a chill to rise within Liu Yuan's heart. What did he mean? Everything was as Liu Yuan had planned? Was this some sort of illusion? No, that was unlikely. Why had that fellow uttered those words? Then, suddenly, Liu Yuan recalled how, in the past, he had also firmly believed in Chen Feng's fake death and had been tricked for several decades. However, it was different this time. Chen Feng had truly died in front of him, killed by him personally. Therefore, he was absolutely certain that Chen Feng was dead. If so, what did those words mean? For an unfathomable reason, Liu Yuan felt a sense of horror. Was this some sort of seed Chen Feng had planted in him just so he could never have peace of mind? Or was it for some other bizarre reason? Liu Yuan was clueless. What was the meaning of those words? Liu Yuan was utterly dumbstruck. He had a feeling that he had entered some sort of odd condition. So this Chen Feng guy was trying to force him to his insanity even after death? Shortly after, Liu Yuan recollected his mind. He knew that he couldn't dwell on this any longer. He had to stabilize his will. Regardless of what Chen Feng had been scheming, Liu Yuan would face it with force. After all Chen Feng had left was merely his bunch of ragtag friends. At present, nobody was capable of stopping Liu Yuan. Even in this alien world, Liu Yuan was the sole master. His next step was to return to the outside world, to unify the world under his rule. Indeed, he was still the true main character of this world. With renewed belief, he left. However, before leaving, he instinctively glanced over at Chen Feng's corpse. Immediately, unprecedented horror washed over him. There, Chen Feng's corpse had changed. Liu Yuan trembled. How is this possible? He charged over frantically. He lifted Chen Feng's corpse up and fixed his gaze on the corpse. His entire body chilled at what he saw. The corpse was here. However, this corpse here, this person he had personally killed, was not Chen Feng. Rather, it was Wu Hui, Chen Feng's disciple. Bang! A resounding boom erupted in Liu Yuan's mind. At this moment, he finally understood all those things he had found odd earlier. Why had Qin Hai suddenly started killing? Because Wu Hui had appeared. He had pretended to be Qin Hai, feeding upon the fear and imagination of the various gods and killing everyone that believed they would be killed by Qin Hai. Why had Kong Bai killed even after the correct answer was given? It was for the same reason. The gods were too terrified and were of the belief that Kong Bai would kill them. This belief had been too strong, causing Wu Hui to make their belief a reality. Even he himself had fallen victim to this. He suddenly understood the reason Chen Feng had told him what the plan was. Chen Feng had also told Liu Yuan that his strength was now that of a high tier true god, said that they now shared the same abilities, and so on. All that had been to feed Liu Yuan's imagination, which Wu Hui would in turn feed on. It was no wonder that Chen Feng had been so hard to defeat. It was no wonder that every single ability Liu Yuan had been scared of seeing had been unleashed correctly by Chen Feng. It was no wonder that even the final result of their battle was exactly what he'd believed it would be. True, everything had progressed way too smoothly. So it turned out he had been fighting his own imagination all this while? Ha 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 ha. In his anger, Liu Yuan howled with laughter, tears dripping down his face. How lamentable. So after exhausting all his trump cards, he had merely killed a figment of his own imagination? Just some Wu Hu, a disciple of Chen Feng. Chapter 873, Decisive Battle, 2. Ha 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 ha. Suddenly, Liu Yuan's laughter paused. He had suddenly thought of another question. If Wu Hu was here, where was Chen Feng? Bang! A sudden boom reverberated across the sky. At a certain location in this world, a figure was walking out of a place of secluded cultivation. With a single glance, Liu Yuan's body chilled. That person was precisely Chen Feng. Chen Feng was now a high-tier true god. At this moment, Liu Yuan finally understood everything. All along, Chen Feng had not been messing around in this alien world. From the moment this world had started to collapse, he had been in cultivation. When Liu Yuan had been fighting all those people, Chen Feng had still been in cultivation. Even during the several hundred days that Liu Yuan was fighting Wu Hu, Chen Feng had still been cultivating. All this while, Chen Feng had been cultivating in the region where the flow of time was the fastest. Chen Feng smiled calmly. It has been a while, Liu Yuan. Liu Yuan's heart trembled, and he felt somewhat plaintive. This was a familiar greeting in a completely unfamiliar scenario. This time, he was at an absolute disadvantage. He was suffering from grave injuries and could display less than 10% of his peak strength. All his trump cards had been exhausted, and he was greatly weakened. Standing before him was Chen Feng, who was fresh out of his cultivation. In such situation, how was he supposed to face Chen Feng? Chen Feng looked at him. You have been the main character for over 30 years. Now it is time to give up on your position as main character. Shwa. He moved toward Liu Yuan one step at a time. Each step he took was accompanied by a boundless radiance. Liu Yuan wanted to say something to drag this out. Unfortunately for him, Chen Feng was evidently not planning to give him more time. At this moment, everyone knew what would come next. Shwa. Chen Feng lifted his hand. This was a familiar action, done with a familiar posture. God Punisher. Bang! Boundless power bloomed. A terrifying power erupted, instantly submerging Liu Yuan. In truth, this power wasn't particularly powerful. It was even weaker than the attack that Liu Yuan had imagined. After all, the Chen Feng he had imagined had been capable of engaging in battle with Liu Yuan for several hundred days before severely injuring him. It was clear that the Chen Feng before him did not have such combat power. If Liu Yuan were at his peak, he would be able to easily block this attack. Unfortunately, he was not at his peak. Presently, he was seriously injured. The terrifying power of God Punisher pierced Liu Yuan's body. Chen Feng knew too well that Liu Yuan was trying to buy time so as to allow his absolute defense to recover. Obviously, Chen Feng would not give him the time to do so. Bang! God Punisher was still attacking. Chen Feng's expression was ice cold. He had waited far too long for this moment. He had been in hiding for several decades, all for today. Qin Hai, Kong Bei, Xuf, and Wu Hui were dead. There were also others. Too many had been sacrificed just to reach this step. Chen Feng hoped to end this as soon as possible. He had hoped that Kong Bei would be successful in defeating Liu Yuan. Alas, Kong Bei had been killed. He had also hoped that Qin Hai would be successful. Unfortunately, Qin Hai had been killed as well. It was the same for Xuf and Wu Hu. Each step taken had been arduous. It had been too hard, the sacrifices too great. Now, only Chen Feng was left. Therefore, he had to remain alive. He had to kill Liu Yuan. He had to bring everyone back. Bang! The final second of God Punisher's firing phase arrived. That terrifying beam submerged Liu Yuan, and that terrifying power pierced through Liu Yuan. At this moment, Liu Yuan's consciousness was already turning hazy. He could not understand this. He stared ahead blankly. The decisive battle he had waited so long for had actually come to this. So it turned out that when he finally met Chen Feng, he could only receive a beating without being able to even strike back. How lamentable. How sad. How unwilling. I am unwilling to accept this, howled Liu Yuan. He was Liu Yuan, the almighty God King. How could he be defeated by Chen Feng? A weakling like this. He was unwilling. If I have to die, You will come with me, he howled inwardly. He would not allow his final battle to be one where he was completely on the receiving end. He would not permit this. He wanted to destroy everything. Liu Yuan was an extremely intelligent person. As such, all his preparations had long been put in place. The trump card for the perfect rebirth was one such preparation. The destruction of the world was another. He was Liu Yuan, the person who controlled everyone. Because of that, he had once thought of an interesting idea. What would happen if all his abilities exploded at the same time? He was quite curious. However, he had never dared to attempt this, as even he might be killed as a result. Now, though, Chen Feng, don't you want to kill me? A cruel smile appeared on Liu Yuan's face. Come at me then. Bang! Liu Yuan held his head high and puffed his chest out. Even though he was already laden with holes, his back was still straight. He howled with laughter. Let this world perish together with me. Bang! All of his abilities were set alight. Instantly, a terrifying power engulfed the whole world. He wanted the entire world to perish together with him. He wanted Chen Feng to perish together with him. This was the only conclusion he was willing to accept. This was a conclusion befitting of him. If he had to suffer defeat, the defeat would be a magnificent one. Alas, at this moment, Chen Feng's voice resounded by his ear. Liu Yuan, don't you remember why you used the power of time to strengthen this world? Huh? Why? Instinctively, Liu Yuan answered that he had done that because he'd feared Chen Feng would drag him down so that they'd die together. As Liu Yuan's thoughts reached this point, he was instantly startled awake. Die together? Yes, this world had already been strengthened. It was now hard to destroy. He was in a trap he had planted himself. Damn it. Liu Yuan's face became unsightly. Despite that, he was still howling amid the boundless radiance. That only applies to you. My millions and millions of abilities are sufficient to destroy everything, howled Liu Yuan. Yes, Chen Feng replied, you are indeed capable of destroying this world. However, your speed will still be affected. Liu Yuan's eyes opened wide. Amid the boundless radiance engulfing this world, he could see Chen Feng leaving this collapsing world slowly while carrying the huge palace that Wang Yao was in. The collapse of this world was obviously too slow to catch up to Chen Feng. No! Howled Liu Yuan. Bang! The world exploded, yet Chen Feng had already departed. With his eyes open wide, Liu Yuan stared blankly as Chen Feng left, as his figure vanished into the distance. No! How can this happen? Slowly, Liu Yuan's body was reduced to nothingness. The eruption of all of his abilities was indeed sufficient to destroy him. At this moment, the world of the Crystal Palace was destroyed as well and turned into nothingness. At the final moment before everything turned dark, in Liu Yuan's hazy vision, he seemed to sense a sweet-scented wind blowing past him. He could see the vague image of that flower-like young lady. Hey, I missed you. Bang! With a boundless blast, the world of the Crystal Palace was reduced to nothingness, leaving nothing behind. Chapter 874, The Ambition of the Backup Plan. Somewhere within the kingdom of Liu Yuan, a streak of light tore through the sky. A crack was ripped in space, and from that tiny crack, a huge figure appeared. Ka. The huge figure squeezed out of the crack and finally made it outside, and the crack collapsed. What had appeared from the crack was actually a huge palace. Below the palace was Chen Feng, who had been carrying it along all the while with his teeth clenched. Glang! The palace landed on the ground loudly. Chen Feng's figure floated down. Behind him, that huge crack began to slowly close up. Chen Feng had returned. Ha ha, come, I saw something. This might be some treasure from some alien realms. I saw a huge palace. Some excited voices could be heard as a bunch of bizarre life forms appeared. The first thing they did was surround this place. Someone is already here. Hey, kid. Go away, said one of the life forms. This is not something you can touch. Chen Feng merely gave him an indifferent glance. A faint radiance pulsed out. Instantly, that life form, who was as powerful as a major god, turned to ash and scattered in the air. The remaining life forms were instantly alarmed. Instantly killing a major god with such ease? Who is this fellow? This strength? A true god? Their expressions shifted as they immediately planned to retreat. Alas, a faint ripple swept past them instantly, reducing them all to dust. Why did you opt to appear when I am in a bad mood? Chen Feng said with an indifferent expression as the dust scattered around. Have I finally won? Chen Feng was feeling somewhat melancholy. Indeed, He had won. This battle had been too hard, and the casualties too high. Qin Hai, Kong Bei Ai, Xuf. Everyone was dead. For this victory, they had given everything. However, it was still not the end. They had helped him with the first half of the plan. The second half of the plan was all in the hands of Chen Feng. Chen Feng had a resolute gaze. That's right. This was not the end. Although Liu Yuan was dead. Will you die just like that? Chen Feng's gaze was cold. Everything had progressed too smoothly. Liu Yuan had died too easily. Although he had already used many of his trump cards, this had still progressed too smoothly. Chen Feng hadn't felt any struggle coming from Liu Yuan, nor had he felt Liu Yuan's despair. Years of his hard work had gone down the drain just like that. Was he truly willing to accept this fate? Why had Liu Yuan not felt despair in the face of defeat? The answer was quite simple: he had still had hope. Even if the hope was small, Chen Feng was able to figure out what Liu Yuan's help was, from what he had learned from Chen Yuan. A clone. Liu Yuan's clone was still out here in the outside world. Since Chen Yuan had been able to survive independently after severing his ties with Liu Yuan in the alien world, the same would have been true of the clone here when the real body arrived on the alien world. Therefore, though the real Liu Yuan was already dead, in the outside world, there was still a clone. This clone wasn't as strong as the real body. Based on what Chen Yuan had said, regardless of how strong a clone was, even with the help of the real body, the clone could only reach high-tier true god. This level was still too far from what their real body was capable of. Therefore, the clone here would at most be a high-tier true god. Moreover, he would be forever stuck at that level. After all, a clone was still a clone. As such, based on their guesses, the clone Liu Yuan had left behind would never be used to face Chen Feng. After all, if Chen Feng could even defeat the real body, what could a mere clone do? That was why the clone would not be used for battle. He would only appear at a certain moment, a certain crucial moment. What would that crucial moment be? Chen Feng sank into contemplation. Somewhere amid a wilderness was an immense pitch-black coffin. The coffin was covered in seals and nailed securely to the ground by numerous nails as it lay dormant within this place of boundless darkness. It appeared so very sinister. Suddenly, the coffin began to tremble violently. The nails began to vibrate until, ultimately, it all burst apart. Bang! With a loud boom, the coffin burst apart. A figure slowly crawled out of the collapsed coffin. His body was extremely stiff, and he had an overcast expression on his face. Evidently, he had been slumbering here for an extended period of time. The real body has died. This was his first sentence. Slowly, he walked out. His appearance was precisely that of Liu Yuan. Before leaving, the real body formed me, the clone. Next, he placed me in eternal slumber, isolating me from him. However, I was linked directly to the alien world he controlled. The moment that alien world was destroyed, I woke up. The moment I woke up, some things that originally belonged to only the real body were transferred over to me. At that moment, I became the true Liu Yuan. He arranged his thoughts. Now, the destruction of the alien world signifies that the battle has ended. However, since the real body is nowhere to be seen, that proves that the battle ended with Chen Feng's victory. He sighed. His memories began recovering as he fused with the memories that used to belong only to the real body. As of this moment, he was the real body. Everything Liu Yuan had left behind before leaving was for the awakening of this clone here at this place. In fact, this was a trick he had learned from Chen Feng. Since Chen Feng could trick his clone into cutting ties with him, could he not apply the same concept in creating a new clone? This was what he had considered. This was what he had done. Slowly, this new Liu Yuan's strength grew. As the memories washed over him, he recovered completely. This Liu Yuan was nearly equivalent to the real Liu Yuan prior to his departure to the alien world. Naturally, he did not have any memory of the events that had transpired on the alien world. After all, this clone had been formed before Liu Yuan left for the alien world. Let me think about it. Based on the memories, I managed to figure out about the existence of Chen Feng. To prevent my plans from being seen through, I used an extremely idiotic method to deal with him. I decided to attack the alien world. I would collapse the flow of time there before killing Chen Feng. It seems like that plan failed. Liu Yuan sighed. He had no idea how the defeat had happened, though. However, based on the memories left behind, during his moment of defeat, He should have destroyed the entire alien world. That was how this clone would wake up. The real body had indeed done that. The alien world had been destroyed. What about Chen Feng? Was he still alive, or had he perished together with the real body? For some reason, Liu Yuan wished that both Chen Feng and the real body had perished together. That would be the perfect conclusion. After all, he knew all too well how terrifying Chen Feng was. No matter how one looked at it, in the battle between the real body and Chen Feng, the real body was absolutely superior. Yet Liu Yuan had still suffered defeat. This was quite horrifying. How strong was Chen Feng? He was a clone of Liu Yuan. To be precise, he was a duplicate of Liu Yuan. Despite that, there were still minute differences between them. As an example, their strength. The real body had possessed heaven-defying strength at the level of peak true god. As for this clone here, he was merely a high-tier true god. Therefore, despite sharing the same memories and thought process as the real body, the way they dealt with things would be different. If Chen Feng can defeat even the real body, I am not his opponent. Liu Yuan knew himself well. If Chen Feng, that fellow who had defeated the real body, was still alive, he was definitely not an opponent this clone could contend against. Liu Yuan racked his brain and was shortly able to think of something. Perhaps this was also a gift left behind by the real body. After all, the two were one and thus shared similar thought processes. Liu Yuan calmly analyzed the situation. Now, Chen Feng is out there in the open while I am here in hiding. My advantage is Chen Feng not knowing that I am still alive. Back then, Chen Feng had tricked him for over 30 years by faking his death. Now, it was his turn to return the favor. He would hide, waiting for the perfect moment to make a fatal strike toward Chen Feng. He was Liu Yuan. Even though he was a mere clone, he still desired to control the world. The little flame Liu Yuan had left in this clone was presently burning brightly. Chapter 875, Vestiges of Time. Time passed quietly. Chen Feng had returned to the outside world carrying the palace. Silently, he waited for Wang Yao to awaken. He knew that the moment she awoke would be the end of everything. As such, he was waiting. At the same time, he was operating his powerful strength. Slowly, all the powers he had absorbed were fused. With his new godly power, all the other godly powers could only submit. This was easier now after his battle with Liu Yuan, as he'd harvested all of Liu Yuan's godly powers. During this period of time while Chen Feng was waiting, his strength was still growing without stop. The task Liu Yuan had failed even after several decades was completed by him, becoming the world controller. Chen Feng was now a peak true god in the truest sense. He had now reached a height even higher than the previous Liu Yuan. He was even stronger than Liu Yuan had been at his peak. In addition to controlling all godly powers, he had also fully fused the powers. Now, all that was left was waiting for Wang Yao's awakening. Is everything progressing smoothly? Jumu asked Chen Feng, who was near the palace. Chen Feng had been back for quite a while, yet all this while, he had never left this palace. Reaching this point had been way too hard. He did not wish to see any mistakes. After all, Liu Yuan's clone was still out there. Even though this clone was incredibly weak next to Chen Feng, he still did not wish to see anything unexpected happening. I guess, he answered after feeling out the aura within the palace. The power of time was converging again. It wouldn't be that long before Wang Yao finally broke through. Duma heaved a breath of relief. That's good. After hearing about the things that had happened on the alien world, he had indeed been deeply shocked. Even Miss Xiao had not seen that coming. Likewise, none of them had ever expected that Chen Feng would actually emerge victorious. This was a total victory. Naturally, Duma was not aware that he had also played an important role in this battle. He had been used as a ally against Liu Yuan. Nevertheless, Duma couldn't help but wonder if Chen Feng was truly fine. After all, in that huge world of the Crystal Palace, Chen Feng was the only survivor. Chen Feng smiled. Don't worry. The fight has just begun. How can I give up so easily? Begun? Duma blanked. Wasn't it over? The fight with Liu Yuan is indeed over, Chen Feng said calmly. However, this is merely the beginning of my fight. That's right, his fight. He would not allow Qin Hai and the rest to have died in vain. Since everyone had placed their trust in him, handing over their lives, Chen Feng absolutely had to fulfill his promise to resurrect them. He would definitely accomplish this. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute. He turned around and looked at the palace Wang Yao was in. I have defeated even Liu Yuan. Faintly, the power of time continued swirling around. Chen Feng could sense that Wang Yao would be able to break through at any moment, entering the true God stage. Suddenly, Duma said, "The wind is blowing." He could feel a gentle breeze brushing past them. A smile formed on Chen Feng's face. "Yeah, the wind is blowing." The wind was here. What should have appeared would now appear. He stood up and placed his palm on the palace. "Senior Duma." Duma nodded. "Understood." He knew that his turn to make a move had arrived. Bang! A wave of the power of time pulsed out. In Duma's hand was a faint clump of the power of time. This power passed through the palace directly and reached the hall within. The power of time was the only power capable of exerting any sort of influence on the palace, since it was the same kind of power, the power of time. The power that Duma could control was extremely weak. It was so weak that it couldn't do anything to Wang Yao. However, his task was not to assist Wang Yao's cultivation. Rather, shwa, shwa. Faintly, the power of time poured in. Right at this moment, the young lady within the palace, who had stayed unmoving for a long time, suddenly opened her eyes. Her eyes flashed brilliantly the moment she opened them. This was a power she was familiar with. She knew that this was the power of that old turtle. Her emotionless eyes shone brightly. "Are you making your move?" Was Duma trying to awaken her? This signified that Liu Yuan had yet to obtain victory, right? A certain memory surfaced. She could remember that the last message she received had been from Liu Yuan. He had told her that Chen Feng was already dead. She had been forced to accept this fact and wait for the moment she finally became a true god. She had her own plans. The moment Chen Feng had died, she had already decided. But now, Duma was trying to awaken her. "Are you guys still capable of resisting Liu Yuan?" Wang Yao wondered if Duma was the one fighting Liu Yuan now. Shortly afterward, she rejected this notion. She suddenly recalled Duma's power. It was the power of time. Rather, it was a weak version of the power of time. Nevertheless, it was still the power of time. If Duma was together with Chen Feng, right. Wang Yao suddenly thought of another person, Miss Xiao, if she was around as well. Suddenly, Wang Yao's heart throbbed. Perhaps Chen Feng was still alive. Bang! The moment this thought appeared, her calm demeanor broke. The power that had stayed calm within her for so long instantly erupted, incapable of being held back. These years, she had been suppressing her power. She had been accumulating power without stop. Firstly, she did not intend to let Liu Yuan borrow her power. Secondly, only by suppressing and accumulating power would she be able to truly transform during the moment of her breakthrough. All along, she had never intended to merely be Liu Yuan's tool. She was Wang Yao, a person who had been reborn. She had not returned just to be cannon fodder. If she had continued her accumulation, during the moment of her breakthrough, Liu Yuan's victory would become uncertain. But now, there was no longer any need for that. Bang! A terrifying power of time roiled out. The berserk power blasted the palace apart. The moment this power left the palace, the entire world trembled. This was the power of time, a power even the creation god had not controlled. This was a power that was not supposed to exist. Bang! Bang! Boundless power pulsed out. Amid the terrifying storm of time, Wang Yao walked out with a calm expression. When she saw that familiar figure standing before the palace, a smile formed on her face. So he was still alive. How good this was. Wang Yao was intelligent. When she saw that they were no longer in outer space, when she saw that only a portion of the palace remained here, she instantly understood what had happened. This fellow had actually gone to outer space to carry the palace back. What a guy. A sweet feeling surfaced in Wang Yao's heart. She knew that Chen Feng, who had once been weaker than her, who had once required her protection, had, at her moment of danger, stepped on a cloud of 7 colors and rescued her like a Prince Charming. This was quite cliché, but it was still touching. Shwa. She drifted forth on the current of time to directly reach Chen Feng. "You have gotten fat." Chen Feng was in an emotional state of mind. What had remained mere memories for a long time, at this moment, had become tangible again. He felt extremely guilty for letting Wang Yao remain locked up for so long. He was extremely sad, as he had actually forgotten about her at one point. Throughout the years, she had been locked in the room. She had been forced to cultivate day and night, living a hopeless life. What had her life been like? The thought of what she had gone through caused Chen Feng's heart to ache. Fortunately, everything was over now. Wang Yao still appeared as pleasant as ever. The vestiges of time couldn't be seen on her. This was the truth. After all, with a cursory glance at Wang Yao, Chen Feng found that her height was the same, as were the two clumps on her chest. Wang Yao. Chapter 876, Decisive Battle, 3. I am not small, Wang Yao grumbled. Chen Feng shook his head. I don't believe you. Hearing about it means nothing. Even when looking at it, it might be fake. Only by feeling it with my own hands. HMPH. Wang Yao gave him a furious glare, then suddenly laughed. This fellow was truly still the same. Hee hee. Duma laughed dryly by the side. This display of affection was somewhat overboard. Even Duma, who had lived for so many years, couldn't take it anymore. As the displays of affection grew more intense, Duma's face greened. Fortunately, Chen Feng still knew what he should do. He told Wang Yao everything that had happened recently. Wang Yao understood what Chen Feng wanted to do as well. What he wanted was to be the world controller. However, this was understandable. She stood up and looked at the world around her. This world had been ravaged badly. Half the world had been destroyed by Luo Yuan, and countless life forms had been enslaved by him. They lived a life no better than death itself. As for the other half of the world, they could only live on bitterly through constant struggle. This was the present state of the world, a world without any vitality. After all, to Luo Yuan, this world was merely a tool for his return to the past. Why would he treat this world well? Therefore, Chen Feng had no choice but to continue Luo Yuan's plan. He had to first control the world, then rewind time. However, he wouldn't rewind to the era Luo Yuan had wanted. Rather, he wanted to return to the best era this world had ever experienced, the genetic era he knew of. Wang Yao looked at Chen Feng solemnly. Have you made up your mind? Chen Feng nodded. He had long since decided in his heart. Controlling the world isn't that hard. Wang Yao took in a deep breath. However, rewinding time is extremely difficult, especially when the rewind needs to stop at a specific point in time. Even though the power of time is at your disposal, it will still be very exhausting. Moreover, you might not be a true god anymore afterward, or maybe you'll cease to exist, Wang Yao sternly explained. In this world, Chen Feng was a true god. He was extremely powerful. Since defeating Luo Yuan, he was unopposable. Without a doubt, he would be able to easily gain control over this world. After all, he still had luck and misfortune under his control. Therefore, controlling the world wouldn't be that hard for Chen Feng. He could easily mold this world as he wished, turning it back into a world filled with vitality, allowing this world to sail smoothly from now on. In this new world, Chen Feng was the uncrowned king. Even if he wanted to crown himself, that would not be a problem. On the contrary, rewinding time would be way harder. To rewind the entire world's time, in addition to the power of time, a huge amount of godly power would be required as well. This power would not appear out of thin air. If so, whose power would be exhausted? Without a doubt, that person would be Chen Feng. With Chen Feng as the implementer, with the world as the material, with Wang Yao's power of time as the catalyst, and with Chen Feng's godly power as the fuel, the rewind would start. The end result could very well be Chen Feng losing all his godly power. The longer back in time they needed to rewind, the worse off Chen Feng would be. Was this truly what he wanted? Moreover, Luo Yuan and Yi, said Wang Yao, reminding him of those two. Although those two were dead now, if they returned back to a period where the both of them were still alive. Back then, Luo Yuan had accidentally awakened Yi through his time travel. Now, if Chen Feng was careless, he might awaken both Luo Yuan and Yi. At that time, how would the exhausted Chen Feng face them? He would die a miserable death. Therefore, they had to exercise extreme caution when carrying out this plan. Rewinding time was not something that allowed any room for mistakes. Chen Feng nodded. I understand. He had thought of all these things. Chen Feng's gaze was resolute as he said, I have no choice. I promised them that I will save them. Moreover, I have already thought through this whole matter. There won't be any problems. In this world, nobody can stop me. Nobody can influence me either. Chen Feng was sure. With Luo Yuan's death, he was now the strongest. Wang Yao nodded. Since Luo Yuan was already dead, she would not stop Chen Feng. Then let us begin, Wang Yao said. All right. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. The source of my power is nearly identical to Luo Yuan's. Therefore, controlling the world will be very easy. The crucial part of the plan is rewinding time. I will need your help with this. Understood, Wang Yao replied solemnly. Shua. Faint godly power roiled out. Chen Feng began to shine with an intense radiance. Bang! The godly power converged. In Chen Feng's hands, power unique to the world slowly appeared. In Wang Yao's hands, power unique to time gathered. Slowly, the two powers fused. Bang! Finally, the two powers met. A terrifying shockwave swept out. Where the two of them stood, an alarming power erupted. A transparent whirlpool formed, a whirlpool containing the power of time, containing everything. Without a doubt, the moment that whirlpool covered the entirety of this world, time would start going backward. This was rewinding time. This was how powerful time was. Alas, right at this instant, when they just started releasing their power to rewind time, a streak of light appeared. This streak of light appeared from a corner they could not see, hidden within the void. There, an illusory figure appeared. Swish! That person appeared suddenly and charged at them directly. Luo Yuan. Wang Yao cried out in alarm. Her eyes went wide. Evidently, she had not expected that Luo Yuan would appear here. This was definitely the clone that Chen Feng had mentioned. You are courting death. Chen Feng's eyes gleamed coldly. Since he had been aware that Luo Yuan's clone was still out there, he had naturally prepared for his appearance. A clone, a high-tier true god. In the past, he might have feared such an existence. However, he was now the world controller. He was the peak of this world in the truest sense. Merely Luo Yuan? Chen Feng sneered. I have been waiting a long time for you. Bang! Instantly, the power of a peak true god swept out. As a precaution against Luo Yuan, Chen Feng had reserved a portion of his power. This power now poured out and instantly pierced through Luo Yuan. Perhaps Luo Yuan had once been formidable, but he was a mere clone now. A mere high-tier true god clone like him was incapable of posing any threat to Chen Feng, let alone causing any trouble in Chen Feng's plan. Surprisingly, even after being pierced through, the smile on Luo Yuan's face still remained. Luo Yuan laughed heartily. Ha ha. I knew I wouldn't be a match for you. However, who told you that I am here merely to cause a disturbance? After all, what you are doing is what I have been trying to do all this while. Hee hee. Why would I even try to stop you? I won't stop you. Rather, I will help you. Shwa! A bizarre power suddenly shot out of his hand. It entered the whirlpool of rewinding time. The moment it entered, Wang Yao was alarmed. Time? Wang Yao's expression shifted. That's right. The power Luo Yuan had shot into the whirlpool was the power of time. This power was feeble. But when it entered the whirlpool, which had only stabilized with great difficulty, the balance within the whirlpool immediately shifted. You all have seemingly forgotten that a long time ago, Duma used to wear a wristband as well. I copied his power too. Luo Yuan howled with laughter. This decision of his had been correct after all. Chapter 877, Decisive Battle, 4. Before the time whirlpool, Luo Yuan showed himself. He had always been hiding one fact. He had also copied Duma's power. Luo Yuan had once thought of studying this power as well. Alas, Duma's power of time was too weak, comparable to Kong Bei's branch of transmigration. Therefore, Luo Yuan had only been able to give up on it. Nevertheless, he had still been able to fine-tune the power of time. Chen Feng could die over and over again just to hide from Luo Yuan. Luo Yuan was also capable of such minor usages of time. Therefore, he had been killing himself and resurrecting himself at fixed intervals. This was what Chen Feng had used against Luo Yuan back then. Now, this method was being used against Chen Feng. This guaranteed that Chen Feng would never be able to locate him, assuring him that he would be able to stay hidden at all times. Of course, he was but a mere clone. However, as far as Luo Yuan was concerned, only his physical flesh was that of a clone. After all, he now possessed the complete memories and thought process of the real body. On top of that, this minuscule power of time was something only this clone had. Luo Yuan had left this power behind before leaving for the world of the Crystal Palace back then so as to hide that he had this power from Chen Feng. After all, this was a trump card, an incomparably powerful trump card. With this power of time, his thought process was getting infinitely identical to the real body's thought process. As for this cloned body, it was now the real body. Apart from the absence of the memories of what had happened on the world of the Crystal Palace, he was no different from Luo Yuan himself. Therefore, after his complete awakening, Liu Yuan had continued with the backup plan he had prepared back then. This plan involved him ambushing Chen Feng. Thus, he had appeared here after sensing the appearance of the power of time. He had been hiding and waiting. Now, what he had been waiting for had finally arrived. This was precisely what he had been waiting for. He might be weak now, but he had the power to control the world. The only thing he lacked was the power of misfortune, which just so happened to be in Chen Feng's hands. As far as he was concerned, Chen Feng was equivalent to a key to start rewinding time. As such, it did not matter who started the rewinding process. What was truly important was who controlled time after the key was used to start the process. Liu Yuan had decided to allow Chen Feng to be the one to start the process. Chen Feng succeeded. He won. Alas, he was but a key. Bang! Mighty power poured out of Liu Yuan's hand. Instantly, this power traversed the world and arrived within Chen Feng and Wang Yao's whirlpool. This was the power to change everything. Chen Feng had used all his power to start this process. His aura and his godly power were fully being used to control the power of the world. As for Liu Yuan, the only thing he needed to do was place a timestamp on the process. The only thing he changed was the stopping point. That was all. The timestamp Chen Feng had set in the genetic era was changed back to the era of Liu Yuan's youth. This was his true goal. So Chen Feng believed that he had won. Indeed, he had emerged victorious from the battle. However, so what? With this as the end result, the one who ultimately lost was still Chen Feng. Liu Yuan had needed to deal with two issues to accomplish his goal. The first was Chen Feng, who would never compromise with him. To defeat Chen Feng and take the power of misfortune would take a very long time. His second issue was Wang Yao. Even though he had locked Wang Yao up and forced her to cultivate, she had only obeyed because he had been stronger. The moment Wang Yao became a true god, the moment she had terrifying power at her disposal, how could he force her to rewind time as he wished? This was a major issue. Therefore, rewinding time was an extremely difficult process for Liu Yuan. However, what if Chen Feng was the one to do it? Everything would fall into place perfectly. And thus, Liu Yuan had died. Chen Feng would now personally do all this. Wang Yao would most certainly agree to help. Therefore, Chen Feng would be able to flawlessly start the rewinding process. Yes, Liu Yuan was currently very weak. So what? All Chen Feng's power had been used to start this process. Many factors needed to be controlled: the rewinding process, time, the timestamp, stability, and so on. Too many things required his focus. As for Liu Yuan, he only needed to exhaust the entirety of his power to alter the timestamp. That was all. He had succeeded easily. In the end, this world was still his. Chen Feng, haha. He would die from exhaustion during the rewinding process. He would be sucked dry by the power of time. Everyone would die. Only Liu Yuan would return to the era belonging to himself. Moreover, he would return with his current strength. The time whirlpool revolved slowly. That faint power of time started influencing the world. Wang Yao's face fell. This is bad. The timestamp has been locked. At this point, she could no longer control the rewinding perfectly. Under Liu Yuan's influence, the rewinding was shifting toward a certain direction. The timestamp left by Liu Yuan was akin to a nail that could not be driven off. Silently, it changed the trajectory of the entire process. Finally, Chen Feng understood. So this is your actual goal. At this point, how could he not understand? Perhaps this had been Liu Yuan's plan all along? From his invasion of the alien world to his present intrusion into the rewinding process, had it all been part of his plan? Had he used his life as the price to ensure that Chen Feng would be the one to start this process? What a ruthless guy. To think that he still dared to do something like this even after the betrayal of his clone. He still dared to allow his clone to take over by sacrificing his real body. What a madman. Haha, you have only thought of it now? It is already too late. Liu Yuan howled with laughter. I finally understand. When someone is too strong and nearly unequaled, they will always neglect some things. This applies to both the me before and the present you. Haha, although I suffered one defeat, I am the final victor. Sorry, Chen Feng. Liu Yuan lifted his hand, hastening the flow of time. Bang! The time whirlpool started revolving at a rapid speed and growing in size. No wonder. Chen Feng finally understood everything. It was no wonder that Liu Yuan had died so easily. It turned out that he had intended to die all along. What a terrifying plan. He had expected that Liu Yuan might come himself. Yet he had never expected that Liu Yuan to have control over the power of time. The corner of Liu Yuan's mouth curled up, forming a smile. A perfect plan, right? This was his true plan. This was the final plan he had come up with after improvising on the plan Lucora had selected for him based on the hot-headed template. Bang! The timestamp he had condensed was like a nail that was nailed tightly in the time rewind. Now, the entire world would rewind as he wished. Chapter 878. You are still lacking. Bang! The whirlpool of time spun. The terrifying power of time started spreading toward the entire world. Under the effects of time, the world began to warp. Change was imminent. After pulling out all his tricks, Liu Yuan had finally reached this point. However, he was somewhat surprised by the fact that Chen Feng was merely watching on with a detached gaze. Not a tiny bit of helplessness could be felt from him. Suddenly, Chen Feng laughed. Compared to your real body, you are still somewhat lacking. What? Liu Yuan had a bad feeling. Timestamp. Chen Feng shook his head. I truly never expected this. Is this the source of your confidence? Chen Feng looked at the center of the whirlpool. There, the timestamp glowed brightly. This was what Liu Yuan was relying on to change the flow of time. You won't be able to change it. Liu Yuan refused to believe that Chen Feng could do that. As a third party, I saw clearly how all your power was exhausted. It is impossible for you to still have any reserves. That's right. Chen Feng had no way of reserving any power. What reserves he had already been squeezed out by Liu Yuan. Now, he had nothing to spare. After all, this was an undertaking involving the entire world. Even though Chen Feng was a peak true god, it was impossible for him to still have any power in reserve. It wouldn't be that easy. If so, what exactly was the source of his confidence? Liu Yuan fixed his gaze on Chen Feng. He was of the opinion that Chen Feng was trying to lie again. I will not fall for your lies, Liu Yuan said with a sharp gaze. During this final moment, his belief was unprecedentedly firm. Indeed, I have fallen for your tricks many times in the past. Not this time. Time was flowing. The effect of the whirlpool had now reached the entire world. Chen Feng spoke calmly. The timestamp is indeed very powerful. This situation is similar to a loaded anti-aircraft gun whose trajectory was changed after the shell was fired. By using all your power here, I am indeed not capable of changing it. I won't be able to do anything to this timestamp. However, suddenly, Chen Feng said, why should I change it in the first place? Liu Yuan laughed heartily. Because you will die if it remains. Alas, his laugh did not last long before his face froze. That was because, at this precise instant, he saw a red flash streak past. Then, the timestamp vanished. Liu Yuan's face shifted. He turned around abruptly, looking in the direction the red flash had come from. There, a pure-looking young lady was carrying the timestamp in her arms. One bite at a time, she began to eat the timestamp. On her head were two protrusions that were quite identical to dragon horns. Liu Yuan was alarmed. Who are you? The whirlpool had already begun operating. Apart from the few of them who were here at the source of this whirlpool, no other life forms could hope to enter. That was because all other places should now be engulfed in the power of time. This was the only place that was still frozen in time. This young lady. Hold on. Suddenly, Liu Yuan recalled who she was. He recalled that a long time ago, Chen Feng had had a little snake by his side. The snake had been called Xiao Ying. Even though Liu Yuan hadn't been able to subject the snake to any monitoring, he still had a rough understanding of the snake through Chen Feng. This also included the contract of life and death that Xiao Ying had signed with Ming Yi. However, this Xiao Ying had been missing for a long time now. In fact, it had been many years since she had last appeared. Since when had that tiny snake been capable of taking a humanoid form? Since when had that tiny snake been so powerful? The alien world had already been destroyed. How was she still alive? Chen Feng had a faint smile. I have your real body to thank for this. The alien world completely collapsed with chaotic time currents everywhere. Even you, as a clone, were no longer able to stay connected to your real body in that situation. Therefore, how could it be possible for a mere contract of life and death to continue binding Xiao Ying's life with Ming Yi's? I see. Liu Yuan clenched his fists. He was truly clueless about what had transpired over there. Fine. he could accept the fact that this young lady here was powerful. However, what the hell was up with her chewing on the timestamp? Liu Yuan watched on with horror as that young lady chewed on that shiny timestamp one bite at a time before slowly swallowing it down. How is this possible? Liu Yuan was utterly dumbstruck. Eaten? The timestamp that even Chen Feng had been helpless against was eaten? What the hell? That was a timestamp formed of the power of time. Apart from Wang Yao, someone else could touch it. Even Liu Yuan did not dare to physically touch that thing. If he dared to swallow it, his personal flow of time would immediately increase by over 10,000 times. Regardless of how long of a lifespan he had, he would immediately die of old age. When something like this that was supposed to alter the fate of an entire world was used on a single individual, it would be greatly amplified. How? He looked at that young lady. Apart from the horns on her head, which had grown somewhat, no changes could be seen. What the hell had that snake evolved into? He had no answer. However, would he have to accept defeat just like this? No, I can't accept this, howled Liu Yuan. Once again, he tried forming a timestamp. Timestamp, form. Hum. A sparkling radiance swirled around his hands. Once again, a timestamp was formed. Since Liu Yuan had control over Duma's power, forming this timestamp wasn't particularly difficult for him. Of course, this new timestamp was clearly weaker than the first. Swish. Once again, Liu Yuan tossed the timestamp into the whirlpool. Aha! Instantly, Xiao Ying's eyes shone with excitement. Shwa. She charged over, grabbed the timestamp, and once again began eating it. Just like that, in less than 2 seconds, the newly formed timestamp was eaten. Liu Yuan was stupefied. Exactly what life form was Xiao Ying? She seemed to have been a snake in the past, right? What had she evolved into? Could it be that she had devoured the bloodline of some life forms and evolved into a dog? Swish. Liu Yuan tossed out a third timestamp. Once again, the young lady puffed and charged over before proceeding to eat it. This caused Chen Feng to feel somewhat embarrassed. Bro, can you consider the dignity of a dragon before behaving like this? Liu Yuan's heart trembled as he thought of something. This might work. Swish. He tossed a timestamp in a different direction. The young lady charged over immediately. Seeing this, Liu Yuan had a pensive look. Perhaps there is a solution to this. Swish. Swish. He tossed out several dozen timestamps in a row. The timestamps were scattered in all directions. Since this young lady loved the timestamps, he would allow her to eat as much as she wanted. It might seem like he had tossed out a lot of timestamps, but only one of them was suffused with power capable of influencing the rewinding of time. Therefore, so long as he was lucky and she did not happen to eat that particular timestamp. Shwa. While Liu Yuan was still lost in thought, wondering which timestamp this young lady would choose, a red flash started streaking back and forth before him at a rapid speed. Instantly, all the timestamps he had tossed out vanished. With a stupefied expression, Liu Yuan looked at the young lady, who now had a pile of timestamps in her arms. She started chomping down on the timestamps while the corner of her eyes looked at Liu Yuan in disdain. Which to choose? Hee, only a kid would make a choice. As an adult, of course I will choose all of them. Liu Yuan was thoroughly stupefied. Chapter 879, Return. I told you, it's time for this to end. With a tranquil expression, Chen Feng watched as Xiao Ying messed around with Liu Yuan. In truth, everything was over the moment the real Liu Yuan died. You are, after all, a mere clone. Even though you two share the same consciousness and thought process, you are just a mere clone. Liu Yuan began muttering to himself. How can this? Bang! The time whirlpool started to seethe. Without the timestamp, the whirlpool was fully activated. The entire world began to rewind. Apart from where they stood, everything flowed backward like the water of a river. Time was now flowing backward. Liu Yuan's eyes were wide open. This was something he had been yearning for even in his dreams. For this moment, he had worked hard for so many years. Alas, though this was now actually happening, it no longer had anything to do with him. Suddenly, Chen Feng said, "Time for you to go." Swish. With a red flash, Xiao Ying sent Liu Yuan flying away. No! Liu Yuan's face fell. The instant he was flung out of the area, he vanished amid the current of time. This Liu Yuan was just a clone. Therefore, the moment he touched the current of time, he vanished from existence. Bang! The time whirlpool erupted with power. bringing them to all the points in time they had once lived in. First was the era of Liu Yuan. They watched as Liu Yuan dominated the world, becoming the sole king. Due to time being rewound, what they witnessed was quite amusing. They watched as Liu Yuan transformed from a peak god and the ruler of everything into someone who lost his kingdom. Next was the era of Chen Feng. In this era, the world had yet to be split in two. Chen Feng never gotten involved in the affairs of the world. Therefore, the world was able to develop in a positive direction. Soon, the era of Yi arrived. The world changed. The human world turned into a single bead that appeared in Yi's eyes. This was the era where humans suffered most. Slowly, time flowed backward. Right at this instant, a dazzling flash appeared. Just like that, the time whirlpool stopped, forced to a halt here. Chen Feng was startled. He could sense that the time whirlpool had seemingly gotten stuck on something. Chen Feng looked into the distance. There, Yi, who had always been changing along with the flow of time, stood firmly. His eyes shone brightly. His existence itself was like a nail that was firmly fixing the time whirlpool in place. Has this moment finally arrived? Yi's mouth curled up into a smile. I know of your existence, Liu Yuan. I know what your goal is. Therefore, I have been waiting here for you. I might suffer defeat in the near future. I might die, allowing you the control over this world. However, since you are rewinding time, let us do battle once again. Yi's gaze became sharp. I have been waiting a long time for this moment. This was actually the point in time shortly prior to Yi and Liu Yuan's battle. Due to Liu Yuan, Chen Feng had received a huge gift from Yi. This was how he had stepped into the realm of godhood. Shortly after this, Yi had set off for outer space to battle Liu Yuan. In that battle, both of them had suffered greatly. It seemed like this was the backup plan Yi had left behind. Looks like you indeed emerged victorious from that battle. Yi smiled lightly. However, I will still be the final victor. His figure flickered. His entire body was bathed in a resplendent radiance. Like a nail, he fixed the time whirlpool in place. His body flashed forth and instantly reached the center of the time whirlpool. Based on what I know, after activating this whirlpool, you won't have much power left in you. Here, I am the strongest. Thank you for rewinding time, allowing me. Upon entering the whirlpool, he immediately blanked. Yi looked at the three before him, stupefied. Who are you? Immediately afterward, he recalled. This fellow seemed to be that kid named Chen Feng. Yi's face shifted. Why is it you? Where is Liu Yuan? Could it be that Liu Yuan had allowed someone else to take charge of the time rewind? Was this a precaution Liu Yuan had prepared for Yi? Countless thoughts surfaced in Yi's mind. As for Chen Feng, he could clearly see the shining fragment held by Yi. That fragment was emitting a familiar power, the power of time. Chen Feng sighed. A timestamp. Yi had actually discovered a certain powerful timestamp containing the power of time. Using that timestamp, he had waited until the time rewind reached this point before freezing it at this moment in time. If Liu Yuan were the one rewinding time, he would truly have suffered defeat here. Xiao Ying, said Chen Feng. Swish. Immediately, Xiao Ying flashed forth, knocking Yi away. At the same time, the timestamp he was holding was snatched by Xiao Ying. Yi was somewhat dumbstruck. What was this? He knew who Chen Feng was. He was that weak mortal Yi had personally granted a divine seat, allowing him to reach godhood. How had he become strong enough to control this time whirlpool? And there was also that young lady. Why was her strength so terrifying? Yi was clueless. He found that he couldn't see through the three before him at all. Chen Feng merely laughed. Yi's plan was indeed flawless. Unfortunately, he had neglected Chen Feng's existence. He had not known that in the future, after his own battle with Liu Yuan, Chen Feng had also engaged in a battle with Liu Yuan. Moreover, that battle had been extremely long. Liu Yuan's and Chen Feng's strength had grown considerably. Moreover, during the final moments, even those by their side had reached the realm of true God. Yi's strength could have once been considered powerful, but against the present Chen Feng, you are too weak, Chen Feng said with a tranquil expression. Bang! Instantly, Yi's body was flung away. I'm too weak. Even after being flung away, Yi couldn't react to this. This was a trap he had set prior to his departure for outer space. From his understanding, that Liu Yuan was nearly equivalent to him in strength. How was he too weak? Right at this instant, he saw the young lady who had snatched the timestamp from him. She shot him an inquisitive glance before chomping down on the timestamp. Thus, time continued to flow. No. Yi was alarmed. He knew that the moment time began flowing, the moment the time whirlpool started revolving again, Yi vanished into nothingness. This powerful true God had finally vanished as time resumed flowing back to the era prior to the arrival of the gods. This was where the primordial descended. Time continued flowing. Ultimately, it returned to the era Chen Feng was most familiar with, genetic era. Bang! Right at this moment, the time whirlpool stopped. The world, having been warped during the rewind process, returned to normal. Blue skies and jade-green waters appeared. The familiar skyscrapers and buildings appeared in their view. Cities brimming with vitality popped up. Chen Feng clenched his fists tightly. We have returned. He had finally returned to the era he was most familiar with. The ancient race had yet to be discovered. The primordial had yet to descend. The gods had yet to appear. This was still humanity's golden era. A smile appeared on Chen Feng's face. I like this era. Naturally, returning to this point in time did not signify that he now had nothing to do. At the very least, he had to deal with all those that were supposed to appear in the future before they could grow in power. As an example, Chen Feng picked up a wristband and softly whispered into it. Luo Yuan, I am coming for you. Chapter 880, End. In outer space, on a huge throne, when Luo Yuan, who was monitoring all of humanity, heard this sentence, he was greatly frightened. Since he was monitoring all of humanity, it was natural that his name was one of the key words that his filters would immediately catch. He could hear every conversation pertaining to him. He had heard people scold him. He had heard people wanting to get married to him. However, never before had anyone directly conversed with him. He tried to find out who that person was. Regretfully, apart from that single sentence, Luo Yuan failed to gather any additional information about that person. Luo Yuan's heart throbbed. How is this possible? He was high and above all other humans. He was akin to a god, controlling all humanity. How could information he couldn't find even exist? Luo Yuan frowned. Is it those fellows again? The truth was, he had discovered the existence of an extremely powerful race on this planet. On top of that, he had also discovered an alien world called the Twin Horns world. He controlled the flow of all information, yet that person who had just talked to him, Luo Yuan felt a chill in his heart. That person had used a newly bought wristband. Moreover, the wristband had only been used once to talk to him. Therefore, Luo Yuan had no way of obtaining any information about that person. This caused him to feel fear. Who exactly are you? Luo Yuan asked in a low voice. Right at this instant, a voice suddenly appeared by his ear. Why don't you take a guess? Bang! Luo Yuan's heart jolted. He turned around abruptly. Instantly, his entire body chilled and all his hair stood on end. Unknowingly, a figure had appeared beside him and whispered into his ear. Luo Yuan reined his fear in. Who are you? He feigned a calm expression and stood up. He knew that a person capable of arriving at his side without being detected was not someone he could hope to contend against. However, when he got a clear look at that person, he could no longer control his emotions. That was because he had discovered that this was Chen Feng. This was a chess piece Luo Yuan had planted, a chess piece Luo Yuan had gotten from an alien world. Luo Yuan was shaken. Why is it you? He had been monitoring Chen Feng all this while. As such, he had a clear understanding of Chen Feng. How was it possible for Chen Feng to have such strength? The aura he was emanating. Chen Feng chuckled. This version of Luo Yuan was truly too adorable. The gods had yet to appear. The primordial had yet to descend. Even the ancient race had yet to be discovered. Therefore, this Luo Yuan had copied too few abilities. At this moment, he was merely comparable to a minor god. Of course, this was a level far surpassing all the life forms in this world at the moment. Unfortunately for him, Chen Feng was now a true god. What do you think? Chen Feng smiled. I have completed your plan for you. Therefore, I have returned to destroy you, who would destroy the world in the future. Plan, future. Luo Yuan's mind spun as he suddenly realized something. Time rewind. Instantly, he understood everything. It was no wonder that this Chen Feng was so powerful, to the point that his aura alone was so fearful. So it turned out that he, Luo Yuan, had suffered defeat in the future at the hands of Chen Feng. If possible, Liu Yuan sighed. Can you erase my memories and my power before sending my consciousness back to that era? Before death, I wish to have one last look at her. Chen Feng looked at him silently. After a long silence, he nodded. All right. Bang! Chen Feng destroyed Liu Yuan's body, leaving behind a trace of his consciousness. Like the blinking light of a firefly amid the darkness, the consciousness hovered on the brink of destruction. Chen Feng grabbed the consciousness. Go. Chen Feng pointed at Medea. That clump of consciousness traversed through time and space, threading the river of time like a tiny fluttering butterfly. His wings flapped with great difficulty. Finally, he reached that era, returned to the place belonging to himself. There, he saw the entrance of the genetic union. He saw the young Missy was selling flowers there. When she smiled, she looked exceptionally nice. Like a flower, she looked at him with joy. Tell me, which little girl do you fancy? His heart throbbed. He soaked himself in the realness of all this. He knew that this was real. He had truly returned to that era, even if he could only stay for a short instant. His body began to dissipate. He had known that this would happen. Chen Feng would not allow him to alter the past. The moment the past was altered, the future would change as well. Chen Feng would never do something that stupid. However, he was content with this. Thank you, Chen Feng. Liu Yuan was filled with gratefulness. His consciousness scattered. Like a fluttering butterfly, he drifted around this young Missy before slowly vanishing. The young Missy had an odd feeling as her heart started pounding for no unknown reason. She lifted her head to gaze at the sky. There, a flickering butterfly could seemingly be seen. Further and further the butterfly flitted. At this time, with Liu Yuan's departure, Chen Feng destroyed the huge throne in outer space. This was ultimately the origin of all the conflicts, the origin of that terrifying existence that had conquered the entire world. He would not allow this world to change again. As for the wristbands, those could be considered to be an excellent invention, discounting Liu Yuan's control over them. One more thing, Chen Feng said tranquilly. Shua. He flashed forth, traversing the void and directly arriving on the Twin Horns world. Hey, bro, wake up, he said as he patted a certain burial mound. The ground trembled as the Sin God, Yi, awakened. He stared at Chen Feng furiously, totally confused about why this guy would dare provoke him. No matter how weak he was still. Suddenly, Yi's thoughts stopped. From Chen Feng's body, a familiar aura could be felt. True God. Who are you? He asked blankly. He could not remember such a god existing. You don't need to know that, Chen Feng calmly answered. Different from Liu Yuan, Yi was not a human. He had been enslaving humans for far too long. One could say that during Yi's era, humanity had suffered the most. You only need to know that I am a peak true god. I am here to destroy you, to complete my mission, Chen Feng calmly said. Shua. He lifted his hand and suppressed Yi with ease. Mission. Peak true god. Yi had a bitter feeling. So that planet had already developed to this level. True gods were everywhere there. Now, hey, while he had been in his long slumber, the creation god had actually, with a flash, Yi vanished from existence. Even in death, he was still filled with unwillingness. Spend an eternity in your hatred, Chen Feng said calmly. He glanced around at the Twin Horns world around him. Bang! With a casual wave of his hand, the entire world was destroyed. Since Liu Yuan was already dead, it was pointless to keep this incomplete world around. The remaining matters would now be easy. Chen Feng returned. He knew that this would be a busy day for him. He went to meet Duma, Qin Hai, Kong Bei, and everyone that had fought by his side towards the end. Their memories up to the point of that battle were transmitted to them. This was the only thing he could do. With different memories, they might not necessarily grow into the same people. And Chen Feng did not wish for them to change into different people. Naturally, to avoid any unforeseen circumstances, he had also gotten Wang Yao to lock down the past. Now, no matter what happened in the past, the timeline would mend itself. It would no longer affect the future. Those who died would still die. The only changes allowed were minor, insignificant changes. Nobody would be allowed to travel through time into the past. After a busy day, Chen Feng had done everything he could do. All threats had been eliminated, with extra care given to the slumbering gods. Chen Feng did not wish to kill them all. After all, these gods included those such as the forest goddess, the luck goddess, and the misfortune goddess, who had once stood by his side. Therefore, After a long period of consideration, Chen Feng ultimately created an alien world similar to the Crystal Palace before sending all the gods there. That world would forever be separated from this world. After all, the gods were too powerful and deserved to have a world for themselves. That world was thus named the Kingdom of Heaven. As for the evil gods, Chen Feng did not give them any such opportunity. All of them were cleanly erased, ending all evil at the roots. All this was done even though the gods had yet to awaken. After a busy day, everything was finally done by the time night arrived. At night, Chen Feng gazed at the starry sky. He did not participate in Qin Hai and the others' gathering. After all, he still had an extremely important thing he needed to do. This was something he had always wanted to do. After a long time, Wang Yao walked into the room. Xiao Ying giggled and left the room tactfully. "You're here?" Chen Feng asked in a low voice. Wang Yao appeared nervous. "I'm here." Chen Feng comforted her. "Don't be nervous." His hat trembled somewhat from his excitement. "I am not nervous." Wang Yao lowered her head, playing with the corner of her cloth. "That's good," Chen Feng said dryly. "Let's begin." Wang Yao inhaled deeply. "All right." Chen Feng approached her carefully and slowly held her dainty hand in his own. The hand he held was like a spotlessly fair jade. The skin smooth was extremely pleasant to hold. I will begin," Wang Yao said softly. Chen Feng nodded. Shwa. Light swirled around and the two instantly vanished. On a certain mountain range, the earth trembled. This calm forest suddenly started shaking, startling countless life forms within the forest. Within the forest, two figures could be seen. Gasps could be heard, but what they were doing was a complete mystery. The hoarse gasps of the male interweaved with the gentle gasps of the female. The earth trembled without stop. After a long time, everything returned to its previous tranquility. Wang Yao's gentle voice said, "Do you want to take a rest?" Chen Feng clenched his teeth and said, "I am fine." Despite that, he sounded weakened. "I don't understand this. Only a few years have passed. Why has it gone so deep underground?" Bang! With a shovel, he dug at the ground with all his strength. The ground trembled, yet nothing could be found. Wang Yao shook her head helplessly. "You are truly..." She was also holding a shovel. At present, she was dripping with sweat and gasping for breath. Evidently, this was quite the tiring task. "Is this part of your plan?" Wang Yao asked helplessly. Things seemed to be developing in an entirely different manner. "Nope." Chen Feng was somewhat awkward. This task, which should have been completed naturally, had ended up this way, forcing them to manually dig. Holy SHT, this planet was too weak. If he dared to use the power of a true god, the entire world would be destroyed. He feared that this mountain and what he was looking for would be directly destroyed. Thus, he could only dig like a normal person. Fortunately, at this moment, he finally sensed that familiar aura. His eyes shone. "We're there." "Wow!" Wang Yao clenched her dainty hands, somewhat nervous. Had this moment finally arrived? Chen Feng was sprawled on the ground as he carefully pushed the soil aside. 10 meters deep underground, a huge ice coffin was dug out. This was an icy crystalline coffin. Within was a young couple. Chen Feng inhaled deeply. Carefully, he poured some godly power into the coffin. At the same time, he was carefully controlling his power so as to not cause this world any harm. The ice coffin slowly melted. Gradually, the icy aura disappeared. Slowly, the young couple recovered to normal temperatures. After a long time, they opened their eyes. Blankly, they stared at their surroundings and the two standing before them. "Come." Chen Feng pulled over the nervous Wang Yao and, while looking at the young woman, said, "Greet Mom." "Mom," Wang Yao called out bashfully. The young couple. The end.